Executive Order N-29-20 dated March 17, 2020 regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Today is Saturday, December 4th, 2021 at 8 a.m. and this is the Salinas City Council Strategic Planning Session here at the Gabilan Library. Go ahead and we do roll call, right? Yep. Okay, just making sure. We'll go ahead and introduce Nancy Hetrick, the Vice President, and Magda González, the Special Advisor for Management Partners. Welcome.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
And we'll go ahead and cover public comment. Public comments are restricted to items on the special meeting agenda pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954-3B, point 3B. Public comments generally are limited to 2 minutes per speaker. The mayor may further limit the time for public comments depending on the agenda schedule. Public comments may also be submitted via email at publiccomment@ci.salinas.ca.us and will be entered into the record. So we will go ahead and open public comment right now. Does any member of the public wish to comment on any item not on the agenda, which is basically everything in the city? No?
Items that are specific to the council strategic planning.
Got it. Sorry about that. For items that are specific to the strategic planning session, does any member of the public wish to comment?
Yours is housing. So you still want to go?
Yes, I would like to make a couple comments. In regards to housing, I would just like to comment how I myself, an individual displaced on the streets, I've been out here for quite a while. I've managed to get my ID, welfare card. I've got my housing voucher, which took over 2.5 years to acquire. Just waiting out here, and I would just like to know, what am I supposed to do now? We're being asked to relocate as of tomorrow, actually, for my area, and I'm not sure where to go or what to do really, because wherever I try to go, like Sherwood or even the public expo area, I'm told that I can't really go there, and that kind of sucks because I've put as much effort as anyone can into getting to where I need to go, and some other people have as well, and sometimes it's just waiting. So what exactly am I supposed to do, and how exactly am I supposed to feel safe or comfortable in any area until I get that? Because at this point it's just a waiting game, and I don't feel that I should be mistreated or accused of doing anything wrong simply because I'm waiting for something to happen that I have no other option to do.
So we'll go ahead, if you want to go ahead and if I can put you just briefly in touch with Megan Hunter. You want to raise your hand there? Perhaps she can offer up some alternatives for you, if that's okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to comment?
I'd like to bring that up a little further though, because that
Sir, we have public comment at 2 minutes each, and so you've had your bite at the apple. I want to make sure that we give every opportunity to every person who wishes to comment in public comment. Does any other member of the public wish to comment on an item that we're covering here today in the strategic plan? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we will go to roll call.
Councilmember Barrera?
Here.
Councilmember Cummings?
Here.
Councilmember González? Present. Councilmember McShane?
Here.
Councilmember Osornio? Councilmember Rocha? Mayor Craig?
Here. Thank you. You're welcome. We'll go ahead and move on to the council workshop. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Nancy and Magda. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Just come up here so we can see each other. Hello, all. It's nice to see you. Question of protocol. While I'm up here, do you prefer that I stay masked, or is it okay to remove that just while we're apart? I don't know the...
I would say as long as you stay 6 feet from everyone.
Perfect. Okay, so I just want to make sure everybody is comfortable with that. And when we're closer, we'll make sure to, each of us, respectively wear our mask to make sure that people feel comfortable. Okay, I just don't want to make assumptions, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mary. Welcome to all. Thank you for the early rising today on this Saturday morning. So Magda González and I are here from Management Partners. We have been working closely with the city manager, and we had an opportunity to speak with each of the council members in preparation for today. I have the slide deck we're going to take us through as we move forward. So maybe I'll start with the approach of how we're going to walk through this day for everybody's benefit. we really have two major areas of discussion and focus for our time together. This morning, we're going to be focusing on good governance practices, working together, and I've shared some materials in advance, and we have hard copies available for all who are here, an article that was sent out ahead as well as some norms. And we're going to walk through that and spend some time just talking about what does it mean, good governance, and how can you work collectively together for the betterment of the community, which of course is why we're all here. So that's part A. Part B is the strategic planning focus. So that's where we'll be talking about the vision for the city, and we'll be talking about goals and strategies and really getting into the details of what you want to prioritize for the next 3 years. So we'll be working through that following the workshop today. A strategic plan document will come back to you, so it will be then reflective of the conversation, but also then a tool for your city manager and staff to build out in a more detailed work plan. So today we want to kind of keep it at a higher level. So think, 25,000 feet as opposed to down in the weeds. That's the focus for today. And I know we have a lot of people in this room. I hope everybody will feel comfortable and encouraged to participate, to engage, and to feel comfortable in doing so. So let's just take a quick look at the agenda that we've laid out, and I believe everybody has a copy of the PowerPoint. If you want to follow along and take notes, feel free. We'll have it up here as well. So our agenda, we're going to start off with a little warm-up and remind ourselves that this is not a formal council meeting in such that it's a workshop, right? So you're not at the dais, you're at a community facility, which is terrific. So it's a little bit of a different approach. So we're going to have an icebreaker that sort of suggests that, it reminds us of that. As I mentioned, we're going to then talk about good governance. What does that mean? What does that look like in practice? What are some of the tools and the ideas that resonate for you all as a governing body? And we'll come to some discussion there. We're then going to talk about values, organizational values. We have an exercise we'll take you through to share, where are those connections? What are the shared values that you hold? And how do they guide and inform the work that you do on behalf of the city? We'll have a brief update from your city manager to really set the table for some of the conversation when we talk about vision and goals. And then we'll switch gears, we'll have a working lunch and move over to the strategic planning part of the day, talking about vision and looking at the vision you have currently and reflecting on that, what still resonates, what would you change? And then we'll talk about the strategic focus areas you'd like to prioritize, goals and strategies. That's our framework. We'll define all those things when we get there, but that's just a preview of what we can expect. And then we'll do prioritizing at the end. All right, so working together today, we have laid out some ground rules, kind of workshop ground rules, if you will. And so I want to walk through these and make sure you're all in agreement and comfortable with these in terms of how we're going to work together today. So starting off at the top here, first of all, be attentive and listen to one another. Really hear where people are coming from. Focus on the interests that they have at heart and not position. So let's understand, identify areas of consensus. This is for developing your collective welcome. Strategic plan, right? So listen to where you have those intersections of values, of priority. That's where you're going to get your biggest bang. That's where you're going to have the biggest effect for your community. Participating, that means devices off or on silent, please. And it's Saturday, so that should be even easier. But engage, feel encouraged and welcome to do so. Assume good intent. Magda and I had the opportunity to meet with each of you. Really enjoyed our time together and know that you're all here representing the community for really positive reasons. And so recognize that in each other, see that in each other today. Speak up if we need a course correction. If we're going too fast, we're going too slow, we have something we want to talk about a little bit more, then feel encouraged to let us know that. Stay focused. You'll be present here in the room, and then focus on interest versus position. We'll talk more about that as we go through. So those are the ground rules that we'd like to engage today. Everybody okay with those? And anything we need to add? Thumbs up? Right. Cool. All right, very good. All right. So a bike rack. A bike rack is a tool that, as a facilitator, we find quite useful. Sometimes there are topics whether they're, priorities or issues or concern, whatever they might be, that really warrant additional time and energy that either aren't directly on the agenda or just require more time. So we have a little post-it board over here for the bike rack. We capture those ideas and so that we can stay on track and move forward. So if those are coming up and we're finding that we're kind of winding our way down into a burrow hole or something, then feel welcome to say, I think this might be a good bike rack item. We don't lose it. It comes back as a part of the final report. You can revisit it, but we can continue and move on. So that's the tool we call the bike rack. We prefer that to parking lot these days. So that's our new and evolved version. All right. Any questions before we really get started? Cool. All right. So as I mentioned, we're going to start off with a little bit of an icebreaker. And these are questions that we asked when we were able to meet with you individually. But your stories and motivations are really inspiring. So we thought it would be helpful to kind of share that with one another. So we have 2 questions up here in the front. I'll give you a moment to put your thoughts together. But we'd like for each of the members of council to share what inspired you to pursue elected office. So what was your motivation? And then what legacy do you hope to leave as a result on your time on council? So I'll give you a moment. We're going to actually add, while you're thinking about this, that throughout the day, we're going to be taking notes publicly and down here. All of that information will come back to you and be shared as a final report strategic plan. So as we're doing that, and also I will also note for myself, not so much for Magda, when you're writing publicly, handwriting, you try your best because you're listening also, and spelling doesn't count quite so much.
Oh, that doesn't count for me either.
I wasn't going to make assumptions. All right, so with that being said, let's do the first part first. So what inspired you to run for public office? And I will ask for a volunteer to get us started. Wonderful.
I ran for public office because I had been participating on city subgroups for a long period of time, for 10 years, and didn't feel that I was getting the outcome that I was looking for, and so decided that I would run for public office so that I could really have a voice.
Give yourself a voice. All right, perfect. All right, other stories of inspiration that motivated you to, yes, Mayor.
I had my car stolen out of my carport, and it was at 5 in the morning, and it took 7 hours for a police officer to come take a report. And I started going to city council meetings and saw that my council member at the time didn't really say much during the council meetings. And, when you're at a dinner party with 10 friends and you think that you can solve the world with a couple bottles of wine, I said I wanted to run for office and had the support of the business community to do that. So felt like I could do a better job than the representative that preceded me.
Wonderful, thank you. Yeah.
And I got my car back, but.
That's good. Well, and it's amazing how those dinner parties, the words go out there into the universe, and all of a sudden someone's holding you accountable to that,
Right. Walk the walk.
Exactly. Terrific. Thank you for sharing that. All right, who's next?
I love Salinas. I love the community. It was for a love of the community. I believe in the institution. I got involved at boards and commissions and found that it works. We've got a great city, and I really felt like I could make it even better.
Nice.
Yeah.
Anthony, you want to go next?
Sure. Do I say the nice story or the other?
No, the authentic story, whatever story, yeah. This is not scripted.
I ran for school board before this, and I guess what inspired me to run for office was a feeling that my voice didn't count in government, because I wasn't a person who had wealth, who had significant political power or clout. And as a student in the Salinas Union High School District, I felt like my voice was not being represented. And I tried to follow all the avenues that were told, which is meet with the elected official, bring a group of students to speak. That way, several voices are louder than one. And I didn't feel like it was going anywhere. And so from there, at 19 years old, I had the brilliant idea, like, you know what? I'll just run for school board, not knowing what that entailed. And so that's what inspired me to run for office, is the need for people of not great financial political means to have a voice in government.
Yeah, different perspective and different experience. I have a 19-year-old too, and if I could encourage him to run for office, I would absolutely do that as well. Thank you for your story, that's great. Carly, you want to go next?
I think it was my students. I found that when you teach U.S. history as I do, you talk a lot about moments that politicize a community and opportunities for engagement. And I do my best to lead through example. And so you can only say, hey, become engaged, become active, do this so much until your students go, well, what about you? What do you do? And how else can you get engaged and get active? And similar to Councilmember Rocha, I wanted to see a more diverse council that was more representative of what Salinas actually looked like in its locality. And it's been a great honor to be a part of the process.
Wonderful, thank you. Have a voice and be a role model. These are great things. Tony.
You know, one of the things that inspired me was the Alisal has always been the working class. I mean, you have a big working population in the Alisal. But a lot of times we were not getting representation from City Hall. And to some big degree, even though I'm a council member, we still don't. That's the part that pains me. But a lot of people in the Alisal are hardworking people and they don't have time to come to meetings. They would much rather trust their representative to get things done. And I take that role very seriously. And every time there's even such a little project happening, whether they fix the park, whatever it is, we go out there and celebrate because it's huge. So inspiration is when I can get a resident and say, how would you like to speak to the chief of police? Access to government. How would you like the city manager to come and look at your yard and see what we're doing? And he does that when he has time to be a busy person. But my inspiration is to open the door of City Hall to people, because people are afraid to come to City Hall as it is. They're intimidated by government, where they can come and really feel that there's a quality service. And I hope we can do that.
Awesome. Access is it's important, absolutely. Well, I like your comment also about kind of celebrating accomplishments.
That's
You know,
important.
be it opening of a new park or a cleanup or whatever it might be, like lots of different things you want to celebrate, right? And as we're talking about the strategic plan later this afternoon and laying that up, that's one thing to keep in mind. But you want to lay out your goals of what you want to accomplish, but don't lose sight of celebrating progress when you're making that. So I appreciate your comments. All right, so let's ask the second question then. So, you know, looking back when you're, you know, leaning in your recliner chair or whatever and thinking about your time serving on council, what's the legacy that you hope you have brought to the community? Let's just start us off with the legacy.
Yeah, I'll start with that one.
Great, okay.
My legacy, and I'm really working on that, I don't want the constituency to depend on me as a council member. I want them to feel free to call administration at City Hall. You know where they
feel empowered.
well, that's real change. But if they need me for everything, hey, could you call the city clerk, can you call the city manager? No, you call them, because they work for you. As long as you're respectful, and remember they're busy people, I want to leave that legacy, where people have access to, just like our new chief, I really feel inspired with our new chief. We don't have a police station, we have a community building. Imagine that, how powerful that is. Where residents can call, hey, Chief Felice, we want to have a community meeting at your place. Let's look at the calendar and we put you on there. Where they don't need the council member for that. That's the legacy I want to leave.
Okay.
Empowerment.
Empowerment. Great. Thank you. Why don't we just do around the horn? Is that okay? Okay.
I think progress and inclusion. I really want to see, you know, when you start myself being a new council member, you shoot for the moon here. I'm going to do all this year one, and then you are very quickly reminded, oh, government moves
Sometimes
slow
takes
for a
time.
reason, yes. And so I want to see more voice at the table. I want to see more inclusion of folks who might otherwise be underrepresented or disenfranchised, and to ensure that every single policy decision that we make includes this equitable lens, is transparent, and enacts policies that are sustainable, that we feel really have been vetted and looked at from as many perspectives as possible. That we all feel like we're bringing something that we can be proud of in the long run.
Great. Trying to hear some of the values that we can talk about later. I love that. That's great. Mayor?
So, for legacy, I would say, you know, I ran at a time of really, a level of unsteadiness within the city. So we had lost our mayor, we had no city manager, new council coming on. So foundational, like a strong foundation, and a, what our previous finance director had mentioned was a $14 million deficit. So, you know, for me, it was really important to make sure that there was a strong foundation, just in terms of some of the how to leave our government, how to leave our local government for future government leaders, right? So having a discussion about what our responsibilities are as a council, what, you know, hiring a good city manager, things like that, so that if I say this lovingly, but if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, there's some level of strong foundation to the council and to the city.
Not MST.
Not MST. And then secondarily, just in terms of bigger picture things, I think increasing our job market. There's a lot of discussion about affordable housing. There's a lot of discussion about homelessness. But making sure that we have a thriving economy and jobs, like jobs for our residents. I don't want to be a bedroom community. So being able to expand that, looking at ag technology, and certainly leaving a safe city is really important for me.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I had a couple of goals, a few goals, one of which has been completed. One of those goals was to level the playing field for all employees in the city, and for the council to not make one employee group more important than the other in negotiations, and that's happened. We have a great working relationship with all of our groups now, and I'm very proud that we've been able to accomplish that. The other goal is to make sure that, like the mayor, that our city is friendly to businesses coming in, that we can create a thriving city to bring in tax revenue to keep the city running, and to offer all the programs, which kind of goes into my third thing, offer all the programs that we need to be offering to our community. So as a legacy, I want to leave my city, but specifically my district, with the infrastructure that they need. We're the only district that doesn't have a community center or a community park, in need of a lot of traffic calming, things of that nature. And my legacy, I want to be that we've been able to accomplish that.
So I'm hearing kind of setting things up for the betterment of the community, right? And so the connecting the dots there and how they fit together. Love that. Thank you.
There's a nonprofit in Santa Cruz County called Community Action Board, and they're an affiliate of the Community Action Partnership, and their mission is to eliminate poverty and create social change. And so when I think about the legacy I want to leave behind, hopefully it's one that creates a level playing field economically, because we live in a time of mass economic disparity. And my district is a prime example of that. You have huge 5-bedroom homes, and then you go over one street, and you're in Modoc, and you're in Tehama, and you're in Tampico, where there's mass income inequality. So if I have a legacy that I would like to leave behind, it's one that the people who grew up in this community can live in this community, retire in this community, and not be priced out. So in short, to be the one city that could successfully combat gentrification.
Strike that balance.
Well, and to combat gentrification, it's coming in where the geographic area that we live in. So that's what my legacy is, what I'd like it to be.
Okay. Thank you.
I envision a sustainable city, a modern city, a proactive city, a positive city. I think our staff, our people, are our most important asset. So that when you call, you get a live body that's willing and ready to help. I really hope that and expect that our public safety be well supported and respected. A safe community is a community that people want to live in, invest in, raise a family in, start a business in. So I'm really committed to my neighborhoods and to my district, and I think to the citizens that we have well-staffed and not burned out police and fire. And all of our employees, for that matter, be looked at as our most valuable asset. I share concern over pension liability. We have a budget that's got limited means, and it seems the state and the county, for that matter, keeps putting more and more on our plate that's unfunded. So I worry about that. I think one of the other things that comes up is just that we have a better city than we did yesterday. There's tremendous opportunity with technology. That's changing everything that we do in life, and I don't want to see the city lag in that. I want to see us on the forefront. I want to see us ready to pounce when it comes to a permit that can be handled over the phone or better over the internet, an inspection that can be done remotely, those sorts of things. So technology, for sure.
So taking advantage of opportunities, laying the foundation in order to meet the needs of the community, right? I mean, that kind of summarizes, I think, from the city perspective and how that then impacts the community and bringing those pieces together.
We're the largest city on the Central Coast, and we're going through RENA right now. And it's funny because some people will hide behind this important role and say, oh, well, poor me, all of this additional burden is placed on the largest city.
Councilmember, can you explain what RENA is?
Sorry, Regional Housing Needs Allocation. It's this planning document that's supposed to balance, say, housing with jobs. And as the largest city, some would say, that's a liability. And I would say there's an opportunity in being the largest city. We should lead and not follow in the region.
Great, thank you. Any other comments on either of those topics before we move ourselves on?
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Well,
It's
I
inspiring.
mean, it is inspiring, and we felt that when we had a chance to talk with each of you, like what inspires you to be here is fantastic, so I appreciate that. All right, so we're going to move into this discussion of good governance, and so in order to have the greatest impact, in order to achieve the legacy that you've all described,
Snuck in.
really requires effective governance, right? And so how this body works together, how you work with your city manager and staff. So setting this up and setting up a means of understanding interests and how to work together collectively. So we're going to spend some time on this. I'll make mention that, and for those who are in the room, we sent out an article and just a sample set of council norms for discussion purposes. And so we have paper copies of that. Hopefully you've had a chance to take a preview. We'll come back to that in just a couple moments. So let's just start off with what do we mean about what do we mean by good governance, right? And in the most simplest of forms, it's really about relationships, right? It's about working together to achieve common good, right? Those things that you want for your community. And so building relationships is a critical part of that. And that's been really challenging to do amid the world that we're living in currently. This pandemic has really changed how people interact and the opportunities to do that. And so it really requires additional attention to do so. But building relationships and providing leadership. As the governing body for your community, you are your representatives and provide leadership. So working together with the city manager in order to balance those roles and achieve results. Communication is often a hard thing, wherever you go. Communication is a hard thing, but it's really fundamental in terms of your long-term success. How you communicate both the means and the content with which you do that. And so you're being honest, speaking your truth, but doing that in a respectful way, really making sure to listen, what is the other person looking for? How can we find consensus, even if we feel like we start off at a different place? How do we find those intersections of connection? Understanding the roles, right? What's the role of a council member? What's the role of the mayor? What's the role of the city manager and the city attorney? And how can you sort of honor those roles in order to really leverage and take advantage of each of those contributions? So we're going to spend a little bit of time just defining those terms, and a little bit Magda's going to take us through that piece. So understand those roles. Fostering respect and trust. People are watching, right? The community is watching how you work together, the work you're doing, the interaction, and so being thoughtful, being prepared, all of these things contribute to how the community can trust the work that you're doing. And certainly among yourselves, right? And so building that respect and mutual understanding to get results. Ethics is at the cornerstone of all of this too, and making sure that you are coming with integrity, being honest, being direct, and abiding by the rules that govern governance. and your city attorney certainly is a great resource for reminders of those things. I'm sure you've heard that. So let's talk about attributes of high-performing councils. And so this is sort of the summary gist, if you will, of this article, but I'm going to come back to this in particular and want to hear your thoughts and ideas, reaction on that. So what are some of the things that we can observe in high-performing councils? And I might take a moment just to give you all, for those who are in the room as well, a little bit of background on our own experience. So let's make ourselves credible, right? Why do we have any thoughts on this? So Management Partners, which is the company that we work for, works exclusively with local government. We've worked in local government, and that's our passion as well. That's why we feel so heartwarmed hearing why you're serving, because we feel the same way in terms of public service. I've been with Management Partners since 2006, so it's been a long time now. It's amazing how those years just keep ticking. I don't even get older, it just keeps ticking forward, it's amazing. But in that experience, I've had a fantastic opportunity to work with a whole bunch of elected bodies, as well as with appointed staff teams to understand the challenges, the opportunities, what makes for a really effective team. And this is a team sport, I will tell you that. Governance is a team sport, even though it's not frequently defined as such. And so through that experience, I have some observations that I can share. And Magda has direct experience as a former city manager. Magda, maybe you just can make a couple words.
Try to stand away and take the mask off a little bit. So yeah, I've been in local government for about 30 years and also have not gotten any older during that time. It's amazing. Yes, amazing the way that happens. Great passion for city management. From local government, I came up so we'll talk I think a little bit more, and we heard some of our interviews in terms of youth programs. Well, I was a troubled youth, and I came through one of those programs, and that really saved my life. That's where I learned about local government. I learned that when you flush the toilet, it's not just magic, it takes a lot of work to make that happen. So I've been in local government for many, many years and was a city manager of 2 cities most recently, and really have passion for local government. I think it's the best job in the world. It might be the hardest job in the world, especially for the city manager, but it's really the best job in the world. It's a privilege to be able to work and serve the community.
Absolutely right. All right. So anyway, so what do we observe? And what are some of the things that we would like to have you guys chat about? So attributes of high-performing councils. First of all, really that commitment to the community first, but also to the partnership of working together among as elected body, the council, but also with staff. And so really demonstrating that in a meaningful and authentic way. You can see that. You can feel it when you walk in a room and you're like, okay, they may have different opinions, different experiences, that's fine, but they understand each other. They understand the perspective and they respect that. Exhibiting clarity around roles and responsibilities, as I mentioned, we'll spend a little bit of time specifically on that. But it can be gray and it can be messy sometimes, and so it's really helpful to kind of have that framework defined and think about that in order to be able to navigate in a way that frees you as elected representatives to serve the community, to represent your constituents, and then to work through your city manager to deliver, right? To get results as directed by council. And so understanding and defining those roles is really important. Demonstrating civility and respect for all, and that, the community members that come in and share their perspective as well as with each other, as well as with staff. So really coming, even if you've had that bad day, or you've had that jerk that was on your tail when you're driving in, or whatever, but to take a deep breath and to bring respect and civility to the conversations that you're having. Conducting effective council meetings. The mayor chairs the meetings, but running those in a way that is understood from the community, but also from council members to know the process and the ways that things are going to be discussed. Holding yourselves and the city manager accountable, to the decisions that you make. And we're going to talk about strategic planning this afternoon. It's like, okay, well then, how do you stick to it? And or if there are major changes in what's going on in the community, how do you navigate that and make course corrections in a way that doesn't just layer things onto the staff, but actually gets the results? And then lastly, we see effective councils continuously learning. And guess what? Ta-da! Here we are today. But you're really investing in wanting to learn. Be that in the area of policy, what is RENA? I want to know about that. Or just in how you're leaders, how you're stewards for the community. And so practicing that continuous learning, even as young folks, right, Magda? there's always something new to learn. So we appreciate it. So that's the summary of the article that I sent to you. So I want to have just a little bit of discussion, and then we'll kind of elaborate and go through some additional content related to this. But I'm hopeful that you had a chance to at least skim through the article. And so I'm interested in what stood out to you. What are the things that you thought are, that's important. There are some good best practices in there. These are things that we do or that we ought to do, anything. And if you want just a minute to do that skim, you are encouraged and welcome to do so. I did that Saturday morning, and who's got this week. So while some of you skim through it, if there's anybody who wants to get started, what stands out to you from that article? And I should say that the Institute for Local Government is a highly respected organization out of Sacramento that really focuses on governance engagement. It's a terrific organization.
I'm ready for that.
Okay, let's go.
One of the things that I feel very good about, I appreciate Mayor Kimberly Craig for the simple fact that whether she and I can view public safety in a different sense, like when we hear public safety means a lot of things, we view it differently. But I can go to Mayor Kimberly Craig's office and have a good conversation, whether agree or disagree, and I can trust what she's telling me. I love that, and for the simple, again, like you said, respecting, we can agree to disagree, but I can say, you know what? She's telling me the truth. Integrity means everything to me. All we have here as public servants, our foundation is trust. That's all we have. We can be PhDs or nothing, but if you don't have trust, there's no value there. Now, with the city manager, our 8th politician, because he may view it, he wants to take the city a certain way. And if an effective city manager with this council member would be somebody that disseminates information to 7 individuals, instead of saying, well, I got this one, they're leaning towards what I want to do, instead of leaning to all 7, whether we're following him or not. Because if I can trust the city manager, he can probably convince me, hey, guess what? We need more police officers. Well, let's find out, is there an investment there? Or are we just going to hire more cops? Or are we going to hire public servants that are going to really serve our residents? If I can trust the city manager and if I can trust the mayor, we can work as a team. Because we're not her council members. This is not our staff. We're individually from each district that were voted because people believe in us. And they want us to see change for the entire city, not just my district.
Right.
So if Councilmember Rocha needs, and I'm going to finish with this, if he says, hey, guess what? The swing set at my park is broken, but I got the same issue in District 2. Well, let's fix his, and maybe he'll support me to fix this one over here. I like to work that way. Because when somebody sees, hey, they're fixing the sidewalk over there in that district, well, they get excited. next time it'll be our turn.
Something's happening.
Something happens. Thank you.
So trust it and consistency.
That's it.
I love it, yes.
So, team.
Thank you.
The word in this article that comes to mind is team. And that working as a council is working as a team. I have always been involved in team activities and coached everything you can imagine, and done Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts and all of that stuff. And I think that the council needs, as Councilmember Barrera just pointed out, we need to work together as a team and get things accomplished for the entire city, because we're here to represent our own districts, but we're here to make the city as a whole a better place to live.
I appreciate, I'm gonna interject really quick, because I appreciate the comments around representing your district, but keeping the full city in view. I think that that's a really valuable observation. There's great value and benefit to being organized by district because you're closer, right? And you can understand and represent the people in a much more, a much smaller area. But always with the view of what's best in the interest for the city long-term, right? And knowing that, I think Carla mentioned this, that sometimes these things take time. Like, local government doesn't move very fast, and there are reasons for that. But you know, representing or recognizing that bringing a voice of your district, but for the betterment of the full community, is a balance that takes discipline and takes practice. And I'm hopeful that when we talk about the strategic focus areas and the priorities, you'll see the imprints that represent your district, but also serve the greater good. And so I just wanted to point out, I appreciate the observation because I think it's important yes.
I'd like to add to possibly piggyback onto Councilmember Cromie. So the term team, and I'd like to pay Councilmember McShane a compliment in that, you know, having been on council for 8 years prior and now being the mayor, there have been different strategies within a council in terms of how to get policy done. And I have to compliment Councilmember McShane, and I'll bring up the arts ordinance as an example, where I think he felt like he had the majority of council to support what he was bringing forward as a public art ordinance. I had a lot of questions about it at the time, and he sat and worked with me knowing that despite him having a good feeling about having at least 4 votes on something, he knew that I had some concerns about it. And so he really made the effort to try to get to 5-2, 6-1, and even a possible 7-0. It might mean that he doesn't get 100% of what he was looking for, but 85 to 90%, if he can make a couple of adjustments with, what he's presenting, then you have the team, and not just the majority, but the team getting behind what you're trying to present and to bring forward. And then secondarily with that, I'm cheating a little bit because I have 2. Team also includes the staff. And when we are doing good governance, like I feel like pop quizzes from the dais to our staff is not helpful. Like, allow staff the opportunity to do the research on what you're going to be asking, so that when we are in public and you say, can you tell me what the statistics are for armed robberies between 27 and 2021? My guess is that's not something either the police chief, maybe the police chief knows offhand, but perhaps a commander, whoever is doing that presentation. And so really not playing gotcha from the dais, but giving the city manager and the city attorney the opportunity to go to their staff and say, please do the research. This is the question that's going to be asked on Tuesday. This is the alternate motion that's going to be presented. This is, it doesn't mean, obviously because of Brown Act liability, that you have to inform the rest of the council or even the mayor, but just to be able to allow staff to be successful in their job in what they're trying to give us as much information as possible so we can make a good decision from the dais. And I think that's absolutely part of the team effort.
Right. Public policy happens best when you can actually invest the time and energy necessary to think it all the way through. And you have professionals pick your area, you know, from parks to police to community development, that they grew up as a professional in that business. And so take advantage of understanding, you know, offering those questions and getting the information, you know, ahead of time to everybody, as you pointed out, right? Or to be able to be prepared during the council member to say, you know, this is a concern, we've been able to pull some information, here's what we know. Again, you know, staff is here to serve the council direction, right? And so what you set as direction and policy is implemented by staff, so use them as partners in regards to that.
You know, I'll echo that. You trust in the institution. I know firsthand a friend that's displaced from Hong Kong, and she loves to tell me what's going on there and how what we have in this community and in this country works. And I know it's easy to kick the whole thing down, but we really do have a good system, so to trust in it. And it bothers me when I see our council members playing gotcha with staff, or even appointees doing the same thing. The second that it gets to a point of, you know, name calling or disrespectful, that needs to be called out, it needs to be managed. And so I really look at that. I think good relationships is so important. You know, a heads up, proactive. You know, this goes to staff, it goes to council members. You know, our voicemails should be set up. We should be able to respond to emails in a timely fashion. You know, the mayor knows, like, I need a confirmation that she got my email. And it might be 2 pages long, but just a got it, you know, just so that that communication is being heard and acknowledged. I think those things are really important. You know, more than anything, commitment though. Man, I mean, I'd rather have, you know, 2 or 3 people that completely disagree with me but are committed than 10 people that completely agree with me to a fault. Like, you know, yeah, sure, let's have it Wes's way. You know, that's a weak organization. So by commitment, it's the role of the council responding to constituent calls for service in a timely fashion, taking up issues and conversations with folks that may be completely in disagreement with you. You may already know that they're going to be a hard no, but let's talk about it, you know? Let's let some of the air out of that so that when it does come to a public setting, there's a little bit more of an understanding and it can have a higher chance at being a respectful and positive opportunity. You know, it always bothers me when members of the public leave council and they go like this. They're like, what was that, you know? You know, and those sorts of meetings, that's not good. It's not always going to be perfect, but, you know, to this guy, I like that, the 8th elected, the 8th politician in the room, you know, there's a lot of responsibility.
Major pay cut. Major pay cut.
I always say to Steve, I say, you know, there's a lot of responsibility to see to it that there's that balance between staff, electeds, the public. You know, don't be sloppy. You know, it's that commitment. And that goes for regional boards too, and committees, like showing up. Our planning commission almost didn't have a quorum this week. I don't know if anybody knew that. Like, I was working with a constituent and I don't know who didn't show up or what happened, and who knows, right? Things happen in life, but holy cow. Like, I know at least in one instance, lawyers, professionals, architects, they've invested thousands of dollars. I'll never forget when the United Way, we had the CEO of the United Way at one of our commission meetings when I was a commissioner. She showed up and there wasn't quorum. There's like 3 people up there. And I was like, it was so embarrassing. Yeah, and that's happening more and more. So, and how we manage that as electeds, how we manage ourselves, our schedules, our commitment, you know, is something only we can do. Yeah.
Good. All right. Takeaways?
One of the things that stood out to me from this document is that it's a great model for government, but a model that I think doesn't take into account the racial reckoning that we just went through in the last year. And, you know, when we're having open discussions, I appreciate my colleague saying he has trust in the institution, but for many of us people of color, we don't have trust in the institution. And so when we're asked to blindly support policies without engaging in meaningful debate, that also doesn't do justice to our community. So, you know, when we're having discussions about a team, one of the most important things to remember about a team is that you look out for one another. And on this council, in this last year, I think we've heard much more advocacy from the councilors representing East Salinas on the needs of East Salinas, on the needs of the LSL. And I don't see that as something of divisiveness or something of working against other districts, but rather the team focusing on one part of our team that has not been supported in the manner that it should be. So I think as being a part of the team, it's all of us recognizing, hey, you know what? It's time that we invest in the LSL, because historically that area has not even had sidewalks, has not had lights, has not had the proper safety for the residents to be able to walk to their church, to home without getting hit by a car because there's not proper lighting in certain areas at night. So I think that being a part of the team is recognizing the failures of the institution and committing ourselves to creating a more equitable and just institution moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. Well, and we've certainly been through a lot. You know, be it racial reckoning, be it the pandemic, there's been a lot. We'll just say there's a lot that's been going on. And there's always going to be context, right? There's always going to be that environmental context. I think that as policymakers and as representatives of your community, they're looking to you to be the example of how to affect change in a way that's positive, productive, and representative. And so I think that I appreciate your comments in terms of, you know, maybe this is dated, but I would say, you know, how do you find ways within these principles to still advocate for your constituents, keeping the bigger view, because at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you can gain the trust and help to rebuild some of that lost trust from residents, and that only happens not by this, but by let's come together, right? And so being informed, doing homework, you know, so staff can come prepared, so you're all prepared. I think that's how you start to make those moves. But I think it's a helpful conversation. I would just say that there, you know, over the course of history, there have been other periods where there has been, you know, major change, major upheaval. And somehow, at the local level, we can affect change. But we need to do that in a way that honors residents, honors each other. Otherwise, things just kind of hit halt, or there's a degradation of trust. You know, be that from the community, be that from staff, be that from one another. That's what we want to avoid.
And Nancy, if I might chime in,
Yeah.
I would suggest that the article, I think it's a pretty good article. I think it can be massaged a little bit based on the situation in the community. I see it as an and with an equitable, and with a commitment to racial. And so it's an and. So how do you, your easy job, how do you incorporate all that in the work that you do? But we'll talk about roles in a little bit, and those roles are really foundational so that you can then move forward and know the rules that you're playing. You know, so one group isn't playing based on soccer rules and somebody else is playing based on, well, it's probably not a good example, softball and baseball, right? They're close, but we want to make sure we have the same rules. We know what to expect from the other person.
And I think to clarify, this is a great document, depending on the lens that you use to apply it. And I think
That's
that
exactly right.
using this document with the
That's exactly
equity lens
That's
will create great social
That's
change
exactly
for
right.
communities.
Right. Well, and we're going to talk about values, you know, a little bit later this morning, and I think that's what you're getting to. It's like, well, you know, where do we come from? What are the values that we expect in terms of how we as an organization, we represent? What do we hold, and where do we share those? Because I think that's the lens you're describing, and how do you do this effectively? So good discussion. I appreciate your comments. It's nice. Thoughts?
The teacher in me is taking copious notes. So I'm like, what can I mention that wasn't mentioned? So thank you, team, for being well-rounded in your responses. The one that stuck out to me was continuous learning and this commitment to growth. So I try to instill within my students a growth mindset. And I think to Anthony's comments, there sometimes is a presumption that any form of critique or vetting or critical introspection that we call upon ourselves as policymakers or that we call upon in each other as peers has that sometimes presumption of malintent and of I'm going to get you, or well, I'm just challenging you to challenge you, when rather it is a challenge to rise to the occasion, to be a constant learner and go, well, okay, this has worked for this amount of time. Is this something that is still working? What are our residents now who are growing and learning and calling upon us in different ways, asking that we listen to and that we implement in our policy making? So I got stuck on this one because it's my first year in office, so I have had a lot to learn. And I really appreciate that everyone that I've come in contact with in this room and so forth has reminded me that everyone is a student and everyone is a teacher. Everyone has something to give one another. And there is, beyond this I give, you get dynamic, there is a true spirit of commitment and reciprocity in this room. I really believe that we are all people of convictions that are guided by their ideals, and we have many paths to arrive to this collective vision. But I know for certain that every single one of our staff members has been here for the time that they've been here because there is that commitment, there is that long-term goal that they're trying to reach. And so I, as someone that I'm still relatively new to this field, know that I can call upon anyone and ask questions and not be questioned of, well, why are we asking this, why are we checking in and going, actually no, I want to hear what your thought-making process is, make this more transparent for me so that I can then relay this to next resident that calls and asks me and I have that clear and concise answer for them. So I really appreciate that there is this commitment to growth and to continuous learning. I think there's a reason that as a city, we made it through 2020, and I commend our Mayor Pro Tem for stepping up in the way that she did, and I think it's because as policymakers, we see the resilience of our community, and we do our best to honor that in this role.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, thank you. And in the spirit of listening to understand someone else's perspective, I think is part of that, as you described, learning, which is really valuable. So I want to point to, because I think that this is fabulous, and part of what can contribute to that success and affecting change is having a collective shared understanding of the rules of the road, right? What do you agree to in terms of how you do this work together? It's messy work, it's hard work, it's evolving work that you're doing. But having some framework, having some agreements for how you do that and shared expectations can go a long way to ensuring that the trust is there, to ensuring that if you have a difference of an opinion, you're not going to get shut out, but in fact you're going to be brought to the table and say, tell us more. I want to understand your perspective. And you're really focusing on those interests. We have this even as a ground rule because I think that it's an important distinction. Interests, what you want to accomplish, what you're hoping to make happen, versus position, which is I've decided and I'm sticking here, right? So focusing on understanding the interests of each other allows you to get to those negotiations, right? And so you get better policy if you can have different voices at the table and reflect different perspectives, reflect different experiences, different parts of the community, and so that shared understanding.
Nancy, may I share my interest story?
Of course.
So there's an easy story to helps me remember. And I have a little orange in my home office. And there's a story of two children and the dad. And there's one orange. We'll use this. There's one orange, and they both go to grab it at the same time. I want the orange, I want the orange, I want the orange, I need the orange, I need the orange. And as any good parent, would slice it in half and say, you could each have half and share. Well, parent is hearing what I want versus what the interest is. So the interest is one of them wanted just the juice, wanted the inside to make juice. The other one wanted to make a pie and needed the rind. So both interests could have been met if we stopped to listen to the interest versus I want it, I want it, I want it. And sometimes we think compromise means just cut it in half, but we haven't taken the moment to really understand the underlying interest. So I try to use that because it makes it a little bit easier to get to that point.
Oranges for everybody.
Oranges.
Well, this oranges at lunch. That's a great
But
example.
if there's only one, we gotta figure out how to do it 7 ways. Just saying.
That's more
I'll
complicated.
give you my piece.
Oh, see, there we go. Okay. Okay, so as a part of the material advance, I gave you, this is just examples of norms that other councils have identified and sort of agreed to, and it's a compilation from different organizations. But I thought it might be something that could be of interest. So I'm interested if you had a chance to take a look, if any of these norms kind of stood out. We're not gonna go through and define them all, but I think getting your feedback as to whether or not something like this would be helpful, and what really particularly connect to, you can bring that back to you, and then this can be kind of an extension bike rack item that you could bring back later, so. Yeah, I'm just, these examples of council norms, first of all, is the idea of kind of establishing some shared norms, beneficial, something you'd be interested in. And then are there specific ones here that you're like, yes, I think that we should make sure we do that?
You know what, to me, everything, because we've got some smart electeds here.
You do.
I mean, I learned a lot from them. But if I trust an individual, to me, that's just volume. There are a few staff members that when I have, I don't go to City Hall often. I go to City Hall, if there's a constituent that's not getting attention, you'll see me at City Hall. But I don't go there often, because I trust people that are doing their job to represent the people that I serve. But when I go to Mr. Jim Pia and Mr. Callahan, when I have a serious question and I need the truth, I can go to any one of these two gentlemen. I've been on the council for a while, before Steve McShane was there. So, but you know what I like about these two gentlemen? Not that there's not others, but I know I'm gonna get a true answer.
Right.
And these two gentlemen can tell you, you know what, Tony, why don't you just take out? You're going the wrong direction, but they're looking at the best interest, and I trust them. So to me, that's a good foundation.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's the goal, for sure. Are there specific things that, so having honest and thorough direct response, it sounds like something that contributes to your trust in them. And you mentioned the same thing about the mayor in your earlier.
Yeah, well, because you know what, anytime something comes to our table, we're dealing with people's lives.
That's right.
We're either gonna bless or we're gonna hurt somebody. Sometimes it's $1 million, sometimes it's somebody's livelihood. So if I don't study the packet, if I don't ask questions, and sometimes I may not understand what I'm reading, so I need to go to somebody that can
Ask questions.
ask questions, because we will always impact somebody. So somebody can say, oh, I'm excited about this department. You know, I hate when they call certain departments miscellaneous. Oh, I hate that. I hate that.
Fair.
But you hear police and fire, it's like, let's take out the pep rally, because they're very important, critical positions. We need those positions. But we need the person that cuts the grass at the park. We need the one that takes care of graffiti. But sometimes we don't take much interest in those folks. But police and fire, and again, we need them. But to Mayor Comey's point, I would like to see every department viewed in their important role.
Right, how they
Because,
contribute.
absolutely, because they're all pieces to that puzzle.
City doesn't function without everybody.
Thank you.
There you go. Yes.
Having served in a separate elected body before this, and I could say that I think we have a great working relationship on the council. I think that we all get along well. We have disagreements policy-wise, but I went to League of Cities, and the horror stories I heard from other councilmen was like, oh, I can't stand my call. We'd go somewhere today. Oh no, he's here. I'm not gonna be here anymore.
Yeah.
I felt like I wasn't sure if they were joking, but they weren't. And so I've been on boards that were pretty contentious as well, and in some instances where I couldn't talk to my colleagues in public because they just wouldn't talk to me. And so that's not the case here. We all, cast our votes, and then we go, as Tony says, has dinner and closed session, and we move on. And so that's what I really appreciate about this council. And I think that to the best of our abilities, with certain situations requiring a different reaction, we follow these norms already. And I appreciate that about our colleagues, is that we're not disrespectful to each other. We're not, trying to take each other down in public or anything like that.
That's good. Well, and again, maybe for another day, I think that thinking about council norms when things are working well, when you have mutual respect in a collegial environment, that's a good time to say what helps us to do that, so you get them documented. So, because unfortunately, it can happen. You have a change on council, and you have a disruptive force, we'll call it that, right? And so if you have something that you can then point to and say, this is how we govern in the city of Salinas, you know, and kind of do that recheck, revisit on that periodically, it can be very healthy, so. Yes.
You know, one of the ones that I think, so to answer the question directly, I think we should have council norms. I think this is an exemplary example of what that would look like. My thought process too is making decisions, certainly listening to everyone and everyone who has an opinion about a particular topic, special interests, whether it be the business community or unions or activist groups or whatever that looks like. But then making decisions based on, one, the 30,000 people in your district, and two, the 155,000 people of the city. You know, squeaky wheels often get oil, and I would say there are a lot of people who show up on a regular basis to council meetings to talk about certain things. Welcome, by the way. But it's also really important to make sure that we are making decisions based on people who may disagree with my moral beliefs and my moral compass, right? And I use the example of fireworks. Like I was no fireworks, absolutely no fireworks, and I had dead split opinions from my district on fireworks. And it's just an interesting thing because sometimes, you have to vote yes, so one side wins and one side loses, and sometimes there is no middle ground. But I would just acknowledge that oftentimes special interests, whatever that looks like, has a very loud voice. And it's really important.
Oh, everybody move.
We all do this?
Everybody stand up.
I'm not sure what happened there. But I would just acknowledge that it's important to make sure that we're making decisions for the larger community. And that, in my opinion, I think that sometimes gets affected when there are so many loud voices coming at you.
Well, and that goes back to access too, making sure you have voices at the table that represent different areas, right?
So I need to jump on that because using that scenario, I love fireworks. I think we should have fireworks every day. And my I love them, right? And my constituents definitely, and my city as a whole probably definitely does not want fireworks, and the majority of are very against them. So I have to vote against my personal preference because that's what's best for my constituents. That's what they want. I love this list. I think we should just keep the list just the way it is, and that should be our list. And I absolutely agree with you. We are coming up on an election year, and
Don't forget.
me too.
But there's the attorney.
Things could change.
Jim Peel's my manager.
Things could change in the city, in this council, and you are absolutely correct. That could bring an upheaval, that it would be wonderful to have made already a list of this is the way we govern.
Yeah, well, and then to do a refresh, and so you can revisit them when you have changes on the elected body, but you have the foundation of shared expectations, right? And I think that's the underlying principle here, is that we agree that we're going to honor these things, honor each other, come prepared, all of these different things, and then you can kind of self-evaluate how we're doing. And sometimes you'll do better on one than another, but you have a foundation, so. Okay.
I was just gonna say, I would add proactivity. I think being proactive is so important, and that's thoughtful, it's respectful. If a constituent comes to me and it's a matter in Tony's district, folding Tony in, handing it over to him correctly, handling it respectful, just as we would, say, a customer, right? At my retail establishment, so that the constituent, it's seamless, it's easy. I think we have work to do. We wouldn't be here if we didn't. And it's a matter of exercising and really, this is tremendous. But proactive, I think of a few things. There was an instance, there was a major public infrastructure investment in my district, and I didn't hear about it. It was in a newsletter that went out that went into a spam folder. And that was a problem. It was a $20 million investment. Recently, I remember calling a bargaining group leader and saying, hey, you're talking about, or there's the talk that this press conference could happen, call the city manager ahead of time and give him the heads up. Because we remember when that press conference came in the past, and it was a got you to the city, and just a huge slap in the face. So thinking in that matter, about council members, staff, constituency, thoughtfully, I think can really, really benefit us and more importantly, the institution. Yeah.
Well, I think that there's the norm in here around, and also in the ILG article around avoiding surprises. And that's a surprise, right? You're like, wait a second,
Yeah.
I should know about that. It goes all directions, right? So if there's something going on that you're observing for someone else's district, or that just everybody should be mindful of, to share that information, just as you want to help support staff in allowing them to support you. And
Well, and a lot of that's for the city manager too. Like, I remember getting called into the city attorney's office because it was dangerously close. I was in a dangerously close position to telling the public works director what to do. And he called the city attorney on me. This was, I think, Vanessa at the time. And, I was a really rude awakening. And so with the city manager, CCing the city manager when engaging a department head. I mean, Steve's given his department heads probably more room than, than they want at times. Watch out, be careful what you ask for. But having that respect and that know-how, I think that's really, really important.
Well, and that makes it, and maybe, I don't know if you have comments on this, but yeah, using, the city manager who you appoint as that conduit, right? So that he is aware of what's going on, the questions you have, the interest you have, and can be at least engaged in the information sharing. He has a perspective of the full city, right? And so there may be times when a question you have about something related to planning actually also touches this other department. If he knows that those questions are coming through, then he can connect the dots for you and help with that. And so having information and making sure he's knowledgeable, and this probably happens, but that's, it's just a gentle reminder that it's helpful for all to be able to.
Well, a previous city manager shared with me, I want everything to go through me. And I'm like, okay, careful what you wish for. And that's what I did, and it was like, it didn't work. And I know it burned out him and it burned out other staff. It was a good learning opportunity for me. And I was recently counseling another council member, and I said, hey, keep in mind it's like this. Like, you can only, use those chits, call on the city manager only so many times, work through staff and CC, and there's just, it's this whole proactive respect, because then it comes back. Recently, big issue facing the region, and there's a draft letter coming from the city manager. The staff member ran by me and said, hey, by the way, you might want to look at this before I send it to the city manager for his approval. And I was like, oh my gosh, what a star. Like, this is great, because ultimately I'm going to have to defend that position on behalf of the city at the regional level. And that's the culture.
I think we're.
No, I just a quick comment
Yeah.
in my interview. For a lot of people that don't know, in my interview, I said that I wanted to build an all-star team and I want to win the World Series. And I said that, and we've added Mark Roberts as our finance director and Chief Felice as our police chief. Very happy with the department heads, the team. I've worked in other organizations. And you hear a lot of this, but I can say this is an outstanding team that you have here, and just I am the inverse of the Ray Corpus, and Ray had a great reputation, did great work, and I'm able to build on what he's done. A lot of the planning with Dallas Health Vibrancy Plan, Chinatown Revitalization, great plans. I'm glad I don't have to do that. We just have to implement now. And unfortunately, with rescue plan money, the sales and property tax going up, we have the money to do these things. So I'm very, very lucky to be in this position. And yes, my thing has always been, departments will tell you this, speed. I give them probably an unprecedented amount of latitude because I trust in them and I believe in them. And I also talk about we're going to break eggs every day because we're going to do 100 things every day. We're not going to do 10 things. We're going to do 100. Yep, we're going to break some eggs. We're going to make some mistakes, and it's going to happen. But we're going to accomplish a lot. Around 11 o'clock today, I get to give a presentation on some of the things we're doing and issues, and we'll get to the more of that later. But very comfortable with our process, the way we're doing it, and I think we're getting used to each other and kind of the way I run the day-to-day operations of the city, and I'm trying to implement your vision. One thing we haven't talked about today, and I know we're talking about attributes of this exceptional councils, examples of council norms, but if we could take 1 minute here and just kind of pull it up a little bit, and that's change. There's been a lot of change going on with the council, city manager, we got new department heads, it's changed nationally, statewide, countywide, locally. We still have a pandemic that shows up every 100 years. There's a lot going on in this world and a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety, and I'm really glad we're here today to talk about exceptional councils and council norms, but I hope everybody completely understands that we're all under a lot of stress at home and at work. And it's just a different time, so don't be too hard on yourselves. But at the same time, we are here to talk about exceptional councils and what can we do to be better for the city of Salinas.
Well, and I think, if I could, it's, whether you get a new council member or there's change on this body, but all of the things that Steve articulated, there's changes happening to us. At home, as an individual, and as a body. So working as a body, because you are a body, is hard. It's hard work. So having these norms in place, regardless of what might be, it may not be anything to do with here, but some change will happen. And then just a little bit back on the working through the department heads, that might change based on the city manager.
Oh, yeah.
It might be their style, it may be something that's going on in the organization. It might be a staffing issue, it might be a budget issue, it might be a new culture issue, it might be some new big project that's happening, to be able to connect the dots. So know that it could change, and there's very good reason for it to change. And the city manager should be able to articulate that, but again, know how the city manager and how you as council members, individual council members, and as a council as a whole are going to work best. And that can change, so.
I'm glad you mentioned the pandemic, Steve, because, we can't forget constituents either. I mean, yesterday I talked to a woman that had just gotten out of the hospital. She's alone, she's 70, she lives on San Miguel. I mean, I must have just sat there for 25 minutes just listening to her. Just a few days prior was a guy that just had a stroke that lives over by Central Park. And it's just like, they don't know who else to call because Verizon puts them on hold for an hour and a half. Now, I don't know why they call Verizon about their health, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, yeah, people just need to be listened right now. And, I feel like we've left craftsmanship, and doing something well for efficiency. I mean, everything's efficient right now. Things are so different in this city than they were 12 years ago. They are. Just go into planning and building and, check out what they're doing with virtual inspections on solar, right? Who knew we'd be doing that 12 years ago? And I don't think it's going to stop, right? Meta's coming. So how do we prepare for that? You're talking about change. It's like, are we a city that's going to be a victim to that change, or are we going to embrace it, right? And keep our health and wellness, because we can lose our sanity in this and lose our sense of people and outdoors and nature and the swings.
Yeah, change is constant.
Eldorado Park.
I think that the point here also is just that to remind yourselves regularly that you don't know what people are going through, right? Individually,
Yes.
it's like people have lots of pressures and stresses, and there may be reasons why they're a little cranky, right? And so, yes, and that's hard, right?
Can I share just 30 seconds on that? I'm hearing already that we have employees 25 years, 30 years that are retiring. And I ask sometimes about them, they're gone. And I'm saying, where's the celebration with the council? Even if they say, no, I don't want, Jim P will tell you, I don't want no noise, I don't want nothing. But my God, 30 years of your life for a little mention on city council, you know what?
I agree.
Era Herrera just left, and man, the woman has been an architect in the city, and others have left, but we never hear about them. I think at the city council, 20 seconds, you know what, Era, let's just say thank you. We never do that.
Well, we should. Celebrating accomplishments along the way, right? Just take
But I don't know why we don't do that.
Well, this might be a bike rack moment, but I'm right there with Tony. Like, when I was a commissioner, I still have some of the tchotchkes. There'd be this swag you'd get, and there'd be the barbecue, and you'd have, they're just, that whole spirit celebration. there's a lot to be
And
had
they
there.
still
Dave Serrano, man, left.
I
and-
know, dude.
They still do like a barbecue, but I didn't get an invite.
No, I'm not talking about that, I'm just saying that city council.
Yeah, yeah.
Recognition.
Yeah,
That's it.
recognition.
I don't wanna go to the
Certificate.
barbecue, but I just
Right,
wanna just recognize.
Very
There's a
good.
lot of barbecue.
And no, so
Noted.
look at that.
Noted.
I
That's
mean,
over
no
on the
more
bike
gold-
rack.
We don't give gold watches anymore.
Oh,
but,
I
you
want
know,
one. Hey.
A certificate at a council
Gucci.
meeting.
Right,
would be
something
nice.
like that.
Recognition is
Yeah,
good.
we can do that.
Did you have another comment on this before we move on? I'm gonna get us.
Oh, I think we're gonna be signed out.
Oh dear, no, we're not.
City clerk's on its effectiveness. I'd just like to add, and again, I like this going last because everyone has. This is gonna
Make
work.
you go first.
Yeah, I go, this is gonna work for me. This is why my students do it this way. I go, this is it. I think that, context, I appreciate, city manager talking about context. I think we forget, it's easy to get in our own silos and stuck in, well, I'm gonna be doing this, I'm gonna talk to this person, I'm gonna talk to this person. But I think the diverse makeup of our council and frankly our city staff is not only an asset, one of our strongest assets. It means that one agenda item is gonna go through all 7 of us and we may have, 10 questions for 10 different people. So that is going to have automatically a well-rounded approach to it. I think that we are all people of honor here and we're really looking to make sustainable change. I appreciate the comments about the makeup of the council changing. So how do we implement policies and programs that last long before we do? That sounds a little dark, but that sounds long before we do, after we do. And I think that when we talk about, are we implementing these norms? Can we do that already? Are we doing that already? There is a certain magic that we have in the room when everyone's asking these questions, and it's there's only been a few of these, but it's a 9 p.m. city council meeting on a Tuesday, and you're going, if I have to hear one more question about this very specific data point, but you're doing it for a reason. You're doing it because when we pass it, we're of the most highest assurance that everyone has brought something to this table. Everyone has communicated with one another. There is behind the scenes work that's being done. We honor our constituents by asking those questions and by doing that research, and frankly we honor the work of our city staff by making sure that their time and effort is translated into us passing something that we can all be proud of.
No, that's great. I would just build on that one final comment down and try to move us along just in the interest of facilitating the timeline. And that is bringing the different voices to the table, asking good questions, you kind of underscoring asking those questions ahead so that you can have thoughtful answers is not, going off the radar, right? Or doing things, off the record, because they can still come forward, but they're fully thought out and informed so that you have full information. So just kind of, yeah.
I know you're trying to move on, but I do want to point out, because it does say on this list, and I do want to point out, this council does have a briefing, 3 council
Right.
members and 3 council members with the city manager and the city attorney before the council meeting. So we do have the opportunity to ask all of our questions, get all of our answers, and, know what we want to know ahead of time. So we are doing that.
That's great.
It's just utilizing it.
Yeah, well, and sometimes you get the answer and you're good to go, and other times you still want to ask the question publicly, and that's fine. The question is, just so that the city manager and his staff, that those questions are going to be asked. Exactly, so they can be prepared, so.
But it goes back to proactive. If you know there's gonna be a landmine, and this is staff as well as council members, I look to the mayor and certainly the city manager, because there's a lot of responsibility to see to it that things generally go smoothly. I mean, I'm not talking about voiding any opportunity for exchange and debate and all that. I'm just, if this is a hot issue, like, hey, heads up, or we didn't hear from you, or you didn't say something in the briefing. Maybe it's because people were rushed and you didn't want to eat into another council member's time during the briefing, or it skipped your mind. We want things to generally go as smooth as possible, and I think that point on that is important.
I want to support Councilmember McShane in saying that, the people that are setting up the agenda, the committee that sets up the agenda, to be very mindful of when you're going to put a hot button issue on the agenda.
Right.
Make sure that there's some degree of consensus on the council in what direction you're going to go in. Or else you're setting yourself up to get, whatever you get in public. And that's on you because you put it on the agenda. in the way that you did. And so I think that we do have to work towards, if you know it's gonna be a hotbed issue, try and have some discussion ahead of time before it even gets on the agenda.
Without filing that Brown Act.
Right.
Yeah, but the city
Yeah.
manager.
He means the city manager with the, the
Yeah.
council.
Totally, the theatrics, I'm so glad you mentioned that.
covering for
And
my
the mayor's
friend
heard
back
from me, as has the city manager, but like, one of the most amazing things to me is when I'm looking out in the audience and there's 40 people from BHC, and I know they're waiting for an item, and it's like 6 items down. And I'm like, dude, move the item up so they can get home to their families. Like, or if you're in a commission hearing and you know that there's an architect and a developer and all these people that came from, say, 200 miles away, and they're burning through hours at who knows how much an hour, and I'm just like, move that item up. Like, so, I know I'm talking to the choir because I know you guys are mindful of this, but I think, being aware of how that plays out and really paying attention to it. I mean, it's as important as making sure we don't get the cold cut combo for council.
You have
Yeah.
not gotten the cold cut
Thank
combo
you.
for council since
It's-
I've been here.
It's like,
Cold cut combo.
Oh,
Subway dinner.
yeah, it's substation dinner, and it's at 9 o'clock, and you're like, feeding off of Cheez-Its. Some guy is trying not to make noise and break Anthony's concentration. Sorry, the Cheez-Its are,
Steve's noisy in council.
All right, this is a great conversation, and the next several slides I'm gonna go through, I think, honestly, will kind of reinforce what you've already been bringing up in an organic manner, but just to kind of leave you with it, and then we're gonna switch over to the roles and responsibilities, just to, again, provide an opportunity to kind of linger on those definitions. So we've talked about this, and I'm hearing agreement that yes, this is a team sport. And you may pick your sport, like if you're a sports person, right, or a different thing, but people have different roles, right? You're on the same, but you're on the same team. And so, maybe someone is, the quarterback on this particular thing, and you've got a running person over here, and I shouldn't do this very far because I will run out of positions. You get the idea. And you have different strengths, you have different approaches, but together it's the strongest. And so you can be a solid, in fact, you'll be a stronger council member representing your community if you serve in that team spirit. You get more done. It's about persuasion, collaboration, relationships. And it's in doing this that you get those long-term results. So you get that legacy because you're able to move the needle. You're not getting yourself hung up. You've got a community that can listen and trust you. You can listen and trust the community that you're going to be doing this in partnership, the same spirit. All right, so team spirit, or team sport, and spirit.
More like baseball.
Baseball, all right, we'll do baseball, that's fine. You can pick your analogy, whatever, but you get the idea that you don't all have to be playing the same position. In fact, it's better if you're representing different perspectives. All right, so looking for connections and intersections. This is really that listening for interest. Think orange, right? I'm gonna get an orange put it right here just for the visual. It's so good. But when you're talking with one another at the dais, or you're preparing for whatever items or interests you're working on, listen for what do we share in common? Because when you find those things together, you can do a hell heck of a lot more. And it might mean you have to tweak a little bit. But at the end of the day, you're going to get a lasting policy that's going to represent a broader array of interests. So listening for those. People, when you're working together, this is kind of to your point, Tony, about trust, right? If you are feeling heard, if you're feeling like you're getting honest information, you build that level of trust, and there's going to be a lot more support for moving things forward and achieving results. And I would just reiterate that how you do that, in a public forum, is observed by the community. They're seeing if you're having thoughtful discussions, well-informed, and you're prepared. That really helps to build trust in the institution and what is local government. Local government is all of us. That's why we're here. It's not service.
Just real quick, right now, there's a unique situation going on in the whole city here. In our voting process, we in the city, how you talk about people right now at this moment, they are perceiving the council as a 4-3 vote. No matter what issue it is, 4-3. That's the dynamic that's been created here. For whether it's true or not, it's a perception. But me as one council member, I'll go to the constituency, I said, but guess what? There's 7 of us and we all work together for your betterment. Because once they view us, if they perceive me like that, and I start talking like that, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna break it. It's just not gonna work as a team. So they have to see me team building on the community, even though they may say, hey, there's an issue that's coming up, I know how the vote's gonna go, 4-3. Well, I want them to know, well, we're working as a team and hopefully we'll be a 7-0 one day.
Well, and finding opportunities to do that, right? And you may not always agree on it, but finding those places where it's like, yeah, we can get there.
Or the compromises.
Exactly, and I think that it doesn't matter if you don't always all agree, but where there are opportunities where you're like, if we just change this one thing, then I'm okay with that. Then that says a lot to the community, but also to each other. It's like, okay, well, they're listening to each other, and they're finding a path forward that they believe collectively represents our community. And so finding chances so that it's not just a foregone conclusion. Well, if this council member thinks this, then this is how this is gonna go. Or if this, right? And so that undermines the engagement and the level of trust from your community because it's a.
Well, and from your council, too.
And from your council, right, why engage?
Why
Because it's done.
participate if I'm not gonna be heard?
Right.
We've got to train ourselves to break that. It's like when people say,
Yeah.
oh, Salinas is dangerous, you know, I mean, we don't get that, I haven't gotten that as late, because I don't know, pandemic, we're doing better, it's a safer city, what have you, but we all know, right? And folks, especially from the peninsula, are, oh, we'll never go to Salinas, you know, it's like, yeah, it's a great town, you know, we gotta break that, it's the same with the 4-3.
That's why the next person that the city manager hires, they're gonna look for a house in the Yellowstone. They're gonna go out there.
Yeah, there you go. No, but you're right, it's perception really matters. Perception's a big deal,
Absolutely.
right?
And I think I'd like to really quickly add to that, I appreciate everyone's comments there, I think that when it becomes predictive, there's real danger in that. And it can, I know in instances in the past, it's been very easy for everyone to have, we fall into identity politics. And we fall into presuming positionality. This person has this experience, they're likely gonna do this. This person has this experience, they're likely gonna do this. No, we're here as a unit, and we've all said it in different ways, so I like these comments, I'm preaching to the choir, but I'm preaching to the choir because I want us to sing, damn it.
Amen.
Like, I want us to understand.
Don't get in the same please.
But it is that understanding that we're gonna ask difficult questions, and we're gonna have conversations that can get uncomfortable, but before I jump on you to listen, to simply respond, I'm doing my best, truly, even if I don't understand the line of thinking, I'm being empathetic. I'm being, yes, passionate of what I, as a member of this body, believe is the best for our residents, what I've been informed of from our staff, but I'm understanding that this person too has that same intention and welcoming that.
Assume positive intent, right?
Oh, yeah, that was
And listen first to understand where they're coming from, and then you can think about, well, how does this fit with my expectations or my hopes? But listen first, yeah.
I think that 4-3 splits are more politicized than they really are. I think that when I was going to the California School Board Association Masters in Governance, there was a course that I took on board relations, and one of the presenters said that people assume that a high-functioning board is one that has a 7-0 go, but those are really the least functioning boards because because typically no robust debate is going on. It's rubber stamp and approval. So for me, I don't see 4-3 splits in a negative light. I think that they are a reflection of democracy in action and a reflection of people's difference of opinions coming out publicly, and that's ultimately the space for it, which is a political setting. There's difference between what you do at home with your family and what you do as a policymaker with the intent of passing policies that you ran on. So I do think that there is room for compromise. You should always strive for that. But in the event there's a 4-3 split, it doesn't mean I hate Christie because I voted no on her motion. It just means we have a fundamental disagreement on what that policy means and for who it means what. So
I would agree with you on that, but I also think there is room for
compromise to try to get to a 5-2 or a 6-1, right? Because you'll always, you're never, and 7-0 does often mean rubber stamping, but 7-0 can also mean robust discussion and debate and compromise to get to the 7-0. I feel like, and I'll use an example for me, I feel like our ARPA discussion, like I could have voted yes on ARPA, but the numbers were getting thrown around, and for me, if I had just had it printed out in front of me to see what was being proposed alternately, I feel like that could have been a yes vote for me. But because of the formula and how it was being done, I didn't have any level of comfort voting on $51 million in just the, you know, the back and forth and the
I didn't know what the numbers were.
right. And Anthony, to your credit, you did a very good job of explaining it out in terms of what you were proposing, and you got, you know, you did the ahead of time, can this be used for ARPA, can this be done, you know, it wasn't arbitrary by any means, it was very well thought out.
You had it typed out, I remember that.
But-
And I'm like, can I see that?
But the other side to that is, I think a more robust conversation, or just like, everybody take a second to breathe, right? Take a deep breath and let's figure out what that looks like. I absolutely could have gotten on board with that. I just didn't know, I didn't have anything concrete in front of me, and that was my no vote, really. So I think, you know, and that's not an example directed at anyone in particular, it's just a general example of where I think we could have gotten to 5-2 or 6-1 or even 7-0, despite the robust conversations. There was no money for public safety in there. That was a problem for me. But if I know that we're working towards getting $51 million spent well and within the guidelines of what the ARPA funding requires,
And equitably.
then yes, I absolutely.
Yeah, see, to that point, it comes with open communication and trust.
Right.
Because, hey, we had to move. I mean, let's face it. We are passionate for, I've been on the council for a while, and a lot of times it's been a 6-1 vote. Because we've never, we use this word defunded, I don't know where the hell that word came from. We've defunded the neighborhoods for years. So, and I'm tired of that. So my thing now, whether a dollar comes to this budget, I says, how much of that dollar are we gonna spend on sidewalks and streets? Because the neighborhoods needs fixing. Instead of just patching up let's do it right. And we haven't done that. And there's been a lot of money coming in. You're feeling that now. There's a lot of money coming in, and no money's going there. It's yeah, I get tired of that.
Well, and I think to your point, I think effective bodies can get to a 7-0 or 5-0, the size of the body, because there's lots of work is done ahead of time. So lots of good reading, lots of information sharing, lots of communication with the city manager, lots of communication. So the groundwork is done ahead of time. I'm not violation of ground, understood, but making sure we understand, city managers and council members understand the interests of the community, of each other, of the realities of the budget, of the realities of staff, of resources. So the 7-0 vote can happen with lots of background, commitment, you know, and you've already said that. You've already said all the things, all the ingredients that can make that happen.
And I think that one of the things to remember is that 80%, if not more, of our votes are 7-0 votes. It's very high profile
messy
issues
ones.
that tend to be driven by what people's difference of opinions is. And so
But I just wanna go back to what Carla said, because I completely agree. I feel like in the community, that the perception is we're getting cornholed into positions that we really aren't in. And that's why that particular vote with ARPA funding was really important to me, because I believed in everything that was put in, that was the vote, but I voted no just because I couldn't wrap my mind around the numbers that quickly. I don't work that way.
Right.
I don't make decisions like that. I have to stop and think about it for a minute.
Well, and that was the point that I was gonna make, and I'm gonna move off of the slide, which is that people have different styles, right? Some people are very verbal, and that's how they process. Other, need to be able to review and
digest.
I'm a visual person, I
got all
have
my
to see it.
papers out right
No,
now.
that's right. So, understanding that people process
There's more.
differently, and honoring that allows for that, more thoughtful, meaningful
So everybody,
discussion.
I'm a visual learner, I need to see it.
This could be a follow-up
It
session, we
doesn't-
could do
yeah.
styles next.
Since we're on the discussion, you got any money that we can vote on right now?
No, we're not voting on money today. No. That's called the budget process. That will be coming later.
But you say you have to assume there's positive intent. We need to see to it that there is positive intent. I remember I served with a policy board member, and he was lobbing bombs. In the case of this policy board member, there were a couple of instances from the dais where the intent was malicious. And afterwards, I'm like, what's that all about? And he says to me, I like to stir the pot. I like to keep the department heads on the edge of their seat. That's half this role. And I'm like, whoa, okay. I mean, and there's people out there, and they love that. They love the blood sport. They want to see the city manager sweat. If the city attorney's not at the edge of his seat, ready to go at one of the policy board members, well then, daytime television is a better use of my time.
Time's a good idea, because those do arise.
Yeah, they do, and so, yeah.
Yeah, I think in this group, we can assume positive intent as the foundation, but it's, not to be blind.
That's a good point.
Not to be blind.
Expect that, and if it doesn't happen, don't just brush it over.
Fair.
I mean, in that instance, I actually went to the city manager and said, hey, somebody's got to clean this up. Like, call this policy board member and be like, what was that all about? Clear the air on it and say, hey, that's not cool. Don't do that to one of my staff members. Off the field if you want to have a conversation, but
Not
yeah.
publicly.
But I would agree with you. I think assume and expect positive intent.
amen, sister.
There we go. That's a good clarification. I like
Assume
it.
and expect. Wow, we might even got Magda out there. She
Got me up. Okay,
Update
so,
that slide
only
for
last
the next
comment I want to make on
presentation.
this slide is just, and you do this, I can tell, but be transparent with your interests, right? And share those interests, because then that's how you can support each other. I can support you in helping to achieve this interest you have in mind. Here's an interest that really means a lot to me. Can you help me out? And so it's a team sport, working together. All right, moving us along. Maybe not. Oh, there we go. Too much. We've talked about this. Just, can you have differences of opinion? Of course, please. You don't want to be this 7-0, just roll over, don't have a discussion. You don't want to be that. But how you do that just really matters. And I think we've grounded in this point a lot. You guys get it, but it's important to not underestimate that power of civility and respect and what that translates to the community. So that's that. All right, it's going to jump ahead again, I think. Yep, there we go. Computer's it's sleepy on a Saturday. Communication matters. Also, we've sort of talked our way around this as well. So being focused and clear, right, in terms of expectations, interests, what you want to have happen. And when you're the dice, you don't have to, make your point in long prose, right? So if you have a point to make, sometimes it's helpful to just, make that point and move on. That gives more time and energy for every other voices, and it can manage the agenda, so when you have those big sticky items that are going to take more time, you've got time for it, you don't have fatigue. Questions and comments lead to action or motion, and preparation ahead of that helps to get you there, and being respectful. And remember, I think the comment was, Carly made this point, democracy moves slowly, and I appreciate Steve's comment where, we're doing a lot, we're moving fast, and that's great, and it's okay to have, hurdles along the way, but recognize the big picture is that, some of these things just take time. In order to engage people effectively, to make sure you've invested in relationships and built trust, that doesn't happen, by just saying, I declare we will all have trust and access now. You gotta work at it. So move slowly, and that's okay. I think this will catch up with me. There we go. All right. So just some thoughts on how to get there. This is sort of the punctuation at the end of the sentence that you've already had.
But, play nice, be kind to one another, remember that people have lots going on in their lives. Minimize, avoid surprises. Sometimes there will be a question that comes up when you're at the dais, and that's okay. But to the degree that you can anticipate them and be prepared and avoid surprises, it's good for all. Avoid personal attacks, again, focusing on interest rather than position and not attacking each other. Coming prepared, that means reviewing those packets ahead of time, asking your questions. The city manager, will share information equally among everybody. So if there are questions that are coming on a topic, they will go out to everybody, and so that you all feel equally informed and then maintaining decorum. I'm moving fast because I feel like we've touched on a lot of these things, but I'm just not wanting to lose the opportunity for additional messaging. No one can do it alone, right? When you run for a seat on council, you're running with, your perspective and the issues you care about and the people you represent, and you don't lose that. But when you join a governing body, no longer is it about just your individual advocacy, it's how do we work together in order to get results. And so it's a bit of a mind shift in terms of how you operate and how you move forward. So keeping in mind that you're not going to go solo, it takes at least 4, and sometimes, and ideally, occasionally more than that, votes to get things done. Understand and be rock solid on how the mechanics of governance. Listen to your city attorney and understand the rules of the Brown Act, how you run your meetings, the process, if you use Robert's Rule of Order, Robert's, what that looks like, how you use that. Be solid on those, and so that there's shared expectation of how you work together, and you don't get yourselves into trouble. That's also important. Compromise and take a long view. And so sometimes you may not get everything you want today, right? But you're able to help your colleague on the council with something he or she cares about a lot, and then in the long run, it comes full circle. Think strategically. It's really easy to get tactical and kind of focused on what's in front of you today, but you take a deep breath and you're setting policy that's going to affect for the long term. So really keep that in mind. Think long-term strategic. When we talk about the strategic plan this afternoon, we're going to be thinking about big picture strategy that's not going to happen in 6 months, right? It's going to take some time. So keep that in mind. And then, I don't have to remind you all, but remember that you're here for the community. At the end of the day, that's what public service is about.
Just real quick, and I like to put this on the bike rack. On community first, I was sharing with the city manager, we just had a good hour and a half to get around the community, which was nice. We have hundreds of volunteers, and Steve McShane is a Pied Piper when it comes to community, sincerely. We have hundreds of people that want to volunteer, and when they come excited, rejuvenated, with a plan, with an idea to the city, instead of embracing that, it seems like we start thinking liability, no, we can't do that, we can't do it. Before you know it, we discourage the hell out of these people. We need a better process, man. We're always talking about we don't have money. These people will save us thousands of dollars, but we don't know how to fit them in. Because I feel sometimes the city, whoever the city is,
Everybody
It's
is.
us.
Yeah.
well, we always try to control. Well, no, you can't do this. No. Instead of allowing them take off with it, and we don't do that. We don't do that very well. And again, no put downs on anybody. I don't know what the yield sign is, but my God, if you have an individual that comes to City Hall, guess what? I want to raise $50,000 for this project, and all we do is find ways, no. Instead of embracing that, man, how are we going to do this?
Yeah, we don't want to turn people off. You're really hitting something important, Tony. And that's internally with staff, but it's externally with the community. The worst thing you can do is rain on someone's enthusiasm that wants to get involved, wants to be a part of the city. I remember, spending some time with a department head that was on their way out. So they could let all, and it was a good conversation. And at that point in time, I think the point that I took away was there were very few deal makers in the city. There just wasn't that empowerment. The break a few eggs mentality is a good thing, I think. And we should embrace the same thing, especially when it comes to the public. Because, what was the guy, Steve Kajiyama that wrote a book, For the Love of Cities, and
Oh,
we had him in Salinas. In fact, we did an exercise and we awarded a community group, and that award, that never happened, by the way, and that was really a disappointment to me. But you know, this guy Steve's like, I would take 10 Nick Brockmans and 10 Glorias and 10 Kevin Daytons and 20 Marissas and 10 Steves, like folks that show up where you're like, oh gosh, it's Gloria calling again. And she sometimes will even start her emails with, oh, I'm sorry to be, oh God, yeah, it's me again. I'm like, no, like
Yeah.
these individuals are gold, and strong cities cultivate, reward, and have those folks. I mean, look at, we have walking evidence right here. If it weren't for this guy showing up at the age of 16, you know, being promoted to traffic commissioner, and look at this, you know, he's teaching workshops on school board association, and I mean, look at that. This is, I mean, that's living proof. So I'm off on a tangent, but you're onto
But
something there.
that's where we need the 8th person,
We do.
the city manager.
Yeah. It can't be about what stands in the way. It's got to be how do we get there.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
And
I'm the only one left on council that was involved in the initial hiring of Steve. And when the first interview, when it was just the three of us, what I said to Steve was, this needs to be, our motto has to be, and this needs to go in this strategic plan, how do we get to yes? How do we get to yes I want a city manager that is looking for yes from all of his department heads, not no. And we've been, in my experience, in the past, we've been a no city, and we've got to get to a point where we're a yes city.
And I would build on that, and one of the things I said, as a councilwoman, was if what I'm asking can't be done, then how do we solve the problem? And I'm looking to the person who is the department director, the manager of the issue, to help me solve the problem. So if I'm asking for something that costs $500 million and it's just not feasible, then how can we work to solve a problem, or at least reduce it, right? That's my role as an elected, is to try to solve problems. So to get to yes, or to get to like, and to the credit, like, we have several department directors and admin who do that. But it should be like a mantra within City Hall, is solving the problem.
Well, and sometimes articulating that in terms of an interest.
Right, exactly.
Allows some ability to come at it, not perhaps through this path, but the interest is the same interest, and the city manager might say, well, actually, we're working on this other thing, and we can add that and make sure that that interest gets taken care of.
All right. So I'll just leave this, you get this. So I'm gonna suggest we just do a quick break.
Yeah.
I feel like we've had this has been awesome, and some people may have to use the facilities, which
Wait,
are right
did
here.
the city manager have a word on that though?
Actually,
You were gonna respond to that, so I didn't.
Christy gave me the look and she said everything that I was gonna say. And she's right, that did happen, those conversations did happen. I do try to start with yes. The other day, she called me a yes man, and I kind of looked at her. I was like, wait a minute, we're talking about that other kind of yes man. And I do believe that the department heads and the managers, supervisors are all getting that approach, which is, yeah, we're gonna start with yes. One thing I have to stress is we are government. We do things a little differently. One quick example, then we'll take our break, is I had a gentleman in the office earlier this week, and he wanted free use of a community center because he was a taxpayer and he had his organization, and I explained to him, you know, if I did that for you, I'd have to do it for everyone. And there are risk management, we have to have people on site, we have to do these things. He didn't like that, but I think at the end of 45 minutes, he started to understand and he got it, and we agreed to more meetings. And everyone walked away feeling good. It was like, okay, but at the beginning of that meeting, he wanted that building, he wanted it for free, I provided service, I'm a taxpayer, that's it. And so sometimes it takes a little longer to get there, and sometimes we don't get there, and people just don't like what we say. So I think it's through, again, communication, team, all those things, but I think we have that philosophy now, we're gonna start with yes and try to solve the problem and create some more wins.
And sometimes people do need hurt, right? They need to be,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
giving advice.
Exactly. Okay.
All right, so now we're gonna move into roles for each of the different positions. I have all kinds of notes, but we had a nice full discussion, so you've already touched on many of these things, so we'll go through it a little bit quickly. And I'm gonna use this clicker, thank you, Chief, I just lost him. Let's see if this works. Ah, yay, magic. All right, so everybody has a role. We're a team, you've already heard all of this. So everyone has a role and has to work together. If it doesn't, it's gonna break down and it's just gonna be clunky, and it will be, the community will see that it's clunky, and it will be clunky. Council sets the goals on the policy. Day-to-day work is done by the city manager and the city staff, and the partnership is critical in order for the success of the city. So we've already touched on all of this. Remember that much of this has to do with relationships and communication. So with any relationship you might have, an old friend, a high school friend that you haven't seen, and you say, why hasn't that friend called me? Well, sometimes we have to call that friend. Right. So it takes work, it takes energy in order for us to make a relationship work. And remember, you work as a body, and you have tried to come together as a team during a pandemic. During a time of Zoom, during a time of, you didn't really get an opportunity to know each other very well, and it's hard enough already, but during this time, it just makes it really difficult with all the stresses of the pandemic and just the not being able to be in the same space. So give yourselves a break, but this opportunity to come together is great, and it's good to do this on a regular basis. I think someone said, oh, we're here obviously because we need to be here. We always need to be here. It's a muscle we're not used to using, so if we're not using that muscle, we have to develop it. It doesn't come natural. And as a person who's running for council, that's a very different role than when you become a council member. And Nancy touched on that. And again, the league does some training, but it's not that intuitive. So you kind of have to work at it and ask questions and ask for help. So council. We talked already, again, a lot about what this means. Set the policy, so you're here. It's not the how-to, it's what. How we're going to move forward. The council's the one who's best equipped to understand what the city government is. You folks represent your districts, represent the community, you have your ear to the community, so you're well equipped, and that's your role in terms of understanding what the community would like and how you bring that forward. The how is done by the city manager and the city manager staff. They're professionals. This is their field. This is what they've worked for. They've got the expertise. Sometimes those don't always mix. And sometimes there's clashing interests. You can keep hearing me talk about interest. Sometimes those interests clash. Or sometimes they're not going to jive. And we've talked again, government is slow and there's lots of rules. So sometimes, you hear a business community say, well, the government should work more like the business community. Well, if you had to do everything in public and go and talk to your colleagues and make sure it's all done, it's kind of hard. And there's a reason for that, because it needs to be transparent. So the point is they have to work very closely together in terms of the council and the staff, the city manager. Questions on this? It's important to find that line. The line is blurred oftentimes, but it's good to understand what those rules are so that you can come back to them. They can get a little bit blurry, but it's making sure, trying to, again, establish those roles and understanding of where the line is, keeping that open communication, keeping that relationship, so you can ask the question, and the city manager can ask the question, or be able to say, we're kind of getting in there. So I'm going to show you a little graphic that I like to describe when people say, what does a city manager do anyways? So this is, I did not pass drawing 101.
I'm not nervous at all.
So this is an hourglass. Council, community, city manager, staff. So it's really hard. Trying to make sure that policy stays here and implementation stays here. And it's important that staff don't get into the policy. And it's important that council doesn't get into the implementation. Because if you have 7 opinions about which way to trim that tree, and as the city manager, or as a person who's good at trimming the tree, and there's 7 people are telling you, it's kind of hard. So therefore, it's a body. You work as a body. So the city manager's role is sort of the chokehold, and sometimes it feels like there's a chokehold on us. Yeah. So we're trying to deal with the policy here, and then the staff here. So it's working with both.
And can I just real quick, and I appreciate that, because you know, a lot of times when the constituent is there in your face, all the, you know what, the sidewalk's been like this for I don't know how long. So yeah, it's concerning. So now where you're talking about, now I have to build a good relationship with the city manager. For example, if I have something to say to Megan Hunter, Miss Megan Hunter, I will address it to Mr. Kerrigan, CC it to Ms. Hunter, but it's actually for Ms. Hunter, but I'm dealing, the email's going to him from me. Hopefully Ms. Hunter will say, hey, we'll work together on it somehow. But the constituent, hey, it's been 3 months now. See, so they don't want to hear, we got $500,000 of work we got to do. No, they're concerned about what's in front of their yard. And that's where the pressure, not that I'm concerned about retaliation from anybody, but it's urgent for them. And to me, as a elected official, it becomes my priority. So I'm dealing with him, so all of a sudden he says, man, it's gonna take like 5-6 months. Well, at least give me something that I can tell the constituent, you know what, it's gonna take a little bit of time, but we're going in that direction. And I think that's, to me, that's very important.
Absolutely, and it is urgent for that person.
Yeah.
And that, little side story with sidewalks. I didn't think our sidewalks where I worked at the time when I had a child were that bad. And I kept hearing people talk about sidewalks. And then I took the lead and I had this little stroller with the little wheels. They were very bad. I had to stop, lift. But I hadn't paid attention because I hadn't seen it through that lens. So just looking at things through a different lens, and yes, for someone, it's very urgent. Maybe someone using a walker, maybe they can't get around. So, but understanding then the context of understanding that there's a 5-year sidewalk improvement project, and Street A, or the alphabet streets, or whatever, is on year 3, and what criteria is used in terms of developing the priority, understanding that, and that's where you talk to the city manager and the staff, making sure you are understanding. And a city manager's job and the staff's job is to be able to provide that information to you so that you can share that with the constituent. And feel comfortable, and each one will be different, but I have often told council members, feel comfortable to let me talk to that person, or let the staff person talk to that person, because I'm not going to know either, frankly. But the person who's in charge of the sidewalks will know that. And that's okay, and that goes back to what you said, to helping the community understand that they can call City Hall directly, and they don't have to come through you. So you're enabling that person and helping that person be able to talk to Mr. or Ms. person who's in charge of sidewalks. So it's a win-win for everybody. But getting that information out, doing your homework, understanding, being able to find that. So again, the importance of the relationship between the city council and the city manager cannot be.
I have a question for you on your hourglass over here. So for policy and implementation, can it be expected for electeds to request timelines for implementation?
So that's where it gets blurry. You'll have to work with your city manager, and it will be different. And also, and I say that because it depends on what's on the plate. So for example, if you're asking for a timeline on a very specific project that is not yet there, and it's going to require more staff work, and it will take away from a different project, so it's a balancing act. Is it the timelines generally are provided for some of the large projects? If a timeline already exists, I'm sure the city manager would provide that very happily and would provide it to the entire council. So that's a balancing in terms of managing, and that's why it happens here. Because there's lots of requests that come from council and from community that the city manager and staff all want to meet. And then how do you then balance that here with everything else that's on the table?
You know,
Go ahead, yeah.
just real quick, we got this buddy system here. If I want to bring something to the table for a, what's it called? A request or
Referral or
yeah,
future
request,
agenda
a
item?
future agenda item thing. I have to ask something. Can somebody buddy me? Here we're individually elected. But what happened, what I understand, I guess there is one council member or council members that are always at City Hall demanding things. And it's shit, man, it just gets daunting for staff. So they came up with the buddy system. I thought, what the hell? I don't spend a lot of time at City Hall. But when I have something, I'll be honest with you, it's important because it's been on the books for months now. So we need to get attention to it. Now, some staff will say, oh shit, here comes that council member again. Whoever that is. So somebody came up with the development, well, we're getting too many requests, so let's do a buddy system. So now I have to go through another layer of whatever, just to get something done. And sometimes I see it as a waste of time for me.
Well, and I think that's up to the council with the assistance of the city manager in terms of norms. So it kind of goes back to what I was alluding to. And there are some cities that they don't call it the buddy system, but you have to have at least 2 people to get it on future agenda item. And part of that is there's limited resources, people resources, because that's a big resource. There's limited people resources. So if each one of you brings something new at the next meeting, and it's super important to Councilmember Rocha, but not to anybody else. So where does the city manager spend their time and energy? And how much time and energy does Councilmember Rocha want with the timeline, knowing, just for hearing, no one else is gonna support it? How much time and energy am I gonna use of your community members' valuable resources, people resources, on that item that the city manager and maybe the rest of the council members is not gonna support it? So the idea of the buddy system, I presume, is to at least know that another person is gonna support it. I know a city manager who has a city who doesn't have a buddy system, and they have meetings that go till 1 o'clock in the morning, and they get 1 or 2 items done on their agenda because they're spending all their time on the new stuff that's gonna come forward. And then the council says, bring it by next week, or by the next meeting, and staff is spending all their time and energy trying to prepare information that they don't have a lot of information about, and yet other items that they've been working on for 3 months or 3 years keep falling behind because council members demanding this go on the next agenda. So it's a balance, and so that's why I said it depends, but it's a balance, and it's, you know, it's the conversation with the city manager. I don't know if you'd like to comment on that.
No, I guess I'd like to ask one question, and if we're here, I'm just curious, who sets the agenda?
The mayor and the city manager.
Nope.
City clerk,
Nope.
the mayor.
Nope. I do. Sorry, you're not alone, they're just not owning it. They all think the same thing.
I thought it was.
They thought it was the mayor and the city manager, or people in the audience, might. I set the agenda.
You mean that I should start going and talk to you instead of the mayor?
Yes.
Hey, team. There's no I in
I wanted to
team.
bring that to everyone's attention, just so that because we got the basics, that's why we're here today.
That's great.
So I set the agenda, so Tony, you can talk to me, but certainly at the council meetings, bring it up. I think there are plenty of people that would buddy with you on the items, because I don't think you're gonna bring up something so extreme, we'll end up in that type of a situation. But I agree with Magda that if you walked in and if you were just upset with everybody in the room, you could go, here's 10 things I want on the next agenda, and that's why we have to have this checks and balances, but I don't see anybody in the room doing that right now. I just can't see that.
And
And
if
I
you're
have
rarely
seen
at
it.
City Hall, I'm pretty sure staff's not saying, oh, here it comes again.
Yeah.
Because they
Correct.
know that when you do come, it's important.
Yeah.
And I would just add to that, I have seen it, and I'm sure you have, for those of us that have spent a couple of terms on council, when a new elected or new crew of council members come on, not always, but at times, there's been a demand, like, these are the things that I ran on, I want this, this, and this on the next agenda, and they're huge topics, right? So affordable housing, homelessness, and it's. Police, yeah, absolutely, you know. And so I think that there is, there's also, and I, you know, when we had this discussion, because I was always under the assumption that it was the city manager and the mayor, and that's what you do in your briefing, is set the agenda. Very clearly outlined in our city
Sure.
charter, that it's the city manager. And I was like, great, that, you know, because to me, I also have the political, you know, the political weigh-ins on what the priority is. City manager is managing the city, and he knows, you know, HUD needs us to sign off on this by next week. We have this coming up on, so for me, it makes far better sense for the city manager to be looking at what the priorities are of the council, what the priorities are to get stuff actually signed off and completed with the city, and to set the agenda accordingly. And all due respect to you, I'm gonna use you as an example, because I know you can handle it, the chicken ordinance can wait a couple of months, right? Like, but that's years now, actually. That's it.
Who came up with that one?
That's why you need a buddy system, right? Because not everybody likes chickens, so, but that's my point, I think that it makes far better sense for the city manager to be setting the agenda, knowing that he has to answer to the council on top of that, and communicate, hey, I know you want chickens, it's gonna be a while, I got this, and this coming forward.
What you're saying is organizational capacity, which is something I'm gonna talk about here at 11 when my turn comes, but it's kind of been a theme here,
Looking forward to
but
that.
that's exactly where you're going, where I'm gonna talk about later. Is
Yeah.
Well,
That's why
I
we
want
have
to
to
comment
manage
on
the
this.
agendas.
There's product people and there's process people, and clearly this is a process topic that some people just wouldn't have patience for. But when I first got on council, my experience was getting something on the agenda was extremely political. And I sat next to Sergio Sanchez, and he was he was as much an activist as you could imagine, and would ram it down the city manager's throat that he wanted this on the agenda and it wouldn't show up. And I mean, I would argue it is the mayor and the city manager. Sure, the charter might say that. When I served on the Hartnell College board and I was chair, we got into this. Like, at one point, the superintendent and members of the board weren't even talking, and they're all looking at me, and the superintendent's saying, I set the agenda. And at one point, I even worked with a policy board member to post an alternative agenda. Like, it got that bad. So if it ever gets to that point,
I love it.
that's not healthy.
Yeah.
No, that's not healthy.
So in light of these challenges, we actually established a committee on committees. There was policy put in place.
No more committees, please.
I get it, this is a process thing, but we actually have put in place a framework for how future agenda items and even presentation requests come forward. You need the buddy, there's a whole confirmation step. Just like if you were to go to Applebee's and order a margarita, do you want extra salt, do you want the lime? Like, it's confirmed, and this has a very important tie to the city clerk, and this is probably a big challenge for her, because I'm like constantly saying, hey, where's the latest list? Jim knows this, of future agenda items pending, when were they requested, what's the status, and sometimes they would just mysteriously fall off that list, and I'd be like, dude, I made the request, why wouldn't somebody come back to me and say, oh, well, it's not happening because we were able to take care of it in Public Works? Well, let me know, like, there's just a very important...
So closing the loop and back to communication. And remember, this is
Magda, I'll bring it to
manager-
closures, so this is a real hot topic, 10 seconds, maybe 20 seconds more. It's written into an ordinance, correct, Chris?
Which it's not in the
Future-
charter what you're talking about.
We took action as a city council to govern how we bring up future agenda items and presentations,
Right, and we
correct?
have a policy for that.
We have a policy that we passed as a council,
Right.
and the city manager recently sent out a memo adding some nuances to that, including in-person meetings to confirm and so forth. But I just think this is a very sacred ground, because the second that hourglass begins to get tweaked on the upper part by that little constraint, you begin to lose that trust in government. And someone that has a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of new ideas coming on to city council feels about this big, because they're reined in by a bunch of process. So it's just real important that process be as clear as possible, transparent, and non-political.
And a lot of those processes, if that's good grammar, teacher help me, are laws.
Are what?
Laws.
Laws. What do you mean by that?
There's lots of things that the city manager will move forward because there's laws that you've got to do X by a certain
sure.
time. You have to
Making sure.
file X by
Yeah,
a certain
yeah,
time.
yeah.
So the rules and laws that, for one, you just have to comply with, and
Yep.
two, they're attached to funding.
Yep.
And that, you're touching on when you touched on a little bit earlier, that change between someone who's running for council and becoming a council member is hard. And lots of people believe in the community, and maybe even some council members I've known, believe that they are elected to the council to run the city and to direct staff and to hire and fire staff. And now you know that's not what it is, right? And that's a rude awakening for a lot of council members.
Well, it's
Like,
criminal.
well, wait a minute, you mean I don't get to decide, what street we're gonna pave next? No, that's not the way it works. You're one of a body. And that's hard because as a politician, sometimes people make all these promises. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, and then when they get the role, they're like, oh wow, I actually don't have that authority. So it's navigating that, and I think the way you can do that is with the information. Again, the context. Well, here's the criteria we use for establishing the sidewalk repairs. Here's the timeline. Here's what's, we're gonna do this neighborhood, then this neighborhood, whatever it is. But getting that information out is really important. No, I know you want to get a comment.
No, I was just gonna say that if we're gonna move forward with the way to set up the agenda, we need to stick to that and make sure that it's clearly communicated to the council, because when I got on the council, it was my understanding that it was the mayor and the city manager, and actually it's not until this meeting that I feel, that I now found out it was the city manager. And so I say that because, I know that there's I believe an agenda setting committee of some kind with you and the city manager and the city attorney. So now I question, well then why is the mayor there and it's not just the city
Why
manager?
do we even need the mayor?
Yeah.
I don't set the, I've never
Well,
been in an
well,
agenda.
that's what I was told, that
Right,
it was,
so
that it was.
my-
but-
yeah,
hold
go
on. So that was kind of my understanding, was that it was the mayor and the city manager working together to set the agenda, and it wasn't until now. So I think we need to, from the beginning, kind of clearly set that up so people understand what that is. That way we could work with the city manager to set up the agenda, but also, to Steve's point, about the fact that a policy was passed on the need for a buddy system to put forward something on the agenda. Well, then how does the city manager's policy memo supersede that council approved
I don't think it
action?
supersedes, it complements. Sorry to interrupt, but this is a very
it's
important
just that-
conversation. And I would love clarification from the city attorney. In fact, I'll send an email today even. I'm so
I
passionate
think
about
you
it.
misunderstood what I was trying to say. I have not finished what I'm trying to say. So that's just kind of where I'm at,
The orange.
that kind of clarification moving forward on what the process is. That way, we're able to set you up to succeed and make sure you have what it is really that you need to be able to set the agenda. And I brought that up only because I thought that it changed the policy that you had worked on. It's not to dismiss the policy you had worked on, but I thought that it was changing the policy you had worked on, so now it's my understanding it's not.
So I
Okay,
added
and
it to
put me
the-
on the list. I want to respond to that if I may.
Yeah, I did add it on the bike rack.
Thank you so much. It's such an important topic, and I would say two things, and I really hope this can be clarified. One, the memo, the interface with the policy that we set. But two, I can't believe the mayor keeps saying, I don't set the agenda. Like, every board I've served on, nonprofit, and every board I know of, including electeds, sure, you're right. Technically, he or his staff are the ones that type it up. He and his staff have more influence on all of the consent and all the stuff that's required by HUD, but I'm depending on you to guide us because there are all these political differences, and the mayor is the one that has to cut through that and work with this guy more than me. You're putting in way more hours than I am, and I'm depending on you to do that, to set the agenda with him. Even though he physically types it up, like, that's how I would, I think that's to be
In the interest of time,
clarified,
we're
yeah.
gonna put it here. Steve, do you want 1 minute to talk about the?
You don't know this, but this, again, it's very clearly spelled out in the charter that.
The charter is law.
That I set the agendas and that the mayor is one of 7. And it's hard to say sometimes. We've had that talk a few times where I've had to, sit with her.
107 votes.
It's very difficult for me to do that, but we've had that conversation a couple of times and just said, you are one of 7 and this is how we're moving forward, and that's it. So if that's how you've looked at her,
Yeah.
that's fine, I get it, but at the end of the day, it's very, very clearly spelled out.
So we put it on the bike rack for
Yeah,
further
yeah,
discussion.
yeah, okay.
Because I don't want to get stuck on it,
Right.
and we're running out of time.
Yeah,
and Anne's
yeah.
just telling
I'm
me
just gonna
earlier.
say, in my brief 6 months as mayor, I didn't set the agenda.
Well,
It
there
was
you go.
always the city manager.
I didn't either.
Good. Nancy, were you gonna say something?
No influence on it.
We've had the conversations and briefings, right? And it's like, that there are things.
The mayor's the first briefing.
But he's put things on an agenda that I have strongly disagreed with.
Correct. No, there's been no influence, I can tell you right now, with Chris Callahan as my
Oh.
witness. No, we sit down
I'm banking
and,
on that.
no, and that's why, no, that is why right there, because I have 7 bosses, not one, so.
And
Give
part
them
of
that
that,
burrito.
part of the clarification on that is because I've asked for that, right? Like I have my own interests as the mayor and as, like you said, as the leader of this organization. We had to get that clarified. So that's why it's being clarified now.
It's important to pause
Yeah.
and ask these questions, get clarity, because I think there was lots of assumptions.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe even a little bit of feeling behind those
Yeah.
assumptions. So now we know this one, but there's probably another 10 assumptions that we don't even know have surfaced, because we don't even know it's an assumption, we
Let's keep
sort of think
digging.
it's fact. So, no, that's just great. I mean, it's something to get, it's working that muscle, right?
Well, let
We
me
have to
ask you a question,
continue.
Magda. Wouldn't you say that the mayor is more involved in the agenda than council members?
Well, so
Isn't that a
this is a charter
presumption?
No,
city.
it is, I guess,
This
maybe
is
it
a
is, I'm
charter
asking
city.
him.
Well, I
And the
thought that we were
charter
gonna put it on the
dictates
bike
that.
rack.
It is on the
I
bike
thought we
rack.
were
Oh, yeah,
gonna-
okay, so for later, I don't know when that comes up, but yeah, okay, yeah.
I need a buddy, put it on the bike.
There you go. I'll buddy
Magda, I'm
you.
gonna ask that you move
Yeah.
on at this
I'm
point.
gonna move on.
We're gonna be
I'm
here
gonna-
till 6 regardless.
All right, but
Oh, no, I get
we're-
going at
we're
3.
trying. But
I'm outta here at
clearly
3.
important And clearly something that should be on the bike rack, and again, other things will come up, so it's good to pause,
Yeah.
ask the question, here's what I assume to be, is it true? So don't wait for Steve or somebody else to clarify all the things all the assumptions you have in your mind, because you don't know that there are assumptions, and he doesn't know what you have in your mind, and all 7 of you.
Yeah.
Ask the question.
But you know what?
Keep the communication open.
Quick, 10 seconds. You bring up an awesome point. At City Hall, you get a lot of political correctness because people say, well, you know what, I'm not the one in charge. So that's why I look for people that I can go to give me a straight answer. And I can understand department directors trying to be careful with what they say, how do they say it. So I try to go to Steve. But if Steve and if Mr. Kerrigan and I don't have that confidence with each other, guess what? All of a sudden the relationship starts breaking. I start second guessing him. And before you know it, the relationship.
And you talked about that earlier, about trust.
That's absolutely.
Right, trust is
That's
important,
critical.
so we talked
Just for
about.
everyone, we're good. I just want to let you know. We are very good. Just don't want you to walk out of here wondering. No, okay.
Okay, so we're gonna focus back here, and
Yes.
again, a lot of these we talked about. Do what's best for the interest of the community, you guys, no problem here, that's very clearly articulated. Respect the chain of command, we talked about that, work through the city manager, if you have questions, that's who you go through.
Yeah.
That's right here, right?
There it is.
And he will distribute where it needs to go, or keep it and deal with it if he needs to. Let's see, a couple of other things. You already know, we've already talked about, conduct yourself in a professional manner. Right, everybody's watching. How you conduct yourself, others will model. You're a role model whether you don't want to be a role model or not. Who was it, Charles Barkley, who said, I'm not a role model? He's a role model. Okay. Recognize that, another thing that you just mentioned, council member, staff may have had a relationship with you in a particular way before you're a council member. Now as a council member, they see you different. So even a statement, a comment about something, they will take that as a directive that, oh gee, council member so-and-so wants us to do this. So be careful, just be careful about what it is. And it kind of goes back to agenda and what's important, people perhaps being treated differently than others. It's a lot of it is those relationships. And the rest we're gonna pass because we've already talked about all of those things. The mayor's role, not set the agenda. We know that now. Facilitator of the meetings, essentially, right? Run the meetings, making sure. Represent the city. And remember, all of you are always representing the city. So when you say something, whether you like it or not, they think you're representing the city and the city's perspective. So it's important to say, the city's perspective is this, I felt a little differently about it, but we voted as a council to go this direction, and I support that. Originally, I thought we should go this way. I still feel that way. However, I understand now the perspective because I've listened to my colleagues, we voted this way, and I support that. And it's important to support whatever the action of the council is, because then you're seen as a body, you're seen as working together. Remember, you represent the city, and you can't take that hat off, even though you'd like to sometimes. When you're at the grocery store, right? You're still the council member. I think we've touched on most of this. City manager's role. So again, the manager's role is to implement the council's policy. We talked about that a little bit. And I won't read these for you. But a couple of things is, we've touched on this a little bit. A city manager is not a politician, so he's not your 8th council member.
That doesn't get to know.
It's great that we can agree to disagree.
So it's super important. As a professional council member, or as a professional city manager, our job is to implement the policy of the council. As a professional city manager can agree, can like, cannot like, it doesn't matter.
Awesome point right there. But that's if you believe that in your heart. But you know, there's individuals, let's face it, let's be realistic. If there's an individual that's in power and maybe has a little deal going with you that maybe doesn't appreciate, somehow maybe a project that you've been requesting for a long time doesn't get done because it's just not gonna get done. I really strongly believe that.
Well, remember, the city manager shouldn't be implementing any project that only you want.
No, I understand that.
Right, so it should
I'm
be
talking,
that of the
no,
whole council.
I'm talking about
Yeah, and the
I totally agree
council
with
keeps the city manager accountable.
Yes.
That is your role.
And if you, as a body, no longer think that the city manager is supporting and implementing your policy, you have the right to dismiss that city manager. We're not putting you in jeopardy.
He's referring to another time.
No, I know, totally, I get that,
Very good.
yeah.
But the question is, the communication and the relationships, the trust is what's gonna be foundational.
Absolutely.
Right.
None of this will work without that. Otherwise, it's just one of rules that you're kind of looking up your rules. You have to have that foundation, expectation of it, not just know it, expect it. So that's keeping that communication open. I mean, as city managers, I'll tell you, we want to do everything that the council wants us to do. Believe me, we would love to do everything. So the 100, what was the walk with the egg? Tell me you're saying with the eggs.
No, I said that, we're gonna do 100 things every day, and we're gonna break some eggs versus doing 10 things a day and not breaking any. We're gonna get some stuff done, and there's gonna be some bumps along the way, but that's just the way I want to do things.
So no, there's going to be mistakes.
Yeah, there's gonna be.
There's human error anyways, but when you're arrested like this, to try to implement all the things that this council wants, there's gonna be mistakes, and know that, recognize that. Again, go back to being kind about what you do with that. Understand that, no one has no intent. So long as someone is trying to do it with their best professional mind forward and with best intent, things will happen. I often say, city manager, professional city manager committee, I'm gonna read it. Committed to carry out the policy direction of the city council, regardless of their personal agreement or disagreement with the policy, so long as it's legal, it's ethical, and it's within their authority. Right? I don't think the school district is under the purview of the city, right? So, city manager's not gonna commit to making a bunch of classroom reduction changes, right? Not within his authority. Legal, ethical, and within their authority. So it's super important to just kind of remember those simple rules, but as a city manager, I guarantee you, Steve wants to do as much as possible, implement everything. It's a matter of resources, people resources generally, and time. People, time, and facilities is generally the resources that we do. Also, sometimes newer council members associate past action of past council to the city manager, because the city manager is the constant, right? So if this council decided to go, sort of very far in one direction on a particular issue or item, and then there's a new council that feels differently, then sometimes the council might say, well, that city manager believes that. No, the city manager was following the direction, implementing the policy of the council. That's all it is. Doesn't mean that they do or don't agree with what that policy was.
Magda, I
Yes.
would just add, as you have here as a city manager's role, help make the council productive and successful and help each member of the council succeed. I do think that's a two-way street in terms of relationship and ensuring, and it goes back, if you can actually go back 2 slides to city council members' role. And I think the last item there, one more.
It's a little bit slow. It's a little bit slow.
It's gonna jump several now.
Wi-Fi in Gabilan Library, okay. But the last item there, meet with the city manager on a regular basis, and it doesn't necessarily have to mean like that you have to show up to every single briefing, but to grab lunch or coffee with him on a regular basis, and just so that he can help you succeed in what you're trying to accomplish. And it's not just I see you once every 2 weeks on a Tuesday afternoon, and then it's a pop quiz or whatever it is on the dais, but really nurturing that relationship and that trust between the city manager and a city council member so that there is that clear understanding of what he needs to do to make you succeed as a council member.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you could go back to all kinds of things. The team, right? Going back to the team. Now, what sport did we decide we're gonna use? Baseball?
Baseball.
So you gotta know who's gonna get that ball that goes right in the, what's that middle section? You know, is it the outfielder?
If you are a center fielder, are you a left
Is it the
fielder?
center fielder or is it the
Are you the
infield?
shortstop?
I don't know, who's the catcher? Okay, so
She's the catcher.
understanding those
He's
rules
the pitcher.
and if that
I got it all laid out.
communication is there, everybody is successful. Right? It's absolutely, everybody is successful. The city manager will be successful if the council is successful. Oh, I'm sorry. And vice versa. And in terms of, we talked a little bit about if it's not working with the city manager, there's input, right? You have evaluations, annual evaluations, I presume. Those evaluations are not for gain. Those are to help make the city manager successful. Providing input to the city manager, so the city manager is successful. If the city manager is successful, you're successful. And more importantly, perhaps, the community is successful. Right? It doesn't work if everybody's kind of playing by different rules.
Magda, if I can add to that really quickly, I appreciate us going over these last few slides, because I remember as one of the newly elected council members, an early conversation I had with Councilmember Osornio, who I'm sure we're all missing right now, but he, said, hey, there's the binders we received and the reports, there's no job description for a council member. And I would go, oh yeah, there isn't a job description for a council member. What exactly are the parameters of what we've got to do here? And I remember a conversation with you, Mayor Craig, early on, where you said, we're a team here. There is mentorship that is not only implied but done through action here. There is that reciprocity. So I appreciated that was the vision that was set from the very forefront. And in one of our first decisions being hiring a city manager, it felt like day 2, and I'm going, oh, we're doing this on day 2, cool, we're ready. And so we've kind of really hit the ground running and learned to depend on one another in that way, and I'm just so grateful that we have that. And I know that my check-ins with Chris Callahan, who constantly gets shout-outs because they're very well deserved, have been so integral to my success and my own learning as a member of the council. So just really appreciate this discussion.
Thank you. So we are on the city attorney's rule.
There you go.
So before we move on, I think it's really important, and I've said this before and asked for it previously. I agree with what my new council members are saying. This is only my second year, and I came in really not understanding for an entire year of what my role really was, and that's a long learning curve for me.
It is.
So I really think that something needs to be put together in writing that is given to the council from the beginning, and I think these slides really fit the bill there. This is what the role is, and what I do for a living is run a nonprofit that is board driven, and I have a manual. This is what your role is and how you should deal with me, and that you don't deal with my staff. So it's kind of the same thing. And we had a facilitator come in and do that for us. So, I think that this is a good start of coming up with some sort of manual that goes out to new council members, like a welcome packet kind of thing.
Should go out to candidates so they know what they're signing
It
up for.
should go out to candidates. It should be part of the candidate packet where you know what you're in for and what your role really is. Because I think you hit the nail on the head when you said you run for office and you believe that you're going to make decisions that when you get there, you don't have the power to make.
So when I ran for school board, Dan Burton's, the superintendent, pulled me aside when I was still a candidate and said, it was a packet from California School Board Association, here's the role of a school board member, and this is what your role will be. And then when, the day after election day, he called me in and said, hey, you're presumably going to be the winner, let's talk about that moving forward. And I think it was a little different for us in 2020 because we didn't have a city manager at the time, the mayor had passed away, new council majority.
I think the
and
new
so-
city manager would be a lot
Yeah.
better at it than the old,
Yeah.
put it that way.
And I think that's the point I was trying to make earlier. You had lots of things going against you. And so we talked earlier about the norms and the protocols and what you want to do. Those outside forces, if those things are in place, then you know what to do. You know how to behave, you know what to expect, at least to some degree. And it's all new. There's not, I mean, there is a school, but
Well, in defense of the
couple of
city,
days over in
I think the
Sacramento.
city does that. And I don't know how formal it is. I recall when I ran, I think it was the clerk or who was acting clerk at the time said, hey, the city manager would like to meet with you. My recollection is the city manager made himself available and even took initiative to meet with candidates and there was, and then once
And you've
elected.
told me that before,
Yeah, so
but
maybe it
I
didn't
was
happen
in the
this cycle.
complete dark.
Okay, all right. Or
If I
last
hadn't
cycle
had
even.
Gloria
Yeah, I
De
think
La
it's
Rosa,
management
I
at the
would have,
time.
So I think
Okay.
it goes back.
I would have failed.
I think it's needs to make- I'm gonna try to get us to move on. Otherwise, we're here to 6, remember, that's my friend.
Patty Barajas, the city clerk, and I've already had discussions about moving forward. We're gonna bring in the candidates, talk to them about roles, responsibilities, committees, time commitment.
If they
Because I'll
want to
bet-
come in.
I'll bet none of you really understood the absolute time commitment that it takes.
Just reading the packet and preparing, understanding,
Show
and
them what an
asking
agenda looks
questions.
like, but really,
Yep.
we want them to have a really good understanding of what they're getting into, so they don't walk in, get elected, and go, holy cow, what did I just do? Because
Yeah.
the time commitment is the biggest thing.
Well, and that's if they want to commit though.
Correct,
That's
that's
the
correct.
first
In the
thing.
past, I haven't been
And
successful.
even with current council members, and it's hard, I mean, I don't even know if you guys have had a chance to meet with all the department heads, like, you know, there's a lot of them, and some may have a higher priority than others. But I think formalizing some of that would be very helpful.
So I put council onboarding along my background.
That's great, thank you for doing that.
Great. Okay, city attorney's role, representing the whole organization, not individual council members, not the council, not the public. So another misconception, I'm a taxpayer, I need a lawyer. Chris, can you help me?
Yeah, no, that's true, because folks who come to my office a lot saying I have this legal issue coming out, the response is quite simple, no, my client is the organization. But here's a list of resources where you can go find.
So I
legal
was being a little cheeky, but it happens. It's
Happens a
real.
lot.
It's real.
Wow.
And since we're on that subject, what I would appreciate of the city attorney, you know, during labor negotiations or serious things during the city, you know, we go into closed session, and several times the city attorney has to tell us, okay, guys, it's a misdemeanor for this. What I would like to see, if Barrera is going and doing something he's not supposed to, I would like Barrera to come into the city attorney's office, instead of a generalized report to everybody, no, hit up that council member or that mayor, you know what, this is what's happening. Because just telling all of us, you know what, don't be saying, somebody's gotta get this serious, because a lot of times we're being told, you know what, critical information is being spewed out there. Well, there's 8 of us that are, well, 8 individuals.
There's 7 of these council.
Wow, it's another story. So what I'm saying, but the city attorney always has to tell us, you know what, you got, somebody's talking out there. If we know who that individual is, who that elected is, I think they need to be dealt with in order for us to really get it serious.
Okay, good, that's point well taken, and one point that we didn't make earlier, but you all need to check each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not Steve's job to do that, because guess what, you're his boss. So your job is to check each other. All these things that you want and we've been talking about, and we all get a little excited sometimes, but call your friend, call your colleague and say, hey, you know, about that, next time I would have appreciated this. Offline, no one else has to know about it. It's just between you, because now you build a relationship. And you say, oh gee, I didn't realize that felt that way. I didn't realize you felt that way. I'm sorry. Now I better understand, but that's your role. And one of the things that city manager hates to do is letting a council member know why something can't be done, or sort of saying the no, right? Somebody said, we need to start from yes. But that's another role that the city manager has in terms of telling the council what things can or can't move forward, or why they can, or what rules or laws are in the place of that, or what resources are in the place of that. But you folks get to take care of each other and help each other out through a buddy system, through a mentor system. Okay, back to the city attorney. So, doesn't represent members of the public, represents the organization, providing information that's clear, and it sounds like that happens. I keep hearing kudos. Chris, congratulations, that's awesome.
It's the work group. It's the work group.
Be fair and impartial, full disclosure. So part of the balance sometimes, and I don't know the specifics that you're talking about, council member, but sometimes we want to make sure as staff, as city attorneys, city managers, that information is going to everybody and not just to one individual council member. So I'm sure they will balance that and can take that into consideration. Perhaps some things can be done in addition to, and saying, council member, we're actually talking about this specific case, but it's important for these two positions to make sure that information is shared with everybody. So it's not, it doesn't feel like favoritism. Full disclosure and being candid, just being candid. And sometimes that can be difficult, which I think is what you are talking about, is just being candid with perhaps the individual that needs the special conversation.
Special attention.
Special attention. All right. We've talked a little bit about this too. The relationship is important. Care and feeding in terms of the partnership. Every relationship needs that. We need to do that with all of our relationships that we have. Again, especially this time, it's kind of hard. I was telling someone the other day that I don't feel like my social skills are that good anymore because I just don't know. I haven't been out. I've been home. I'm retired now to a certain degree. Well, kind of. I'm not working 70 hours a week like I used to, and Steve still does. So the COVID, working from home, doing the Zoom, it's different, right? So it's important to keep that in mind, especially now as we work forward and continue to build on those relationships and that communication moving forward. Learn something daily. I think, Councilmember González, you talked about constant learning.
Growth mindset, yeah.
So lifelong learner is what I used to say. Lifelong learner. Learn something every day. From your colleagues, from a community member, from a staff member, learn something. Understanding each other's positions and roles, and sometimes those roles are difficult. Sometimes they clash, sometimes the interests clash, sometimes the roles clash. But have that conversation and have that foundation of trust and of a relationship so you can get past them. If you don't have that, it's hard to get past it. I do a lot of work with building community building and trying to establish foundation with the community. And it's about building those relationships so when something happens, that relationship is there. And I can call whomever in the community and say, hey, what do you know? Or they can call me and say, geez, people are getting really excited. And so when I meet with them, they can trust me, right? They may not like what I say, but they can trust me. There was an example with the project where we brought these communities together because it was a project the community didn't like. And over a long period of time, and one of the community members was really opposed to it. At the end of a 3 or 4 month process, came to the council meeting and said, I still don't like the project. But I understand, I felt that I was heard. I felt that my comments were taken serious. And I respect the process that we went through, and I'll support it. I still don't like it, but I support it. I felt like I was heard. You can't ask for more than that, right? And that doesn't mean they got what they wanted, and sometimes you may not get what you want. But understand to listen to understand, don't listen to respond. So that's another thing I like to try to remember. Okay, I think I am done with my roles.
You are. Whew. All right, so let's just do a quick check-in. So we're gonna switch gears a little bit. This says break, but we're a little bit, we've had lots of conversation. We're a little bit off schedule, not too bad. So my question is, do we want to take a quick 5-minute stand-up, stretch, and come back down and get started? Or are we good to continue with kind of shifting gears and talking about organizational values?
Let's continue.
Let's continue.
It's all good?
For continuing.
So here's the thing.
I'm 1 of 7. That's my opinion. That's it.
I will say,
Not.
we're gonna talk about organizational values, and we're actually gonna be able to get up and do some things here. If you need to slip out and use the restroom or whatever, then feel fine to do that.
6-0.
Compromise.
All right. we're gonna talk about organizational values now. So this is, I think this is largely an extension of some of the conversation we've been having, but we wanna start thinking about the organization and kind of strategic thinking. So organizational values, what do we mean by that? Values are how we behave, right? And so they're fundamental beliefs that we hold, but they really reflect then how we behave. And so what we want to do through this exercise is share your individual values to find where there's commonality, right? What are the things that you share of these? And I'm just making an assumption here. We shouldn't do that, right, Steve? And so, but we're going to find out where there are shared values, and we're going to talk about what those mean, what those represent. This is one of those foundational pieces to a strategic plan, right? And so shared expectations. So organizational is where we're going. These are just some examples. Some of them may be words that you recognize and care about, but there's a whole long list. And so to take us through this activity, actually, Magda, you want to, I don't think we've passed this out yet. I'm going to share a handout. And there's a little bit of a process we're going to go through. This is process, not product, but we'll get to product. So you'll see on the handout that is coming around to you, there's some instruction, but then there's this table that has a whole bunch of different values, right? Organizational values that can be observed in different organizations. And so what I'm going to ask you to do is, first of all, review that list, and then let me know if there's anything, a value that comes to mind that you're like, oh, I really think we should have this on the list. So we can add it before you select all your 5. I can see the overachievers here jumping right in.
Sorry. Hands down, sorry.
Get the orange out.
I'll hand those out too. So first of all, take a scan of the values, and if there's anything that you think we should have on the list that's not there, I would just like to make sure we add that. Then we're going to select your 5. Then once you've done that, come to me. Rather than a dot, I'm going to give you a marker. You can still make it look like a dot. And up here, watch out for the chords. They're written up here on the boards. I want you to use your marker and put a dot next to those 5 values that you've marked. All right? So the individual exercise that leads to group discussion. Any values we need to add? We're going to go with we're good with values.
So just so I'm clear,
Yes.
and I understand, all of us are choosing 5
Yes.
out of the list that you've provided. You're also asking if there are any other
Right,
values
that we
that we
haven't
haven't covered. And then we're gonna go prioritize based on where our 5 are, we're gonna go prioritize where they are on that to determine what the top 5 are of the body of 6 today.
Basically,
Got
that's
it.
right, exactly. So we're going to identify where there is consensus, and we'll talk about this.
Okay.
Oh, we can do that. Yeah, here. Oh, we can definitely get there, yeah? Yeah. Right, walk with you guys here. We'll move this back in just a second. I just don't want, I'm going to give you each a marker, and this is the one you can go up when you're ready, and just write them up on the list of values.
Okay.
All right, it's yours. I got a folder in there. It's slim pickings as you go around.
Did you want me to? Because it's.
You can borrow a
They
marker.
both do, I will trade. I understand, it's okay.
Would you prefer light blue or red?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, this is good. This is like a cobalt. I'm fine with it. So.
Where do we write them?
So up here, just spread your dots out so there should be, so don't load them, right? So up to 5 values, just put a dot next to the ones that you have selected.
A dot.
Yes, like a dot that you can see, yeah, exactly. Pretend like it's a sticker, like a dot. This just seemed easier with the markers. Plus, I don't think I have pink actual ones. Sorry for the handwritten typo at the top of page 3. Yeah, it smells good. Careful, you guys, you smell really good. So you can all have it on the bottom of your nose. We'll see if you're smelling them.
Ooh, they do smell good.
Much better, yeah.
All right. That sounded great. That sounded refreshing.
These are very rolly.
And it's a very, shiny fork.
Yes. When I sat down, I was like, wow. Yeah, be careful of those cords there, sorry. So Public Service Center S, sorry.
Okay. Oh, God.
There you go, yeah. That's because we had it as service originally and then I added in public and so it got out of order. Just to mess things up. The organized teacher would never have that response.
It's a Saturday.
It's a Saturday, okay, so we're accepting it's a Saturday.
Empowerment. Thank you.
All right, so we have, everybody's done your marking, correct? Be careful, be careful. Okay. It should be chocolate. I'm just saying. Okay.
Did you hear what he said?
No.
It smells like equity.
Mine smells fiscally responsible.
All right, so let's take a look. Can you guys all see over here? And I'll try to point it out, and I apologize for those along the wall here. So we have 6, so unfortunately we don't have 7 dots that we're representing today, so we can factor this in. But for purposes of today's conversation, first of all, I will tell you that this one really jumps out, inclusive. That's 4 of 6 dots that we have here. And then we have a lot of a smattering, but we have, it smells like equity, has 3 dots. Up here we have responsive, right? 3 dots, going out of order. Integrity, 3 dots, and service, public service. There's 3 dots. And then we have a variety of others, and so you are welcome to talk about those other values too. But those are the values that were shared by a majority of people, or balance of people anyway, here today. So first of all, any reactions on this? I'm going to talk about it.
Yeah, just one quick reaction, because you did say we only have 6 and not 7. Does the public already know why Councilmember Orlando wasn't able to be here?
No, we haven't had a chance to talk about that. There was an emergency, so he was unable.
That way the public will know.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Councilmember Orlando Rossonio notified us early this morning that he couldn't make it. There was a family emergency. So we should have said that at the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
And this is, this is the discussion for today. This will come back to you, so he'll have a chance to weigh in. This is not, we're making decisions, a workshop is exploratory.
No, but I wanted the public to know what
No,
you
no,
guys
no,
have.
I get it.
6-0.
No, I think absolutely. Yes.
So I will just say, one of the things that keeps me up at night is our pension debt. And so my big blue dot next to fiscally responsible, it's one of those things that it's like, it's just this big figure that's kind of over here, and it's like, but we have issues of the day, and we've got all of these big projects that are moving forward, and it's, whether it gets handled by this council or whether it gets handled by a future council, it's literally like you've maxed out your credit cards over here, and at some point someone's gonna start calling for payment, right? And so I just feel like I needed to say that out loud, that there's, particularly in the role that I've had this year as mayor, like I have a greater understanding and a more significant concern over that level of liability and the debt that we have there.
You can cross out customer oriented, and I'll put that dot next to customer focused. I don't know why I missed that.
Oh, did we have that in there twice?
I
Oh, because this got added.
added it, yeah, I
Got
didn't
it.
realize here.
So when I asked the question of anything we need to add,
Sorry,
then.
yeah,
Yeah, he's very proactive at doing that.
okay.
Okay, good.
You know, I would,
didn't see fiscally responsible, I probably would have marked it as well.
Well, I thought
I didn't see it.
sustainability, like, kind of included that too, so.
Right, well, that's why I like this conversation, because lots of these things touch each other, right? And so hearing the thinking behind some of the values you selected, sometimes there are pieces that connect. Like sustainability could be, we're a sustainable, financially sound organization, which ties here, which is what I'm hearing you guys describe.
Nancy, we're having a little trouble seeing the yellows, the ones that were
Oh,
highlighted.
sorry.
You want maybe,
Red or, something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can, I can see why you can't see it.
my eyes can't see it.
Thank you. Well, we can type them up on the screen and we'll share them. 'Cause I wanna,
you know what, and it's interesting when I hear the mayor talking about fiscally responsible. I sleep very well at night, but one of the things that happens here, where I get very concerned, that there's been millions of dollars coming into the city, millions. But yet the neighborhoods are getting the last part of it. And we put out these brochures and we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. And when it comes down to it, they get pennies on the dollar. And yeah, we have pension, all that is critical. But did you know, to me, my priority is to fix neighborhoods. We need to figure, but what we do here, because we do get scared and the state, what's the word, threatens us, or we have fiscally responsibilities, all of a sudden, all of our millions goes to the state because of pensions or whatever, and we never get down to the neighborhoods.
right, your
That's very
focus is on the
concerning, very
neighborhoods.
concerning. So we have to figure out a balance.
Tony, can you clarify that? When you keep saying neighborhood, you mean streets, curbs,
Infrastructure.
gutters? Infrastructure, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, well said.
And I think, I'd like to add equity. Equity, I like that equity and inclusive were both, there was that commonality there. I think that there is often a mischaracterization, of equity versus equality. And it's that distinction between sameness and fairness. And so, Salinas has been at the forefront of so much wonderful strides and collective leadership. It was just the other day that our city manager was talking to me about how the city had gotten this commendation or award for data-driven decision-making, and how we're looking at what we need to look at. We're having those difficult discussions and asking those hard questions, and that needs to remain. That needs to be something that is sustainable. That's really important to me when we talk about the changing makeup of this legislative body. Now equity is almost a hot term. It's become commodified and commercialized, and so there is that distinction. And I'd add on to that inclusivity. You go to, in my own experience, I go to trainings and we look at diversity boards, and the diversity boards themselves look like everyone comes from the same socioeconomic and racial and ethnic background. And I'm going, how is this in any way moving toward the solution? So when we talk about inclusivity, it is that forward point beyond diversity and saying, yes, we have a diverse makeup now, but are we making sure that every single person of different backgrounds feel as though they have access, as though our decision-making is transparent, and as though that they are heard and included. And I think to close, that adds to our responsiveness. That's our responsiveness to our community, to change. I really appreciated Steve and Kimberly's comments about ag tech, and we're either gonna be the victims to that change, or we're gonna be at the forefront of it. But I think that as we look at intentionality, and making sure that, yes, we're at the forefront of this, we're demonstrating this efficacious leadership as a city, we also are remembering equity and inclusivity and saying, who can we not afford to leave behind as we become more modernized, as we become a city that is focused on stewardship of all residents. That really is something that is integral to me.
And to add on to Councilman González, the discussion of equity, I think, is not one singular item on that page. I think in order for equity to be truly achieved, it needs to be woven into every single one of these other priorities that the council has identified. What does equity look like when it comes to fiscal responsibility? What does equity look like when it comes to integrity, inclusivity, public service, responsiveness? So.
Well, remember, these aren't priorities, right? So
No,
these
yeah, I know,
are-
I'm just saying that the equity.
Right, these are values, and so it's the idea is that each of these that you collectively hold, and value, to reuse a word, then that's part of how you do business. So you're using those lenses, right, in the array of work that's being achieved.
Which is what you said earlier.
So just in the, I'm sorry, you were gonna say something, go ahead.
So I think it would be, somewhere in the day, it would be really great for us to define equity.
That's next.
For all of us to make sure that moving forward as a council, we all look at equity from the same lens.
I have a lecture on it. I'll share my Google Slides. with you.
Let's bike rack that. So just for purpose of discussion, and so that we are clear about moving forward, because I do have, and it's obviously it's what I had said out of the get-go over shared values. Do we have the capability of putting equity and inclusivity as number one? And I wonder, and this is if, I'm fine if this is, the will of the council, but we also talked about being fiscally responsible, and you said I didn't see it, I would have used that. Councilmember McShane said the same thing, which would then have 3 council dots up there for fiscal responsibility. Is that something that we could make that change? Does this council feel like that could be something that we could get on board with? If not, I completely understand too, and if it is what it is, then that's fine, but through the discussion, it sounded like there was more shared values over fiscal responsibility.
Yeah, well, and this is a jumping off point. This is not meant to be conclusive, right? So this is where we're starting. And in these types of conversations I've had with other bodies too, oftentimes you find that how sustainability and fiscal responsibility, that there are places that you can bring in additional words when you define them, right? And so equity and inclusion, maybe inclusion is part of the definition of how you express your value of equity, right? So those pieces can kind of come together, so that's a very long-winded way to say that there's room here to talk about how these fit together. But what I would like to suggest in terms of process, first off, if it's okay with you all, is to just do a kind of a quick, and in the interest of time, kind of a quick expression for those who voted for these. What does it mean to you, right? And so we can kind of hear those and hear where there are those connections, because maybe you're saying the same thing but using different words, and that's that happens, right? So is that okay in terms of process? And
Could we perhaps maybe answer the question on the fiscal responsibility
I'd
portion
move
of
it,
that?
I'd move it over there, Mayor, that's fine.
Me too.
From
Well, you take off.
sustainability, I'd put that there, and proactive, I think, is results oriented. That I probably could cross that off, now that I look at the list more. I don't know whose blue is, but whoever blue
Here, I'll make you
was.
black, it's fine.
Okay, so just, cross out proactive, and, there you go. Sure.
And I as well, I would take the teamwork off and make it fiscally responsible. With my pink.
Right, now you're black, sorry.
Can I share my personal experience with equity?
Yes, please.
Sure we adding fiscal responsibility.
We keep talking about, we have a, I don't know if it's a $4 billion or $7 billion ag industry. I don't know what it is, it's 4 billion. 8 billion? And, you know, I don't know how many times we've had the Forbes Summit, and I'm just gonna use an example of how I believe what equity is. Forbes Summit is awesome, but it costs $500 a person. And what I had asked, every time we had a Forbes Summit, can one of those evenings, just for a couple of hours, can we invite the field workers, the people that are actually picking the crops, just for some pan dulce and a champurrado, so they can see how ag tech is moving because they're gonna be impacted. Maybe they wanna be involved in it. That never went anywhere. And I wasn't thinking about something glamorous. I says, you know what, just open it to them. If they wanna give them an invite, show them what's happening with ag tech. They work the fields every day, but they never get invited. So to me, that is equity. If you're gonna, we praise them on Labor Day or whatever, we say, thank you, field workers, but we never invite them to the table. But we keep pounding $4 billion industry, but they live in poverty. Maybe they want a slice of this pie. Let's invite them to the Forbes Summit. You don't have to do something big, just a little pan dulce, champurrado, little 2-hour, this is what's happening.
If real quickly, Tony, because I don't think we ever followed up on that. The Ag Tech Summit with Hartnell does that. And actually, in response to what you had shared early on, English and Spanish, and it's very much farm labor and pesticide applicator, licensed professionals in the field alongside investors and innovation. So not to get off on a parking lot or a bicycle rack sort of moment, but I see your point. I would agree. Different markets and segments as well.
Well, in your example, I'm gonna come to you, is also, you just described having a seat at the table, right? So that's kind of to the mayor's question about whether or not equity and inclusion can be, if inclusion's part of that discussion, and part of that definition, potentially.
Just real quick is, I love the Hartnell event.
Have you been to that?
I have.
Okay, good.
But the Hartnell event's free. What Tony's talking about is the one that's exclusive VIP and costs a lot of money to get into. And prioritizing our farm workers that make that event possible. So I wanted to make sure we identify the difference there. On the discussion of what equity means, for me it's making sure that every community gets what they need, not every community getting the same thing. And I think oftentimes we think of equity as every council district get $1 million when certain council districts, whether it be San Luis, whether it be Tony's district, haven't received $1 million in 10 years. So that $1 million is going to be a drop in the bucket compared to the need that exists today. So it's giving every community what they need, not giving every community the same, but also identifying every, in my opinion, policy through the lens of who stands to be affected the most and who stands to benefit from this policy. And if it's communities of color that stand to be, and low-income communities stand to be affected the most, then you have to consider that. It's a critical analysis of public policy through a social justice lens.
And that's sort of the look forward, right?
Yeah,
Look
well,
at the
that's what
impacts,
equity is.
as opposed to the first part of your statement, which was, look at the history. And so you're talking about it in both directions, is what I hear you say.
And you really went, I mean, that's going back to your motion about the zip codes hit hardest by COVID were 93906 and 93905, and really looking at those districts when we're planning future expenditures, because they got hit the hardest and need the most.
So equity is, for you, is not equal.
Yeah.
And
Equity versus equality. You just said that.
equity versus, my 9 to 5 is teaching, and one of the subjects that I teach is ethnic studies. And we have a whole unit, we spend a month on equity, so I'm geeking out.
We should take it.
So I'm geeking out right now, I've given trainings, I'll do it, I really will. This is my bread and butter, and I love it. But to be as concise and as succinct as possible, yeah, it is that distinction between sameness and fairness. And to, Richane, your comment earlier about why is there, and Rocha as well, why is there this mistrust in government? Why is there this mistrust in these local institutions? I think as public servants, we have the ability to rectify structural inequities. And it's through these conversations, and it's through making sure that equity is honored through every single policy that we implement, so that if we do want to focus on, or we have said we do, right, on fiscal responsiveness, we understand, just as you two have mentioned, these folks need the most help right now. This is the historical context, this is what we're looking forward to, this is what we want to prioritize now. How do we make sure that it comes from that equitable approach, so that we're not leaving people behind, so that we understand that we are doing the most amount of good for the most amount of time to people that might otherwise feel, well, hell, the council has changed this way, changed this way, changed this way, and I still am not being heard. This is a part of that responsiveness. So yes, it is a value, but I really believe that it's a value that can be sewn in and integrated to all others. It is a value and it is a lens.
But I would also just acknowledge that that doesn't necessarily mean it's broken out by zip code or by district. And I give the example of the Intermodal Transportation Center, which is in Steve McShane's district, which is in the highest income district in the entire city. But it is a infrastructure project that will require a ton of investment and resources, but it is providing mass transit to all of our residents, and particularly when we're talking about MST and the bus transfer station and possibly having Amtrak so that there's commuter rail, so that it provides a greater opportunity for our entire city. That requires investment in 93901, right? Because that's where the physical location is. The airport in Tony's district, right? The airport's in your district. Right, so that's cool. We'll have to go on a ride sometime. But, you know, I mean, recognizing that you're absolutely right, and the overall picture of infrastructure within the city and long-term investment, like we have a council now that is making up for the errors of the past, but to be able to look at things from a broader picture, and not just zip codes or by district, but really what benefits the greater good of the entire city.
Right, but it's the same idea, having the conversation around impacts and
Totally.
impacts, right? And so I think you can have that broader conversation. It's about how you do it, and just you've expressed, you know, what this looks like and what this means, and it's going to depend on the issue before you, right? And how you do it. I think what I'm hearing is that there's interest in saying, okay, well, let's ask those questions, right?
Yeah. And I'll just really quickly state that the discussion of equity, we said the majority of funds to be spent, the majority of the funds to be spent in 1995, 1906, not all of them.
Right.
So there still is that ability for 1901 to get funds, it's just that where we're prioritizing the majority of them. And I think Carla brought up a good point when she says, you know, she teaches courses on this. I think for the council to really understand what equity means, we ought to, as a council, go through a governing for racial equity training. And I think that, you know, it's something that I'd be interested in pursuing.
Yeah, when I answer the question, what does it mean? It's also a sensitivity to the differences with which services are delivered or received. You spend enough time with Victor Baez, he'll tell you, he'll try to knock on a door in the 1905, and they're not answering. They're like, la migra, or, you know, it's like not a very positive sort of response. Whereas the response in a different part of town, totally different. You know, neighborhood building, you know, that's structured and, you know, with all these formal offices and, you know, neighborhood council, so to speak, versus Champorado and Pan Dulce, you know, to open relations between neighbors. Totally different strategies.
And ways to meet people where
But
they are.
exactly. So I think that the equity piece, how it's meeting our customers, our residents, in where they're most comfortable, and where they are at, where we will have the highest likelihood to receive the services. And I would argue
The services they need.
the services they need or maybe don't need and we feel they need, right? There's a whole discussion around that. I mean, and it transects policing, fire, public works, everything we do. And that sensitivity, I think, is the how in equity.
Well, and also, I mean, with respect to the fact that you operate from districts too, when you talk about equity, I mean, there's social equity, but there's more broadly the definition, and taking a long view, right? And having things articulated in terms of when things will happen, so that every part of the city has their time,
Yeah.
right?
And also just real quick, Steve, as that gets to the point that, you know, you talked earlier about trust the institution. When people in 1995 don't open the door, it's because of a failure to trust the
Distrust, as
institution.
you know, yeah.
And you bring up a fear of La Migra, and
We
that
gotta-
is one.
Yeah, definitely, we gotta.
And you know, can I touch real quick, 20 seconds? I learned a lot from Chief Felice. You know, in the Alisal, there are a very small group of individuals that says, oh, don't trust the police because this and that. This man's a public servant. I mean, I was in a ride-along with him, real quick here. There was this guy driving crazy on Alisal. It was a lot of traffic. This man pulls this car over. You could see the relationship in that conversation. This man could have had his car impounded. He could have, all kinds of things. This man, the way he worked in equity, before you know it, followed the law, took care of this person, this individual. Hey, if you can get a designated, a legal driver that can come for your car, I'm gonna save you $1,500. I mean, that's trust, you know what I'm saying? It's conversation. And I think what Chief Felicia is doing as far as equity, now he's got professional officers, but all of a sudden one of his officers wants to be promoted. His question is, what are you doing out in your community? You know, you already show that you qualify for the job, but what are you doing in your immediate community? Think about that. That's getting involved, that's building equity, that's building trust. And before you know it, the people in the Alisal, ahí viene el jefe Felice, ábrele la puerta. That is power, and you know what? It's in our power to do that. But he's got a daunting task to create that in his department, just like anyone else.
Well, and I can't help but want to get into the how, and maybe this is off the scope, but I think there may be a day where we do a better job to track our residents, you know, where those positive or negative interactions qualify residents that want a closer relationship with us. You know, more and more, our experiences in society, largely driven by the private sector, are our way. We want it our way. And not only do we want it our way, we want our smartphone to remember our way so that when we order it our way with the click of a button, it's coming back and it's the same our way. And you know, there's an important interface with city services where that expectation may come, and that opportunity is certainly there. Because there are advocates that will, within a street or a block, help to perpetuate trust and hey, you know, we're working together. And how we get there, I don't know. That's beyond me.
Okay, so that's going into community policing, which we've always known we need, and now
Which
we're
we'll
gonna.
talk about when
No,
we get
no, I
to
was on equity, ma'am. Okay,
Trust.
that's what I was on equity.
So I want an opinion, and mostly from Carla. I see equity and inclusiveness kind of as the same thing. I see them as
Tying
the
them
same
together.
line item. Is that the way all of us are
Expand.
seeing it?
I'm going,
25,000 foot level.
yes, I'm going, gosh, how can I put this into a minute? Yes and no. So equity is the lens, equity is the approach, and inclusivity is the process, right? And so if we understand that we're going to pass, I don't know, we're adding a new park to Salinas, for lack of a better term, just to give you the most tangible example here. Yes, it's which zip codes, which areas need the most green space? Where are there gaps in access to this kind of public good and this kind of public service? But we're also making sure that in the process of having that discussion and of passing that policy wherever we see fit, that we have community, that we have, yes, business, that we have ag tech, that we have everyone getting a seat at the table and making sure that our community understands that we are, yes, council members, but first and foremost, we're public servants. So they go, oh, you know what, yeah, they did do that outreach, I did hear about that meeting, or I did get a response to that email. I do feel as though I am welcomed here. I might not agree with the long-term end result, but I understand that there was an effort made to serve me as a member of the public, because that is our duty. Thank you.
Could we say, so inclusivity, being inclusive can lead to improved equity?
Yes, 100%.
So in terms of trying to kind of put some definition in, I don't want to wordsmith and go, we don't have time, unfortunately, but this is a good conversation. I think it's important to hear from each other about what these things mean. And I don't think this is the last of the conversation. This is a conversation starter, right, to get this going. And so in terms of this list, if you'd like, we can take a crack at doing an example of putting some definition to these things. You can do all you want with it, but in the, based on the discussion, then you can take a look at. But in terms of shared values, if we agree that inclusivity or being inclusive is inherent in the idea of equity, that leaves us with the remainder of 5, which is kind of a balanced number and quite a good collection, I might add, of values.
I would love some clarification on number 5A, which is public service, if we're gonna put inclusivity with equity. Like, I don't know if I necessarily understand, I mean, we are the public sector.
Right.
So that is what we do is public service. So I think maybe perhaps clarifying what my fellow council members feel when they want to put public service, is it just, yeah, go for it.
So for me, public service is a value of keeping essential services public. And for me, at least the way I interpret it is serving the public, avoiding privatization of public services, and just ensuring that you stay true to the concept of what public service is, instead of trying to operate towards a business model, rather staying within the function of a government. That's what I saw public service.
Well, and I see quality service, like quality. Like I think of the planning and building department, not to put Megan on the spot, but like when that lengthy presentation was given and the metrics were shared as to progress when it comes to plans and rechecks and all of that, it was all about service, right? And the chasm, is it again? It's the Shazam.
Oh, Kaizen.
Kaizen. You know, that's what I think about, like service.
So like good public service.
Like, yeah, like
Right.
quality service,
And
like
that's where
service.
the definition is important
Okay.
on this.
Yeah.
Well, and I would say too that, even initially, we had that just listed as service, as a value, right? The spirit of service, results, customer focus, greater good.
Oh, well, somebody added public.
No, right, we have added that, yes,
Oh.
but, so, anyway, I don't know if that helps. you
Yeah.
guys.
Well, and you know what, my logic is very simple here. Public service to me, so you can hear me better. You get a ticket here, you get a citation here in Salinas, and it says City of Salinas, you get that citation, and then before you know it, you're dealing with somebody in Southern California. So just to try to get answers to this thing, it is hard, it is difficult. So law-abiding citizens, instead of, oh man, I don't want trouble with the law or whatever, they don't get answers to their questions, so they go ahead and pay it. And in writing with the chief of police, I think it's Laz now, is that the, not Jazam, but Laz, gives out citations, they red tag the vehicle, but they don't communicate with the police department. So the police department has not realized that, well, there's a car that's been tagged, it can sit there for months. And before you know it, because we are what's this, complaint driven, which to me is kind of crazy. It's a complaint driven until a council member starts getting calls and calls. When are you gonna move this car? There's another lengthy process. And before you know it, it just creates blight. And we got all these ordinances, but no teeth. And to me, that's public
Talk
service.
about priorities again.
Well, to me, public service, somebody comes, could you please just give me an answer? But we send them from department to department, instead of saying, oh, you know what, by the way, let me call for you, I'll find out. But no, we send them from this building to that building. That's not public service. Public service to me, hey, guess what? Let me just call Tamalu and see what Barney Fife says. And
But, so being helpful and getting to, yes.
absolutely, don't just send them over there, I mean,
Tony, go back to Steve's interview. You said something about service.
Yeah.
What was it? I think it
you
ties
got hired
in.
at the interview.
But remember, wasn't it like something, like, I don't know, you're like, what was it? You.
That's a really big.
It was kind of like a customer service oriented, like,
So I wrote quality
I don't know.
service, is what I thought I heard, and then I think I heard quality customer service.
Yeah, there you go.
Which might be different, so service in terms of the streets get cleaned, but quality, for me, customer service has two things, is you provide the service. So sometimes you can call and someone can be really nice, and you're not getting the right information, right? So it's kind of both sides of that. And there's like a communication loop too, so you're getting the service and you're getting it in a nice way. You can also get the service and the person could be not so nice, but I think it's both. But I see that almost different or separate than the services that are out there, and there may not be much interface.
Well, we want good customer service, we want a good customer experience. People don't get a good customer experience at McShane's Landscape Supply, they go someplace else.
Right.
And they can't do that, and that's where the public service stays public. This is the city.
People are accountable. When you hire outside companies, it's hard to hold them accountable for them not communicating with the public.
It
Well,
can be.
And we had
It
two
is.
dots on, real quick, we had
It
two
just
dots on
is.
customer focus, so, you know, the customer element of that.
Yeah, there you go,
Well, and
customer.
also, we were talking earlier about the whole idea of supporting and getting the yes, right? That's
Yeah,
the
there
same
you go.
spirit,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's the
yeah.
spirit of service and helping others. And I
There
think
you go.
that's sort of the,
Helping
what I'm
others.
hearing is sort of the theme threading through there. All right, I'm gonna make us pause, because otherwise we will be here till 6, and,
You know this group, huh?
what's that?
You know this group.
Do
I gotta
now.
go to work at 3, so I'm out of here at 8 o'clock.
Oh, he's out of here at 3, he's just like laid down the
3
law.
o'clock.
Okay, well, so we're gonna pause on here, but one final question, and this is just a question, thumbs up, thumbs down. Are we okay with inclusive and equity coming together as a joint value? I got a thumbs up there, thumbs
Yeah.
up. Okay.
I just want to be clear about,
Yes, but
teacher,
I
just want to be
yes,
clear about it being, a lens and then the process.
Fair.
So they're
Well
not.
said.
I wrote it
they're-
down.
Yes, because so that they're not,
Yeah.
they don't cancel each other out almost.
No, they're complementary.
Yes.
Complementary, which is why we want
Yes.
to tie them together. We're not losing one, we're tying them together. So. Oh, here it is. I
couldn't find
it. We got it. All right, so, but again, great conversation, because it's helpful to hear, well, what does that mean to you? Helps in definition. So remember, we're gonna be writing all of this up, and we'll be bringing this back, so you'll have another crack at this to say, yes, that is really reflective of collectively what we think, yes.
Since we're like a third there, should we just add diversity to it, diversity, equity, and inclusion? Because that's usually the standard way that you speak of that. It usually goes in 3, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
So
That
Okay.
can
No, but
complicate it
it's
too.
a.
I was gonna
it's a
say,
standard.
and I understand that, but that wasn't one of the options that we got to choose from
Okay.
for, so in my opinion, that's worth a completely separate conversation if we're gonna add it.
Right, well, and maybe that becomes part of the definition around
There you go.
equity, that it
Yeah, that's
involves
helpful.
Yeah.
inclusion
Valuing
and diversity of
diversity. Yeah, sure,
perspective,
sure.
values, right, exactly. Okay, we're good? All right,
I'm up?
you are up, sir.
Or out?
All right, so he's what's standing between us and lunch, just saying. Oh, pressure.
No pressure. All right, we're gonna move along then. I only have 4 slides, so it's gonna happen pretty fast. We had a very good year. I asked Estefania and the department heads just to give us a few accomplishments. You're gonna get an email from me outlining 10 to 12 of the highlights from the year with a couple sentences on each one. I'd like to get that out into the media also, because again, I think we had a very good year. Just some of the highlights right now I want to hustle through. We did get a new franchise agreement done with Republic, and we closed Sun Street. We did those at the same time, so I really want to thank the mayor and Christy and Anthony. They're the board members at Solid Waste. They supported us, stayed with us, they followed along. The real credit goes to Jim Pia, David Jacobs, and we're totally out of control here. We're doing so well.
It's because I'm not running the meeting.
Is that what it is? You won a 7. Come on, that was funny. No,
Hey, the mayor who?
I just want to know, you guys know where the credit, because I tend to, when things go well, I get too much credit. When things don't go well, I get too much blame. I want to be in the middle.
There you go.
But Jim, David, and Brian Fruce really were the rock stars on those two. And we did them at the same time. And just for the folks that aren't really aware, we've been trying to close Sun Street for 13 years.
Wow.
And it was a direction that the council gave me when I got started. 8 months later, we were done. We do have a new finance director and a new chief. I mentioned that earlier. So Mark Roberts is in the back, and along with the Chief Felice. Wave, everybody. There we go. In the back. Thank you. The performance management data-driven process, you're going to hear more about that. I don't want to steal too much of Eric Sandoval's thunder, but there is an announcement coming there. But we are trying to do our best to move as quickly as we can to a data-driven process, which makes absolute sense. But we're working on it. Eric's been driving that project for a couple of years now, but there's an announcement coming. Again, I don't want to steal too much of his thunder. More Salinas is probably one of the things I'm most proud of. That came up in the interview over and over and over. And citywide cleanup program, all the departments are involved, but certainly Sophie, there's this team put together. But again, tend to get too much credit when things go really well. But this is one I think that's for you to really brought everybody, not just the 7 council members and the departments, but the entire staff and the community together. We had a cleanup about a month ago into the Dead Park and Foster. 242 people showed up.
Wow.
That's crazy. You'd expect 15 or 20 or 30, 50. 242 people showed up. That's nuts. We do have these T-shirts that say "More Salinas." They're everywhere, and people want to buy them. Just come to City Hall or come down and we'll clean up the park. We'll give you one. But that's super cool. I'm preaching to the choir here. I'm going to move this thing along.
Steve, if I can just add, one of the things that is a kudos to you, past city managers have waited on the hiring of department directors and held an interim position for a long period of time. And that affects morale within, departments and everything. And you have hired 2 major department directors quickly and efficiently and swiftly, and I have to give you a big hand for that.
Thank you. A lot of that should go to Marina. I just.
All right,
But in the interest of salary savings and interim and a 10%, you recognize the significance of having leaders in those positions.
At the end of the day, one of the things that was hard to do was to get things done. It's that simple. And so it was to prioritize and say, we are going to do this. So on a lot of these items, I would turn to the department's head and said, we are going to get this done. It's that simple. And other things are going to have to wait, and other things have to wait, but we are going to get stuff done. So this is a short list. I do want to mention the drug seizure here real quick. It's important because it was a multi-agency task force, DEA, FBI, Homeland Security, half a dozen other law enforcement groups. Chief Felice was assistant chief at the time, came to see me with Chief Adele Frisay. They came to see me in the springtime, came to my office. I thought it was just a regular meeting. We have those. They shut the door and they said, we have something we want to talk about. And I said, this is going to be a little different, isn't it? And they said, yeah. And they walked me through, I'm going to speak a little in code here. They walked me through what they wanted to do and how many people were involved and where it was involved and information they had. And I said, what do you need? And they said, we just need your approval. And I said, yes. And I remember Adele said, you answered pretty quickly. And I said, well, how bad do you want to catch a bad guy? Adele retired. Chief Felice picked up the project. So we just spent time talking about it. And I always say to these guys over here, there's only about 3 things that I know that they don't know, and it's really public safety or police, and this would be one of those. And I remember walking into the mayor's office saying, I have to talk to you about something because this just happened. And then we worked our way around and got everybody involved. But yeah, we had a great relationship again with these law enforcement agencies. Couldn't have been more professional. Very excited about it. It was the largest meth bust in Monterey County. What you don't know is there was a second truck, and it had a lot more dope on it. I'm going to stop there, but it would have dwarfed this one. But bad guys talk too. When the first truck didn't show up, they talked to the second truck, right? So we were hoping we would get lucky, but it just didn't work. That wasn't in the cards, but sent the loud message, this is uncool, don't do this, and we took their stuff, and then still not happy about it. But it's really impressive when you walk up and you see all the 60 pounds of methamphetamines, the cocaine, the heroin, the drugs, the rest. 170 officers showed up and served search warrants in Salinas and in Yuma. That's a lot of people showing up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to pull off a day like that. So very impressive, Chief, really, all your congratulations. Yes.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
Because everybody's gotta know the city manager that we hired, and I already got the job, so I don't have to be nice to him. But most city managers don't feel comfortable having their officers leave the city because stuff can happen. So kudos to my detectives. It was a long, lengthy investigation. They did all the work, But when we went to him and said, hey, we're gonna have to go to Yuma, not even just out of city, out of state, our officer's gonna be out of state, God knows what can happen. He said, does this benefit my community and does it keep us safe? I said, yes, it will. And he said, let's do it. I don't have a problem. That was a courageous decision on a city manager, so thank you for the support, boss.
Appreciate it. These are the projects that are on my desk. We're gonna get to big picture stuff here in the next slide, but again, there's only 4 slides, so homelessness, affordable housing, easily number 1 and 2. I hear about homelessness 7 days a week, not 5, every single day. And it's not from one of you, it's not from the public. I go to restaurants and stores every single day. Affordable housing, we're constantly working with Megan and her team, trying to pull this thing together and do more. Certainly the implementation of the 52 million ARPA funds. I put down street and sidewalks because that's the problem. The street problem was 120 million. The sidewalk problem is a $30 million problem. So we're putting millions towards it, but I just wanted you to get a gentle reminder that street repair problem is 120 million. We're gonna put 6 million towards it. It's still not getting better. So we still have a lot of work to do there. Animal services contract is on the next agenda. We have a deal for a 12-month deal with them. Then we're going to work on a JPA, a long-term plan. Very, very happy with that. It's very complicated. We'll talk about it at the next council meeting. It's kickstarting our general plan. Megan and her team are getting started with the outreach piece of it. It's about a 3 or 4 year process. Certainly have the budget. We started that process. I checked. We put out our survey to the public on March 8th. We're going to put out our survey next week. One of the things that you said, and I made my notes, I told them this. I remember we were it was at the budget drops in last June. I said, Carla was the one who said it. It was a theme amongst all of you, but it was really like the process. Got it, a lot of interaction. I remember Christy, you saying, I never had this much involvement on the front end. But you had made the comment, Carla, that we need to do more outreach. Zoom was tough, different time, we learned. We're gonna have 6 meetings right now. We'll do it at the end of January, early February. 4 of them are gonna be out in the public. We're gonna go 1 and 2, District 3 and 4, and then 5 and 6. We're gonna combine districts, and so we'll have those 3 meetings, but we'll also have Zoom meetings, and then we're gonna have a 6th meeting where we're gonna announce the results and give people a chance to comment on them.
Nice.
So we're gonna do a lot more outreach on the front end and start the process a lot sooner. The civil annexation I put up here, I don't expect people to understand a whole lot of that, but the revenue sharing part of it, it's wonkish, it's boring, it's complicated, but when we're gonna annex some property into the city, not that big a deal. I mean, it's a big deal, but it's not that big a deal. But what's really, really important is when we annex property into the city, we become responsible for police, fire, all the services. Well, today, and I'm watering this down, it's the revenue sharing, property and sales tax, 55 goes into the county, 45 goes to the city. And then again, I'm really general rounding here. So just keep that here. 55% of the property tax and sales tax the county gets, 45% we get. So when we annex it into the city, I made the comment, well, why don't we get 55 and you get 45? Well, they didn't like that very much. Judge Phillips comes to see me. The mayor was there too. We talked about it. We said, that's really not fair. So we're going to have a conversation about finding some middle ground. So revenue sharing is going to be a big deal. It's going to take a year and a half, but you're going to get educated. And I extremely oversimplified this whole thing just for today, but that's the short version on what's going on here. These Lincoln Avenue projects, it's going to transform downtown, looking at hotels, offices, but housing. I've stressed to everyone that it's a big deal. There's a lot going on in downtown, and this can happen in the next 5 to 6 years, and ideally we can get started next year on a project or 2. You're going to hear more about the Lincoln Avenue development projects, and then certainly the city and county parking structure for city employees, county employees, jurors, etc. Another big project. But these are the big projects on my desk. Not all of them, but these are some of the larger things that I've been working on and will go into 2022. No comments.
It's a lot.
That is. And here comes the big picture stuff. So it's not just my desk, but I think citywide. And again, not an all-inclusive list. Not at all. Certainly homelessness, affordable housing, implementation of funds. These are some of the numbers that you have allocated towards some of the projects. 6 million on sidewalks, 6 million on road repairs, 5 million in City Hall, and water and sewer improvements at 10 million. So that's roughly half. Broadband, you're going to hear a little bit more about here. 14th, second meeting in December. Yes, underlined. You'll hear more about them. The plan is to bring on a company. We'll hear more about it December 14th. Plan is to improve our service across the city. There's affordable programs. We just have to do it now. Everything's in place. We just have to actually do the work, and it's probably about a 3-year project, but we think we have the right company to work with. Cannabis, we haven't talked a lot about, but we're doing a lot of work behind the scenes. There's going to be a subcommittee meeting, and I think it's believed it's the first week in February of next year. But we need some time to do some things, and I don't want to take more time today about it, but cannabis is going to be a bigger issue in 2022 for us. The future growth area, there are 2 lawsuits that are between the school district and the developer that are holding all this up. I met with one of the school districts yesterday. I'll meet with the second one hopefully in January, just to kind of get updated. I want to make that more of a project for me, even though I got to be really careful because I don't want to get too involved in that. But I want them to know that we're interested, we're paying attention, we need to build more houses. And I don't want to, the first 10 months, 11 months on the job, I haven't really sat and pressed them, but I just need to let them know that it's now on my radar screen. We got to move this along. Here's why. Once those 2 lawsuits get settled and go away, it's still 18 months before we put a shovel in the ground. We have a huge problem here, and as Steve mentioned, RENA numbers. We're expected to build roughly 1,000 homes or 1,000 units a year over the next 8 to 10 years. Do the math. Do the math. I don't know how many units how many we permitted this year, and I won't put Megan on the spot, but last year, 200, and 100 went towards the sheriff center for homelessness. So we did 100, and we're asked to do 1,000, and we can't do anything for 18 months. We have a problem. Succession planning, I've made it my thing with the council or the department heads. The first 6 months, the last 6 months, it's starting to happen in the organization. Each department's starting to make some changes. I know Megan's made some changes in her department, and certainly the others we've talked about a lot, and you're going to see more of that over the next 12 to 18 months. Departments look like this, and I want them to look more like this. So you're going to see more of that. And then focus on employee safety. I've never worked in a more insecure building than City Hall. Can't speak to too many of the other facilities, except they're all about the same. Courtyards, maybe you drive into the courtyard. It's all rough. So we're going to spend more. We've talked about employee safety, but we're actually going to start doing it. I know we're talking key cards, just to lock up the doors and start the basics. And we have funding. It's just, you're going to see me talk more and more about employee safety and safety of these buildings, because that's a real problem for me right now.
I'm grateful you changed the locks at City Hall. We have council members that are in prison that have keys to City Hall. So thank you for changing the locks.
We're changing the lock, but what I really want to go to is get rid of the keys too, and now we're going to go to key cards, so I know exactly who's coming and going. So. And then this is my last slide, and if we have any questions we can take them, but just in real general, I mentioned the budget process. We are underway internally. We'll get out into the community with the survey here shortly, and then with town hall meetings after that. The American Rescue Plan, we've talked that, not to death, but we've talked a lot about that. Carryover discussion in January at the Finance Committee and City Council. We have a carryover figure that we're working on, and then I want to talk about the first 3 all together. So the budget process, we have a $202 million budget. ARPA, we have $52 million. So you guys are all doing the math in your head. 202 plus 52 plus a carryover number of X. Organizational capacity. We haven't added one body. We filled positions, we've added a few, lost a few, but we're still at about the same amount of people. But we're asked to do all this work, and we're going to do it. We're going to find a way to do it. And the answer is, yeah, we're going to start with yes. We're going to do these things. It's just, I want it in your head when you say, can we do this? We're going to do absolutely everything we can, but I'll give you an example. One thing that went through my head was last summer, we had 4th of July, we had our plan of attack, we're going to go out there and do all these things, and then Skylar Thornton showed up and gave an after-action report. I think it was in August or September. And the first thing we started talking about was, hey, we need to do a fireworks show. And I'm like, you don't know what you just said. Don't do that. We can't take on a fireworks show. We can barely get through the day. So when we have a budget of $202 million, a rescue plan of 52, and here comes carryover, we have a lot going on, and it's great, and it's exciting. We're going to accomplish a lot, and I can't wait till you see my list of just 10 to 12 wins. I mentioned 6 or 7 of them here. I'm going to give you one more. You said this to me about 6 or 7 months ago. We were walking out of a council meeting, and Tony goes, man, that Megan Hunter, they do a great job with grants. I wonder how much they do in grants every year. That stuck in my head. Take a wild guess on what they pulled in grants this year. Take a wild guess. You better start with millions.
52 million?
Take a guess. Just a wild guess. What do you think they pulled in grants this year?
Just this year?
Say 9?
I'd say 10 million.
No, come on. Take a guess.
9?
Oh, just for a good night in.
27 million.
Wow.
That's crazy. Because here's the thing. No, here's the thing. You have to do the work now.
Exactly.
It's like far out. We got $27 million, but now we actually have to do the work and account for it, do all the paperwork. And someone goes, do 3 more grants. It's like, wait a minute, hold on. So I saw that number. I was like, holy! I didn't say holy cow, but I was like, wow. Like, but it stuck in my head. I wanted to just to mention it to you. Keep throwing your ideas at us, and we're going to do everything we can to work it into the plan. But don't be surprised if we go, we are absolutely maxed out. And I see it every Tuesday at 9 a.m. We have our department head meeting for a couple hours. I see it in their faces. It's like, how are we supposed to do this? Like with the ARPA money, it falls on public works, community development, and library and community services. And you can just see the stress. And I'm like, it's okay, we're gonna do this one day at a time. We're gonna break some eggs, but guess what? We're gonna have a really cool list of wins. I'm real excited about putting this together. Stephanie is finishing it up. It's really cool. We'll get that to you, and then definitely say it at my evaluation. I don't have any questions.
Being that you mentioned Ms. Hunter,
Yes.
how's Mr. Jacobs doing out there?
He's in therapy. He has no idea how he's going to do all this sidewalk work over the next couple of years, or the road work, but it's exciting though.
I have to tell you something, he's kicking ass out there. A lot of people are, forgive that word, he's kicking butt. But he's doing some awesome work out there.
You'll hear this when I get this list of accomplishments. You'll see, and you're going to see not just public works or police. You know, some of these things. You're going to see a little bit from everybody. And again, not an all-inclusive list, but I'm telling you right now, we had a really good year. We had a really good year. So.
And this will come up through the process. I want to see more with roads and sidewalks.
Yep. Right.
And that's come across again and again, and I'm like, where is it? I was waiting for it.
Right.
And I know.
Yeah, it falls under ARPA, but yes.
Yeah.
And under the discussion of priorities this afternoon.
I understand.
No, exactly.
I understand.
So
It's a lot, Steve, and I know, yeah, it's.
I told this to somebody the other day. I said, when I started, my expectation level was right here. And I did not think that we would get to that point. I truly, I'm not BSing you, I did not think we would get to where my head was, but I can tell you right now, we've exceeded that.
Jeez.
And it's really a testament to the department heads, the staff, the guys that are actually out there doing the work, the sidewalk guys that we see. And I humbly submit it's an honor to be city manager.
Great.
Even on the tougher days. It's a cool job, but as you guys know, very challenging, but the support is there, and the support from the business community, the residents, it's been almost, not overwhelming, but pretty close to overwhelming. It's all good stuff.
Under your list of wins, I'd like to add the LSA vibrancy plan being funded at $3 million.
Right, no, that was, I'd never forget when I first met Matt Presley, the previous finance director. He came in when we were getting started on budget, because I walked in on January 11th, and we're in the middle of this budget process, and I remember sitting with him and said, I read this LSA vibrancy plan, all 212 pages of it twice. I really knew it really well going into my interview. And Matt said, what do you want to see in the budget? And I hadn't really met or spent too much time with the department heads yet. And I said, I want to put $3 million in the LSL vibrancy plan. And he goes, okay. And he goes, where did you get the $3 million from? And as a God honest truth, I said, I don't know, it just sounds like a good number. I go, can we do that? And he goes, well, give me some time. And I gave him 4 or 5 other things. We started talking to the department heads. He came back and he goes, okay, da-da-da. And I go, can we do that $3 million? He goes, yes, we can. Why? Because sales tax was doing well. We were doing well. And I said, okay, and off we went. But now I'm a year later, and I know what I want to do, but we're going to take a little more of a systematic approach instead of me just grabbing a number out of the air. And I also knew we spent a lot of money in the downtown over the last couple of years, a lot of money.
You noticed
so
that?
I had that figure in my head, and I knew it was over a couple of years. So I thought, well, and it was not, the figure was around $9 million, so I had that figure, but that was over a couple of years. But I also said, you know, It's time, and I did ask Matt one question, I said, how much did you put in the LSL emergency plan the previous year? And he said 100,000. And I said, 3 million, that's where we're gonna start, so.
And you know what, and I was totally against the price tag on downtown, but I go over there, I get excited, it is vibrant.
It's beautiful.
You know what? It was tremendous work, it is beautiful work.
Yep.
And, so a lot of people are coming to downtown and.
Gives you a sense of
And
place.
here's an important
Absolutely.
observation, Tony. A lot of people from all over the city
Absolutely.
are coming to downtown. I remember when we organized the first few Christmas tree lighting ceremonies, and there was folks from the ADJOURNMENT that just didn't feel like it was their downtown. And you and I talked about building un puente de oeste, you know, otro lado de la ciudad. It was like, we're gonna build that bridge, and it's working.
Yeah.
You know,
no,
201's a great example. I mean, they got a whole line of programming now, and it's very much centered in a magnet towards the real youth and, yeah.
Absolutely.
I completely agree, because if I had been on council, I would have voted no for that project. But now, I spend a lot of time down there, and there's a diverse group of people, and people walking, and shopping, and eating, and, you know, I really, it's a nice place to be. You know, you pull up and, you know, from Alisal High School, they're taking their pictures in their cap and gown underneath the arch, and, you know, it's just, it warms your heart, so.
All right, you guys, that's great,
Very good.
very good, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I think that Steve's comments are very helpful for kind of laying out the context for how we're gonna begin that afternoon session. We're gonna pause for lunch, enjoy your lunch. To get us started, and this is kind of a nice working lunch activity, we're gonna do a little, kind of an icebreaker-y type thing to get us thinking, because of what we're gonna spend our time on for the balance of our time together is really about vision, right? Vision, those strategic priorities that you have on your mind, and what that looks like. And so remember, we're keeping ourselves up here at the 25, 30,000 foot level, so we're not gonna get in the weeds. But I think we're gonna have some really good conversations, because we had a chance to meet with all of you guys, and so we tried to bring that forward in a way that gives you something to respond to. So, to get started, let's do this. Again, this is for fun. So get us thinking about the future. Where do we want to go? What do we want to accomplish? So your assignment is to write a short headline, okay? So this is a headline that could be in the paper, or maybe it's online. You know, we're modern here. But it needs to be concise, focused on a topic, and a headline you would like to read in the paper or online. And I have that for how many years from now? 4 years from today. 5. We're 21. Several years from today. So go ahead, take your time, write a little headline, and then we're going to see this. And there's no right or wrong. We know that we're not journalists in the room necessarily, but just capture your idea. And spelling still doesn't count. Oh, definitely does not count.
Should be like some Jeopardy music going on.
Like
Like Jeopardy music, yeah.
Or do new music, that's true. That's a good tip.
Nancy, you don't mind that line. Harrigan's contract extended 10 years.
I didn't hear it, what'd you say?
I know management partners, but this is our first time together.
Yes, how big is
First
it?
management partners.
I mean, you guys in Dubai,
Oh gosh.
100 employees.
No, we are an actual company, I can say that. We have an office in San Jose and others in Cincinnati. We have both full-time and then we have sort of part-time special advisors. Exactly. And so if you take all those into consideration, we're up to that.
Just about.
Yeah, no,
Just about.
yeah, we have folks who are serving in all the areas of local government. We work pretty seriously. special districts, that's it. So, you know, private and nothing that's higher level. Yeah. The better or worse.
You don't need a dishwasher, you don't see them, you need one, you see the signs everywhere. Yeah, exactly.
White car.
Since we started talking, I'll see if we hear more and more about who you guys are, and I know the organization, but they won't have.
All right, do we have our headlines written?
I got it.
All right. Matthew's got it. Done? Yes, yes. Woo, okay, here's first, dude. You're up.
Okay,
All right, everybody, let's all listen here.
this is my life's work.
Your life's work. Good.
Salinas ranks most affordable city on the Central Coast. That's my experience.
Oh, can you say that again? I forget.
Salinas ranks most affordable city on the Central Coast. That is my aspiration.
Nice. Nice.
Salinas ranks most affordable city on the Central Coast. Next up, California.
Next up.
California. Next up, United States.
We only got 4 or 5 years.
No, Roger's on his way to Sacramento.
It's a little bit more affordable.
Stay present, stay present. All right, Mary, you want the next?
Sure. Council lauds community and police department for steady 10-year decline on crime.
Nice. One more time.
Council lauds community and PD, police department, for steady 10-year decline on crime.
All right.
These are lofty goals.
There's no right and no wrong. No, don't.
As
criticize
residents
yourself.
celebrate the opening
I'm
of
too
new
slow.
community
Wait.
centers.
I'm Mary, can you do the last part?
Yep.
Dictate but not
For
rest.
steady 10-year decline on crime.
This is a hard job, right? No.
That also would never, it's way too long to be a byline, but that's right.
Well, maybe it's a headline and then
Right.
tag it with it, yeah. Council allowed city and police department for, all right, you ready, Magda?
Yes.
All right.
Residents celebrate opening of community center in District 5.
Nice.
Because that's mine too, the grand opening of new community center in North
And every
Salinas.
district, yeah, so residents celebrate opening of community center in District 5. One community center in each district.
Okay. All right, so we've got similar headlines.
Grand opening, new community center in North Salinas.
Did you guys collaborate?
We have not spoken, but I'm very happy.
Me too, because it's among the stuff we're talking about. Okay, want to go next?
Yeah, future growth area, 1,000 homes being built.
Nice.
Broke
That was my other one. I wrote that one too.
How many did you
I
write?
had two.
I had two as well, but.
Okay. See?
Salinas reaches housing goal, entire population sheltered.
Wow, 5 years, man?
And everybody gets 2 chickens.
Chickens for all.
All right, Steve, can you read one more time so you can copy this again?
Salinas reaches housing goal, entire population sheltered.
Let's see, did I get everybody?
It's not fair because the mayor's in media. She knows.
This is not a competition, it's all good.
I was like, I think this is just more of an exercise, an icebreaker, I don't know.
Right, but this was an icebreaker, but you can see already we're starting to connect some similar dots, which is kind of nice. Right, because what we're going to be talking about, we're going to start off with vision. And this is, very, future of what you want to see, and this is a statement. We have one already that you have already adopted, so we're going to take fresh eyes to that. And then we're going to talk about kind of those strategic focus areas that you want to prioritize, and then what that means, what that looks like, giving some definition to it, and looking at the strategies for accomplishing that. So that's what I'm teeing up for what we're going to go through next. So, great headlines. Good job. Come on, guys. Really? See, this is the problem with lunch. Everybody goes afterwards. There's cooking in the back. All right, so why do strategic planning? And I'm not going to do a big educational piece here, but I do think it's an important reminder of the value of doing strategic planning, which is what we're talking about today. You have a longer view ahead, but if you don't have this, you may have different interpretations about where you want to go, what you want to do. You might say the same thing, but they mean different things, right? And so we want to avoid sort of the pond with the fish going all different directions and get everybody swimming in the same way, all right? So where there is commonality, where there's agreement that yes, this is what we want to work on, that's really helpful as a council or governing body to be able to keep focused on that, but also very importantly for staff as they're preparing a budget to bring to you, to contemplate how to allocate resources, to do the work, to have that understanding of what you care about and where you're focused. And so we're looking at sort of a 3-year horizon. And so again, big picture as we're doing this. So that's why we do strategic planning. We're all on the same page. Okay, so vision. So a vision statement is simply a statement of what you want to have occur in the future, to be the future state you're trying to achieve. So it sets the focus for the future, and it's a statement of where you're going. And it can be clear and concise, so that everybody has a clear understanding of what that is. We don't want to get overly long in doing so. That's what we mean by vision. And it comes in the form of a statement. This is the current vision, which based on all the conversation around values that we had this morning leading up to, and then specifically about values, I thought this is brilliant. So here's the current vision statement. Can I have someone read it for us? Who wants to read it for us?
Thank you. Salinas is a community that is recognized for its leadership by living its values. Salinas is family-friendly, fiscally sound, respectful of all residents, and committed to a quality of life that affords all residents housing, jobs, and safety.
So this was adopted, as my understanding, in 2020. Does that sound right? So I'm seeing some nods, so we're going to go with that. So this is kind of the current vision statement. I think it's a great jumping off point. So the question is, really, does this still reflect the direction you want to head? Is there anything that you feel like needs to be changed, or are you comfortable with keeping it as? And keep in mind that a good solid vision statement should stand the test of time. It's not something you want to rewrite every year. It loses the impact of being visionary at that point. So take a look again, and I'll stop talking and you can tell me if it still reflects what you think.
And vision statements are usually just a couple sentences, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
You'll see, and if you're peeking ahead, you'll notice that we have where we have a lot more words and content when we started getting into those strategic focus areas, goal statements, and then those strategies. So we want this to be concise. Reaction or comments?
I like it. It's pretty good, yeah.
I still think it applies.
I do too.
Boy, that's simple to the point and covers everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carla?
Yeah. I think it stands the test of time.
Perfect.
That was easy.
We're right on schedule now.
Make it up
See
somewhere.
how quickly that happens.
Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, when we read the vision statement and then we had spoken with all of you, we thought, yes, that feels right, but it's not for us to decide. So that's great. So in the strategic plan that we'll be drafting, we'll keep this in here as your vision statement. Okay? All right. So we don't need to take a break. Don't get excited. We're not taking a break.
Make it up the 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so during our individual conversations, we heard a number of things again and again. And so what we tried to do before we go into the kind of the framework that we're proposing and we'll talk through is to kind of summarize some of these things. And so there are subsets and there's very specifics within any of them, but I want to walk through these and kind of ask the question, are there major things missing or, yes?
Did you actually get to interview all 7 council members for this?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Thank you for, we spoke to everybody. We spent a whole day in town, and so we spoke with everybody. They were very enjoyable.
So this includes Councilmember
It
Osornio's
does,
priorities as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, okay, so the interview themes that we had, I'm putting my glasses back on so I can look your way rather than up there. Economic development was, you threaded throughout a lot of different topics that we had, and it takes different shapes. But that includes, making sure that there are skilled jobs for folks, focusing on the downtown, the work there. And so economic development broadly, and you'll see that we have that as an area of focus. The Alisal Vibrancy Plan was specifically identified, so that's, not such a broad topic, but it's a big thing. So mentioned by a number of folks. Infrastructure, also very large in terms of the frequency of occurrence and hearing it. Sidewalks and roads in particular are what we heard about with respect to infrastructure. Investment in quality of life, that also kind of brought us back to infrastructure, but also included parks and park maintenance, and so those attributes or assets in the community that people need in order to really enjoy and have a high quality of life. So investment in quality of life generally. Public safety and community policing, and kind of the nexus between those, and so we heard different conversations around safety, but the topic was universal in terms of its importance. Youth programming at rec center, aka maybe community center. But so this often came in the context of the discussion around safety and an interest in prevention intervention as a part of a broader public safety strategy. Housing and affordable housing, we heard a lot about that. And then related, homelessness. And so making sure that there are homes, like to Steve's headline, that we can address all that. And then there's homes for those who are currently unsheltered, but also affordable for those everybody else. Beautification, we heard about the interest in gateways and welcoming to the community, but also having clean spaces, places that people feel good and comfortable with. Code enforcement as being a part of that and a tool for that. We heard about seniors and making sure that there's access and resources available for seniors. And then community engagement and equity, we also heard about those. I put them down toward the bottom because we also were talking about those in the context of values. But they were important themes that we heard through the conversations that we had. So that's our attempt to sort of summarize the outcomes of the day. Is there anything major? Yeah.
What about the environment, sustainability? I feel like that had come up, but I don't really see it there. I mean, maybe it's an overarching part of somewhere, I don't know, but I just want to note that.
Okay.
Probably under quality of life, I would imagine, like parks and infrastructure and.
There's a resiliency, climate action, electrification, I mean, all of that is very important. And I realize it hasn't really been in the public discourse, whether it's through the governor's race or even the presidency, but it's very present locally.
Yeah, I wanted to follow with the kind of economic development or quality of life, maybe fall in a number of places. We didn't hear that specifically in terms of, but doesn't mean that it shouldn't be there.
All right.
I don't know much about, I mean, I need to start off. I understand the list except for seniors. I hear them just a little bit on that, because I don't know what it means, programs, senior center, or what does that mean?
So, and Magda, you can jump into if you have things you would add. Making sure that seniors are supported for mobility, being able to get to places and being able to stay in their homes and be engaged and successful with that. So kind of programming, transportation.
And I think also even volunteer opportunities for
Right.
seniors to keep them engaged.
Got it, okay.
For a long time, there's been an effort to get a senior center in Salinas, and there's the argument that we have the
Senior Center.
Senior Center Inc., which is the nonprofit, but there's that rift, and
I see.
there's more background.
That's what I was looking for, it's really transportation, getting them around, but also volunteer opportunities, okay.
Yeah, but you know what, like at the Firehouse Recreation Center, you have a lot of seniors that do work with them themselves, they go to hospital visits, they visit each other at home, and they volunteer. And to really engage that,
We need that in North Salinas.
yeah, cities are always talking about cost effectiveness and all that. Man, we got the people there that wanna do some good stuff. We just gotta identify how to take care of business.
Great. Okay, is there anything else that isn't explicitly here that you feel like, how come that's not there?
Well, what did you guys just say? I overheard that, and I thought that was really too.
So not necessarily a rec center, but a community center that's serving both.
Senior and youth.
Seniors.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have community centers, but I mean, you couldn't fit 20 people in some of them, right? You know what I mean? Like, and once upon a time, there was robust programming around different age groups and interests.
My grandmother could play every instrument known to man and played in bands in senior centers until the day she died. And, you know, so from where I'm from, I was very engaged in senior centers, and they were always, you know, there were youth things going on during the day, senior things going on in the evening. You know, it should be one and the same.
No, it's perfectly fair, and there's some synergy and some benefit to having that cross-generational.
And seniors come and they donate their time to the youth as well, they get involved in the community.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
maybe the clarification there is youth programming, including community center, which could then also draw
Right.
into seniors.
Seniors, yeah, it's not.
Absolutely, well, when we get into some of the details, we can clarify these pieces, and, no, that's great, I love it.
Maybe it's reasonably programmed.
Yeah.
And this may be the cart before the horse, because we're not quite to goals, but, you know, interview themes. We have our city staff, you know, healthy, happy, rested, you know, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, none of this would be possible without our human infrastructure. I hate to build on that or play on that, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, you know, again, that similarly to a green or a sustainable vein,
Right,
you know, the environment.
organizational
Yeah.
sustainability. No, for sure. Well, and so, yeah, all we did was we tried to sort of package, if you will, what we heard, and so today, this is where we get messy about it. And this is like a trust the process thing, right? So we're listening, and we're taking notes so that we can come back and reflect the final conversation. So what we have here really is just intended as the conversation starter. Okay, but so here's the framework that we've sort of laid out for a strategic plan document for you. So I want to kind of give a high-level overview of this. And if we need to tweak at the end, we can come back to it, but I just want to kind of give you the thinking of how we've organized these things. So we talked about the values earlier, and we talked about the vision. That was lickety split. So at the top, you kind of have those pieces. And then where we're going to be focusing in for the remainder of our time together are these next two areas. So we have organized what we call strategic focus areas. Those are the big buckets, right? The big areas of priority that we heard. And then we've kind of drafted a goal statement that reflects what we heard in terms of what you want, what that looks like, what success looks like, that you'll talk about and reflect on. So that's sort of the big structure. And then we get into the brass tacks. It's like, okay, well, what does that mean? What are we going to do? So again, based on our interviews and what we have heard, we have tried to align those kind of key strategies. And again, this is not down in the weeds operational. These are major strategies that you want to work on for the next 3 years or so. So that's how we have laid these out. The implementation action plan is where it shifts over and becomes a tool and a resource for staff. So the city manager can draft out the work plan, do regular updates to council, that reflect the work that's underway, progress that's being made, what's happening this year versus next, that sort of thing. So that's not what we're getting into today, but that's the framework. Questions? Okay, cool. All right, so let's just define these terms a little further. So again, this is that middle area. So strategic focus areas, areas of strategic importance to the city council. Reflective of the community, naturally, but this is what we heard. Areas where you want to focus city resources and have an impact. And then goals, which are directly tied to that, are what you want to accomplish. So what you want to do, what success looks like. And we write that as a goal statement to provide some definition there. So you'll see examples that are being provided, which you'll respond to. So here are the proposed, and again, this is just framework. I want to kind of do a quick walkthrough, and then we'll go back and say, is this the right set of pieces? So the proposed focus areas, economic development, again, big bucket, lots of pieces that feed to that. Housing, affordable housing, and as you'll see in just a moment, We've included homelessness as a part of that bucket, if you will, infrastructure, public safety, and then we had youth also, because we did hear a lot about youth in particular, and maybe we end up broadening that out, or it gets bundled some other way. Yes?
Are we gonna be able to chime in on changing proposed? Is that
Of course,
fair enough?
yeah.
I was gonna add that maybe youth should be added with youth and senior programming, and then under that, add the bullet point that Steve was bringing up about climate action, sustainability. I think that would,
So adding an additional focus area.
which is climate action.
Okay, and let's, actually, if you could write down sustainability, because I'm thinking as we walk through the areas, we may find other places that fits into, if we don't, if it makes sense. And if not, we can pull it out as a whole separate focus area as well. But yeah, so keeping the idea of seniors in mind, when we get to the youth section, we can talk about what those are. All right, so, oops, oh dear, I'm so sorry.
Ah, there's Caesar.
Set that down so I don't bump it again. All right, can everybody read this, I hope? Because it's a lot. So here's what we heard in terms of what these areas might look like. And so if you'll indulge me, I'm going to read them for you so everybody can hear them and see them, because it's a little bit, it's a lot of words. So based on the initial 5 areas, and again, these can be modified, the first one being economic development. We wrote as a goal statement, sustain and develop a diverse and thriving economy that benefits Salinas residents and businesses and that contributes to the community's economic health. So you can see this is an aspirational goal. This is broad. When we get to the strategies, we'll get to a lot more specific details. And I recognize that it's hard to do this without seeing all the pieces together. So, okay.
Very helpful. Are you ready for some wordsmithing on the first one, or do you want to read through them all, or how do you want to handle this?
Let me read through them all,
Go for
because
it,
there may
sure.
be parts that are in other areas
Yeah.
that we'll touch on.
I just have some tweaks to the words on the first one.
Okay. All right, so let's start then housing and affordable housing next. All right, so pursue housing options for residents of all income levels, including the unsheltered, that is safe and secure.
That's good.
Great.
That's real good.
Okay, thank you.
Did you write that? Or do you have somebody in the back office?
We are the back office.
Well done.
Front office and back office.
Honestly, we tried to listen to what we heard, and so that's where we get there. All right, so the next one we have is infrastructure. Invest in and maintain infrastructure that creates a vibrant city and generates community pride. So this, talks about streets and roads, right, for the being able to move around, but also that people feel good about. And so some of that beautification and those sorts of things you'll see we've put into infrastructure, which is a little bit of a different angle. Okay, keep going.
Yeah,
All right.
great.
Public safety. Continue to improve community safety by engaging residents and using a broad range of proactive approaches that emphasize community policing and prevention programs. So really emphasizing public safety is an important priority and a goal, but also weaving in the elements of community policing and prevention and intervention, which we've heard about during our interviews. All right. And the last one, which is one we may want to modify, and or we might still add something, it has to do with youth. So provide opportunities for healthy development and social connections through recreational facilities, programs, and activities. And actually that kind of works for seniors too.
It does.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'm feeling left out.
You're not a senior yet?
I'm not a senior and I'm not a youth. Like,
I know, it's hard to be this.
You're just
Middle-aged business owner.
me too.
Can staff ask a question?
Yes.
Ask a question? I'm just curious if it came up with any of your interviews, or if you guys as council have considered when you guys talk public safety. I've noticed that there's nothing fire in this whole conversation today. And that is something I think, I know this is a strategic planning process for you, but I've talked to a lot of you guys and, we've had conversations. So I'm just curious if any of that is in your minds.
I can respond to that. Go ahead first.
So as part of like the climate resilience and sustainability, I think that goes hand in hand with fire prevention work. So I would like to see that as we expand on public safety to include fire, and then also in climate resiliency.
And we need to fold in climate resiliency, sustainability, electrification, all of that, without question. And I don't know how that plays in, so let's keep that definitely.
Yeah.
When I think of fire, there's a few things in here. So one, when I think of public safety, and maybe we need to call it out, there is that engaging residents, certification. The number of calls that we go on is extraordinary. I mean, and there's a lot of.
And I just want to point out, just for information as an educational piece, not to take this off on the side road,
Yeah.
is that, 22 years ago, we were running 6,000 calls. We're gonna run about almost, just under 17,000, and we have the same number of people.
Yeah.
We have an increased number of bodies to do the work, and yet we have more programs that we're being asked to do. We like to do it, we're public servants, but, our boss mentioned organizational capacity. Fire is done, and then when you start thinking about this, as a chief, I worry about, I have Station 1 that's running 20-something calls every day. We're gonna probably lose 9 firefighters because they're like, I'm overworked. I mean, they're running 20+ calls in a 24-hour period. They're literally not sleeping. So, I mean, we have to, I just wanna put that on your
And
guys'
fire
radar.
stations that are falling down.
Fire stations that are falling down.
Well, and never mind the pressures of external, like the threat of big
COVID
fires.
and
I mean, well, I was gonna say even just
wildfires.
wildfires that are
There's
also
an
drawing
employee,
resources.
there's an employee safety component there.
Yeah.
That's
right.
And to add to this, Chief Vaughn, I'm grateful that you spoke up, because, sometimes when you get laser focused on certain things, I think there was such advocacy for public safety for so many years, that, and louder, I mean, if we're having a really honest and open workshop here, like louder advocacy for police, and the identifying factor that we had a lot of crime in our community, and the police department had asbestos and smelled like weed from the evidence department and everything else, right? That the advocacy and the awareness between the council and the community became over police, right? And I think fire has always been a great partner to the city and to the community and to the council, but hasn't necessarily, and this is not a bad thing, but hasn't necessarily beaten down the door and said, look, we're overstaffed, we're understaffed, overworked, and Station 2, I know, has caused car accidents because of the amount of calls. It's the #1 station, right, that takes calls between Station 1 and 2. But you're pulling out onto Laurel, I don't know how many times a day, and you said to me the other day that literally the garages, the fire trucks keep getting bigger and bigger, and some of the garages, one more revision or one more purchase of a fire engine, it won't actually physically fit in the garage because you're physically outgrowing your space. So I think infrastructure there too can, understanding that our fire department and our employees in the fire, in our fire department are we probably need to look at that more strategically.
Well, policing is called out, fire's not. So if I can get into wordsmithing, I have a few things,
Before you do that, I'm gonna try to conceptual because we can do wordsmithing, I think, a little bit. I'll come back to you, I promise,
Yep, thank you.
So one thought, and thank you for your comments. A couple things I'm hearing, and that is, first of all, making sure that we are incorporating public safety broadly, police and fire, and some resilience as a part of that as well. And so, one way we can just restate the goal and make that broader, that's fine. Or we could even look at a safety and resilience type of a focus area that gives you a little bit more depth. And the other thing I was hearing collectively was just we don't have any focus areas on the organization currently. And so, if there is agreement, you could do a strategic focus on organizational sustainability or some kind of wording or capacity or something that gets us, you mentioned succession planning in your comments. Fiscal responsibility we've talked about already and planning for those pieces. And so that can be a whole focus area. We want to make sure that we keep these clear and strategic. But we want to make sure that we're touching on those important things.
Not to derail more, I just wanted to plant an idea for the council to consider. in looking at infrastructure as it relates to the fire department, I think this library is a great example of an opportunity missed to build a fire station attached to it. The police station. So as we look to bring the community together, infrastructure we need within the fire department, let's think about a multi-use building that could have a fire station attached to a community center.
Well, and the fire station that's pulling out on Laurel is in District 5, and the community center we want is in District 5, so it makes sense that we would put those together.
That's great. I'll be quiet. That's all.
Another fire community center.
Yeah, well, like I said, yeah, so this is not a
Makes perfect
perfect structure in terms of, but so long as the big picture pieces are incorporated somewhere, then they're on the radar.
Yeah. And Mr. Kerrigan, to that point, it's been my experience here. Sometimes we wait till the last minute. We know something needs maintenance, and you know what? We wait till it's gonna triple in price instead of figuring out where to get money to fix it. No, so what we do is we wait because it's not our priority. I think one of the critical pieces that I deal with because these folks are bringing some really serious issues, because it is about safety. It's about employee safety, it's about the public safety. But you know what we do at the 11th hour, we start ringing the bell, and you guys give us a report. We're gonna need millions, instead of saying, you know what, let's start tackling it little by little. We wait till and we never do nothing because we say, well, in order to do this, it's gonna take millions. Instead of saying, well, do we have a few thousand? Let's start chipping away at it, and we don't do that. We wait till the house is falling apart. I've heard that several times now. Just really quick, and you know what, and we keep doing that. We see a recreation center or the firehouse, the fire station, and we know it's falling apart, but what do? We wait till it's gonna triple in price to fix it.
We have a vehicle replacement program, so we're taking that same model and calling it a facilities replacement, not just full-on facilities, but also when does the HVAC need to get changed out, when do the light bulbs need to get changed out, all these things that you're talking about. I can't speak before January of this year, so.
But now we hear 9 firefighters,
Right.
instead of saying, you know what, can we figure, because the budget is fluid. But I'll be honest with you, as one person here, I don't just wanna hire people just to hire, I wanna hire for investment. You know, are you getting the top firefighter for the money that's really gonna serve the public, instead of just hiring just because this guy's got the qualifications? We wanna hire people that are gonna make a positive difference. And so instead of getting the list, we need 9 firefighters, do we have enough money right now to hire 1 or 2? You know, and we break it down like that.
Correct.
So I think that when we get to infrastructure, adding that on, in terms of creating facilities, strategic master plan or whatever you called it, or focusing on deferred maintenance and building a plan toward that, we can incorporate that into that piece. But it also sort of ties back into that organizational piece, right? And so less community focused, more about, we need to be stable and strong as an organization in order to be successful.
We're on this subject, one other thing we need to talk about is the city is gonna continue to grow. And you talk about your headline, 1,000 homes. Now, nothing would make me happier than to build 1,000 homes a year. But we also need to talk about police and fire, but we also need to talk about administration, IT, all these other departments, these support departments. I don't like that word either, but I mean, we need to grow the city with bodies too.
Fire Station 7.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't want to repeat our goals from the last goal setting, but I seem to remember there was like quality government or good government. You know, there's like some government internal themes that may be a focus area as it relates to the council and its function, our employees, planning, you know, just government functions. And I don't want to call it wordsmithing, but I'm going to offer just some feedback. I love number 2. Number 1, I was just toying with this idea, you know, instead of develop, the word enhance. And benefits all Salinas residents. You know, that's that kind of inclusive, those are just a couple of words that came to mind. I think under the public safety one, we could, you know, include community policing and fire prevention programs. I think we need to call out fire. You know, one of the things about infrastructure as well, I think safety could play in there. Our built environment really determines safety, as Tony and I found with our community meeting as it relates to pedestrians and bicyclists. There's how we lay things out and design things, has a huge impact on accessibility, but, safety as well. So safe infrastructure, these are just, and then the last thing with youth, youth and seniors. I'm kind of thinking, wow, we're calling out youth. I mean, this is a big focus area, but, I think, was it Christy that just said, those could all apply to seniors as well?
Right, yeah, we have.
I don't know if somebody wrote that down.
We're writing all of it down.
I can tell.
No, it's sorry. Go ahead.
I think one major area that is not on here that's been a recurring theme with the council is, as we're discussing our values, is equity. So how, I think as a government, we have a strategic focus on conducting an assessment of ourselves as an institution and seeing what we need to change in order to, without having to explicitly state it at every single council meeting, rather it being a function of government that coming down and bottom up. So not that we're very top down, with equity, it's from the council coming all the time, there's equity, instead of staff bringing it up and saying, this is our equitable proposal for this. So I would hope that we would put equity as a strategic focus for our government moving forward.
So that they're looking at it first, and this is why it's equitable, which will come from this strategic plan if we put it in there, because right now, they say this is how it's meeting your strategic goals.
And that folds into good governance. That's us making sure that we're accountable. It's in the same way we have a fiscal impact and environmental impact. This is the equity lens. Read up on it beforehand so it doesn't have to be a separate conversation. It's more effective that way.
This is going to be a repeat of the last goals. I think sustainable government. Is that, Jim, you probably have it memorized. Was it sustainable government?
It was, one of the goals was
Yeah, and then you can tie in the sustainability piece and.
But I think equity has to be stated individually as strategic focus.
Well, what's happening is the stated value, so that it applies to everything. And then I was taking notes here, if it works, sustainable, we can have a sustainable government effective, but to have the specific strategy of what I was hearing you describe was, training and learning for the organization. So it's within the organization to then be able to bring that out forward.
I do want to say that I like develop better.
Oh, you do? Okay, you do? Okay, well, then there you go.
I would like to just add a word to economic development, and that is sustain, encourage, and develop a diverse and thriving economy. And part of that is being proactive and doing our best to draw business into our community, to encourage it, to say, yes, we'll do what we can for planning and permitting, we'll help with, I think that's not just sustaining it, like, okay, we got everything on lockdown, it's great, we got it sustained. And then developing, obviously, I think naturally some economic development falls in our lap based on our location and based on us being an ag community and everything else. But I think being really proactive and not reactive to things, I think encouraging it would be great.
God, there might even be a better, stronger word than encourage.
Demand. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, and as far as public safety goes, I think you either have to take policing out or add
fire. Yeah, I agree with that.
Do you have a preference one way or the other?
Let's add fire.
I would add fire too. Yeah, that's. And how about the benefiting all Salinas residents? I mean, this goes back to Tony's point about the ag tech, right? Like, maybe some industries are exclusive, right? And I just think about our business navigator positions. I have thrown so many people Crystal's way. I mean, and that's just been wonderful. I talked to a guy yesterday that wants to start businesses.
Yeah, well, and I know that ag is the largest business, the largest industry in Monterey County, but there are a lot of industries out there that are 1 and are 2 and 3 and 4 that are being left out of the conversation that we need to make sure that our goals incorporate, like construction.
Are we leaving parks out?
Remember, this is a strategic.
Yeah, it was like, we could
Yeah.
literally name every single thing within the
Okay,
city.
all right.
This is it, they've developed this out of 12 hours of interviews with us,
Yep.
so.
Well,
I think
you don't
it's really
lose sight of those
wonderful.
other things.
It is very wonderful. This is very helpful. Great job.
But keep in mind, you'll still have the budget process where you're gonna decide how you're gonna fund all of these things. And so this is just, these are the things we wanna work on in an above and beyond intentional manner. And, you have recreation through the community center and facilities.
I just see these goals as the future. Like, I'm not here anymore and someone else comes in, they read these goals and they know the direction that they're to follow, right? Steve's not here, or
Yep.
No, he's
Michelle's
getting
not
renewed
here.
for
He wants
another
to be here
10-year
for 10 years.
contract.
Right, so, and that's why they're important, and it's important that it reads in a way that really is defining what we want as a council.
If I want to go back to that sustainability, what if we, sustainable infrastructure?
Invest in
Councilmember, what's
maintaining
the sticking
infrastructure.
point with the word sustainability?
Gosh, I
Can
wanna,
you define that?
sure, electrification, working towards energy independence, microgrids, solar, green infrastructure, right? Curbs and gutters don't have to
So what if it
be,
says, go ahead. I'm
well,
sorry.
they don't have to be the same way they've been forever, right? And that's why we've got a bioswale out here, and water drains on site. Advocating for a urban canopy that's better than 6%.
So what if it just says concentrating on sustainability?
Or even, you're thinking about sort of forward thinking or modernizing as
Yes,
well.
that's what he's thinking.
Right, that's what I'm hearing is with electrification, so if we change
He's
the
Steve
description.
McShane, that's why.
I actually, if I might, I actually agree with Councilman McShane. I think it's much broader, because if you think about things, sustainability, and some of them are being imposed by the state, but you're thinking about trash, solid waste, you're thinking about planning, where you're planning, you're thinking about air quality, where you're putting these things. It's a lot more than just infrastructure, and also we have to do an environmental justice element with our master plan. So to me, I think, and we've heard it from the community too. I mean, I was looking through to see what we heard from the community is important, and to me, sustainability is much broader than just infrastructure, so.
Right, well, so I guess in rule of the group, I guess the question I would ask is, we can broaden it to be sustainability and incorporate infrastructure into that. My only observation I would share was that in our conversation, it was sidewalks and
Curbs,
roads,
streets,
sidewalks and
gutters,
roads, sidewalks
yeah,
and roads. And it's like, if you're trying to be focused and not to take away at all from what you're describing, because it's important, and maybe we just have to incorporate it into the goal statement, that it is, pursuing, sustainable approaches or modernizing infrastructure, those sorts into the description of infrastructure. I don't know, it's totally up to you guys.
Go ahead, sorry.
I think that I would add infrastructure and climate sustainability or environmental sustainability. That way it's not, you're not questioning what sustainability
We can
means.
call it out.
Do both.
But
Yeah.
rather it's very clear that you're talking about protecting the environment and fending off climate, issues, right?
Maybe it's like a while
He's saying change
ensuring.
infrastructure to infrastructure and,
And
so that it's
environmental
very
sustainability.
clear.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel comfortable with that?
Well, climate, so you're being very specific with climate, which I'm not disagreeing. I think there's some benefit to that,
Or
there's
do
no
I say
doubt.
environmental
Yeah, I think that might be it,
Let's
yeah.
do environmental sustainability.
There
So I wrote down.
Environmental sustainability, I like that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how I wrote, so infrastructure here would be infrastructure and environmental sustainability. Which
Correct.
then can incorporate the modern,
Yep.
techniques and strategies to address the climate action plan.
Electrification, microgrids,
Okay.
yep, climate resiliency, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So then, we went right to wordsmithing, but that's okay. So I have a question then. So if we're adding a goal around what I had written down as a sustainable government, do we want sustainability sustainable? Or,
I think effective government is a great way to say that.
okay.
What about responsive government?
I think that's an effective, I mean, you can use that, you can use responsive in
The definition.
the definition of it, but effective government is like, we return calls, we are technologically savvy, we get to yes, we are, I think all of those things. So I
We've
think
heard a lot of
that's,
those things today. Well, and also, that includes, succession planning. and
Employees, enough staff, so that
Right.
we're not running
Data-driven
17,000
approaches,
calls
all
on,
of
yeah,
those sorts
exactly.
of things. Okay. All right.
So now we're up to 6, no, Yeah,
Six.
right?
So here, let me just recap, and when we take a break, we'll write this up so you can see it all and be like, yes, that's exactly what we mean. So economic development, we had some word changes in the description, but the title, the bucket is the same.
Yep.
Then no changes to housing and affordable
A+.
housing.
Very good.
Very good.
Then we are changing infrastructure to infrastructure and environmental sustainability. And we can broaden the descriptive, the goal statement on that one.
Yep.
For public safety, we're going to incorporate, so it's broadly defined public safety, not just police, but police and fire. And then we include some words around resiliency as a part of the goal statement there. Haven't written that just yet, but we can work on that. And then for the last one here, that's listed here, we're gonna change that to youth and seniors. And then we can we don't have to modify the statement all from there.
Youth, seniors, and middle-aged.
We're like out the door again, always out the door.
Oh, gosh.
And then we'll have effective government as the kind of internally facing goal, which is helpful, I think, to staff too, to be like, see council, we said we wanted to focus on capacity of these things, you can point to it.
Can we add like something like culturally responsive to effective government? Because I think one of the things that we really have to focus on is diversifying our models of communicating with the public. Because we are a large Spanish-speaking community, we have a lot of undocumented community members, and I think that should be a real focus for our city is to make sure that we're operating in a way that's responsive culturally to the communities we serve.
Don't we do that now? Or we don't do it enough, or help me out, like
So-
where?
I mean, I
Help me
think
out
that
where?
we don't
I don't
cover
think
the
we do.
Filipino community at
Yeah.
all. I
Yeah.
mean, we're not, so if we're talking about really being diverse, there's a lot of other communities out there that we're not serving.
And that's what culturally responsive gets at, is getting at all the communities that exist in Salinas. But as to how we're not doing it
Yeah,
now
please.
is, I'm sure Tony and Carla can attest to this, is we have Spanish-speaking constituents who cannot operate Salinas Connect because of the language barriers, have difficult times submitting permits because of the language barriers, and the access to City Hall is significantly diminished because of the language barriers, whether it be Tagalog, whether it be Spanish, or the various.
Well, and some departments do better than others. I mean, I just toured the permit center and I was remarkably impressed by how apt they were to handle Espanol. Like, it was awesome. And so to that point, some departments, some areas will do better than others.
And because some departments do better than
committed to
others,
that.
that's why we need to make sure all of our
All
departments
departments,
are
so a
doing it.
commitment to,
Why you make it as a part of your goal statement. And what I might suggest,
Is Salinas Connect in Spanish?
No.
No,
we need to do that.
Yeah.
On the
Just
web,
on the
it is,
web.
right, and I've sent people to the web, all the time, in Spanish.
Okay.
but I remember
Not
being
bad.
really impressed by the the Vista folks that we had, those, and what that was cutting edge stuff. And that was, again, equitable, that was making these systems more equitable. And what you're doing is, you are teaching and you are increasing public education efforts so that your resident from any background knows how to just navigate the system. You're increasing access. And you talk to many black residents in Salinas, they'll say, erasure. There is no representation for anything. I remember talking to folks from the Juneteenth committee and going, yes, we're gonna stand in solidarity with a lot of the efforts done for the Latinx community, but what about us? And so this is where you look at all of the populations and you really focus on demographics. And yes, it being language, but also I really appreciate, our city manager, Steve, early on, we said, we gotta get more on social media. We need to do graphics, we need to do images, we need to make that as plain as possible and understand that we've got different modalities that we're gonna have to target.
Amen.
Yeah.
And you know what, and with that said, you're like in any position, any job, you have employees and then you have employees. I mean, you have employees that are really public servants. And then others just provide no, you can't do that, or what, however that looks like. But when I go to City Hall right now, it is very unfriendly. For the simple fact, man, where do I go here from here? And you know what I've learned?
Yeah.
To respect staff, because City Hall, the way it was fixed now, it was because city staff felt that was the best. It works better for city staff, but it doesn't work for the customer. Because you go in there and, where I feel saddened, because it's been multiple times, a Spanish-speaking person, whether it's Filipino or whatever, will go there and they don't know whether to go to 65 Alizal or, ¿dónde pago esto? That is, you know, they're coming to take care of something that they're, I don't wanna get in trouble, but they don't know where to go. So from City Hall, they're sent over there, and then from, oh no, you gotta go back over.
Well, in their first encounter as the security guard that like will
Very
shake-
friendly guy, but no Spanish.
I've seen him shake people down. Like, you better have your mask on.
Oh. Did he tell you that?
Not me.
All right.
He jumps me.
Does he really?
All right, so we'll make those updates.
But is that
and-
gonna be reflective of that? Is culturally responsive as part of
Sounds like
effective
it.
government?
Yes, that's what, yeah, exactly. And so we haven't written yet a goal
gotta
statement
figure it
yet, but
out.
we'll incorporate that in. What I was gonna suggest is, so we have identified kind of preliminary or possible strategies for these areas. And so we'll go through those with the modifications in mind, obviously. And then let's take a time and do the separate focus area that speaks to, well, what are the strategies for effective government? And it may be a first pass. This may be something that takes a little bit of iteration, since we're sort of doing it on the fly a little bit. But I think that's okay. Does that work for you guys? Okay. We're good?
I think.
What's the hesitation?
Well, I don't know, that was kind of the whole coming back in the past. Anyhow,
I'm just confusing.
a little bit, but keep going. It's fine, it might just be.
At least you don't.
We're gonna walk through each of these with strategies. I'll give you a visual. So strategies are how we're going to achieve these goal statements that we've just laid out with modifications as noted. So here's an example, and we're gonna go through each of these. And so these are, based on what we heard, some kind of broad strategies that you might want to consider, amend, add to, subtract from. Keeping in mind, we want to keep it high level and strategic. We don't want to just throw everything in here because then it's just a budget document. So this is economic development.
I think it was support the arts ordinance. I think that was me. It may have been somebody else too, but it wasn't developed, so we have one.
Okay. And some of the verbs we may have mixed up in it, so apologies.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would encourage support and engage small and large business.
Yeah.
Do we want to say small and large or
Yes.
just business? Okay, good.
Because I think the catchphrase, keyword, particularly coming out of COVID, is small business, because so many small businesses were impacted. But I think too, when you're talking about something like HSBC closing in our community and 896 jobs go away, we
Good
need
deal.
to support and engage at HSBC or Household or whatever it was at the time, Capital One. You know, I think that we need to be very conscientious about business in general when it comes to economic
I would add, and entrepreneurship. Like, once upon a time, we had a small business, you know, incubator sort of, there was a pathway, and I think it was through Hartnell College with the city, where you could go through a series of classes on how to start a business, emerging technology, that sort of thing.
So as a part of the support and engage small and large business, or as a
Yeah,
part of the partner with a school
small and large
district?
business and entrepreneurship.
I
Okay.
really appreciate the developing agriculture technology plan, you know,
Me too, that's pretty good.
I welcome and encourage beautification and modernization, but I am fearful and weary of other phenomena such as gentrification and forgetting, you know, that there are folks, as Councilmember Barrera said, that want to be in these spaces. And so making sure that we're investing in our workforce, that we find ways to partner with ag companies so that there is opportunities for upward mobility within those same departments, whether it's vocational training, whether it's certification in new technologies, and so that people understand why these processes are getting digitized, or why there are going to be certain positions that are just going to become obsolete. And having the understanding of you can be a part of this change as well. We want to encourage that leadership. Since I was a high school student at ALSA, we had ag tech, and I had friends, and now my students that are going, I'm studying biotech and ag tech, I need to move to Yuma. I need to move to San Luis Obispo because there's nothing for me here in Salinas. And that breaks my heart because that's local talent of people that are young professionals that want to stay here but don't have the opportunity here.
So maybe that's engaging the workforce development board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's
Yeah.
where you get the, state funding and county supported.
It's a whole thing.
Yeah, it's literally like, hey, Capital One's closing, who wants to stay here and who
Yeah.
wants to move to Virginia? Okay, those that stay here, we're gonna give you the free training necessary to be able to pivot in your career, or pivot in your job, to be able to stay here to learn a new trade or learn,
For clarification, does that fit under the other key partners?
I think it does.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
So just add that as part of the
Yep.
list of partners.
Now, I almost could see another bullet just to serve as one part to promoting our community. I mean, there is a certain capacity in our economic development manager, is that what his title is? That says, hey, this is a cool place, like, look at us. Don't look at Visalia or Merced.
I think you would agree, Steve, right? I mean.
For example, I mean,
Ignore them.
specific places are
Just saying.
Bullets don't go to Visalia.
They're old news.
But to have a strategy that talks about promoting Salinas as a destination for business and opportunity, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
That's great, that's a great addition, okay.
Oh, yeah, school districts, thank you for the punctuation. We have like 9 school districts.
All right, so we have a couple updates here that I'm hearing thus far. So on the third bullet down, we're going to incorporate the Workforce Development Board as a part of those partners. We're going to revise development arts ordinance to actually be support. Or implement? Is it support?
Support.
Okay.
I don't know, implement, whatever.
Okay. And then we're going to add in small and large, small, large business and entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship. And then we're going to add a bullet around promoting Salinas as a place of opportunity.
There you go, that's right.
Rich in land, rich in values, rife with opportunity.
Oh boy, okay.
It was on one of our pieces of material that we handed
I
out.
gather, that's good, that's good.
Yeah, the city manager got one.
All right, so with those changes, and again, remember, this is still a working process. It's going to come back to you, a little more fully shaped, so you can put your final imprint on it. How are we feeling about the collection of strategies?
Looks really good, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. We're just going to do this systematically here. So the next one we had was affordable housing and affordable housing. So I'll let you read through these and make your comments.
There's bullets, buddy. That's all.
You listen, huh?
Hey.
We've done our jobs. You should all see yourselves imprinted throughout all these things.
So I don't know if we've talked about this as a council. I have some concerns about develop a rent stabilization plan.
Me too. I would call it evaluate, or if you want,
Yeah.
if you need to.
Modify the verb.
Yep, evaluate's probably a good word, or review.
I would say review. That's what-
Review. Well, review, is there already
Oh,
one in
There
place?
is not one in
No.
place, no.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe you
Are
plan.
you okay with evaluate? Evaluate's okay for everybody?
I mean,
Can
I
I
like
actually-
develop, I don't know what time. I'm good with develop.
You're okay with develop?
Yeah.
Well, you weren't okay with develop.
I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer review,
There is a state,
or not review.
there is a
Evaluate.
state
Evaluate.
stabilization.
Okay, so there's a state stabilization plan, so we do a review with, in context for your community.
Yeah, there
Or
you
we
go,
could
so
say
review
evaluate.
might be better than
Evaluate.
evaluate. I like evaluate, but
I don't-
Megan saying review might be the more
Well,
appropriate.
I'm just saying, keep in mind that there was the passage of 1482, which is a state rent stabilization act. It may not go far enough, but there is something in place.
But you can still evaluate those.
So we
what's
can
the word we're-
evaluate and adopt.
what's the word we're looking
to meet our
for?
needs.
So it's
Review.
good to-
You said maybe
How
review,
about
maybe
examine?
evaluate.
How about examine?
Examine.
Examine,
Hey,
there you go.
There you go.
There's your neutral
There's me in the
word.
middle.
You
Okay.
run for city council?
Nope, she can't, she's with me. Okay, so we're comfortable with changing develop to examine. Sound like there's some energy there. Okay?
Yeah, how about like, well, options for tiny home communities, city-centered, I don't see city-centered up there, city-centered growth, transit-oriented housing, transit and city-centered, I don't know if anybody else is feeling the sizzle on that, I mean,
Just trying to figure out if there's an area where we.
I know, I would add it as a bullet personally, I mean, right by the intermodal transit center is like perfect for getting 20 million in state funds from Ana Caballero's office to put in a transit-oriented development with access to
For
downtown.
seniors and youth.
So
For seniors and youth, and middle-aged people.
So that's another bullet point there, Steve?
I don't know, I'm just suggesting.
How about pursue transit-oriented development?
Yeah, and I would even say city-centered. I mean, there's some benefit to accessibility to work, transit, shopping, right? I mean, that's what we've been trying to do.
Is it,
Is it too trendy for you?
I don't wanna narrow it to city center because, like, I still think there should be a rapid bus line from the mall to East Salinas. So I just narrowing it to city center.
Maybe city-centered is not the right word. Maybe
If we just leave it and leave city center off of
transit-oriented
it.
for sure.
Transit oriented.
Transit-oriented,
Development.
yeah, I don't know, higher density, I mean, that's what we're talking about. High density and transit-oriented housing. I mean, we don't have that in our mix. We don't, we have bigger homes.
I like.
So I don't know, and tell me if you think that one of these covers it, but my biggest concern with affordable housing is not necessarily low-income housing, but it's workforce housing. And it's really the level right below workforce housing, but above low-income housing. It's that section of people, the people that are coming out of low income, making enough money that they're not qualifying, but they don't actually meet the middle income ratio, and they can't find a place to live.
yeah.
That little gap.
$50,000 to $75,000 a year.
Maybe we add that, you wanna add that to the
50
second bullet, maybe?
You know what, I would like to add that for the simple, we've had police officers and teachers come before the council and have that problem.
Yeah,
And I don't think, yeah.
They live in Las
it's a
Vegas.
huge issue.
They live with mom and dad here.
They live with mom and dad.
So maybe rather, like, so we have farm worker housing, but also workforce housing.
Farm worker.
Identify opportunities for farm worker, farm worker housing, I think, frankly, I think the Farm Bureau and the Growers Shippers Association are taking the lead on that, no?
I'm not seeing a lot of leadership there. Don't tell Norm or Chris, but
Oh,
I
like
bring it up all
public
the time.
forums.
I don't know, David Rossi was just,
they fell into their lap. I don't know.
I agree with you, Steve.
We could do more. We have a plan.
Texting them now.
So we're looking at, it sounds like adding
Sorry,
workforce
sorry.
housing to
Don't text them,
the
but like, we need to
second
do
to
more.
last bullet.
So could it say identify opportunities for workforce and farm worker housing?
That's good.
I like that.
So workforce first and then, yeah.
Workforce first.
I think workforce is a broader.
Did you get
Right,
the,
but
did you get the,
the farm workers in, then you keep a focus on that, but you still have the broader.
And as I said before, it is the largest in Monterey County, but there are, hospitality is number 2, construction's
Oh,
number
yeah,
3,
there's that.
and those are people who make that
Healthcare.
$50,000 to $75,000 a year and can't afford to live
And
in Monterey
students.
County.
Um,
And students,
student housing?
but there is a lot.
Go ahead.
So just real quick is, the area median income in Monterey County is 81,600. So if we were to focus on affordable, moderate income housing, one person could qualify for moderate income housing with the income of 68,500 a year. So when we're talking about affordable housing, that includes moderate income housing, and moderate is the vast majority of our workforce. I don't know many people in Salinas who are making over $68,000 for one person, so moderate.
So you're thinking that affordable housing covers that?
Yeah, affordable for me, yeah.
I think it's I think the term affordable housing is so broad that we need to be conscientious about.
Yeah, because affordable, to me, always means low income, and you're right, it does say affordable,
So-
not low income. I guess in my mind, I was thinking low income.
So
So maybe-
affordable includes 80% under AMI, and that is 68,000.
You know what, and you bring up a really good point there, but I think having the word workforce, because it is, affordable housing is perceived as low income. I mean, but when you have these young entrepreneurs that have good paying jobs, they will see that they're part of this and they qualify.
I guess
They
my
won't apply
concern-
for affordable housing, but they'll apply for workforce
Yeah.
housing.
So-
That's basically what that boils
So
down to.
my concern with the workforce housing of it is, I don't know exactly what workforce entails. So if Google comes in and they're paying $200,000 a year per position, is that considered workforce housing?
No, workforce housing still has the same, it's
Affordability?
affordable housing, yeah,
Okay,
it still has
okay.
the same
I just wasn't sure what it was.
affordability.
I think you
It's
raised a
just
good point,
called.
and that is that you wanna make sure that you're defining it clear on what you mean.
Because it can be subjective, so we're
And
saying
it is,
that
like
we-
Chispa, for instance, will build
Oh,
workforce
yeah.
housing or low income.
Megan has
Megan's like, you
Go
guys
Megan!
I just want to
Talk to the experts.
I just wanted to clarify, actually, these terms mean something in terms of income. So just for edification, workforce housing is usually between 100 to 160 of area median income. And Councilman Roach is right, affordable housing is 80% or lower. That's how these things are termed kind of in the
Planning world.
So let's
in the
include
field.
workforce.
So, well,
That's a total
And it could be affordable housing for, targeted for these, certain populations, as a way of kind of making sure that it's for the teachers and people who are
Yeah.
still probably needing
what
it.
if we make it moderate and low income?
Well,
If
you know
it's
what,
moderate, it includes the
and we
60,000.
understand, we know what the numbers are now. But I think the person that is in need of that, when you say workforce, it's the working population, so I feel pretty comfortable with the
But
workforce.
Tony, she just said that the workforce means 120% above median income. Median income is
100 to
81,000.
120.
So there you go. So workforce housing could mean someone making over $100,000.
No, 100%, 68,000
Yeah.
It's actually on the higher end.
to 160.
It could mean 100 to 160% of
Not
AMI.
100,000.
Yeah.
So but if the median income is 81,600, what would that translate to in income?
That would be a moderate person level.
Because 80% AMI is 68,000. So that's why I'm thinking that we should stick to the term affordable, because that includes 68. This document's for us, it's a guiding document for council to control it. It's not for the public to.
I'd like to add
Okay.
workforce. I
Yeah.
I would too, but I do wanna point out for you is, okay, I'm a single teacher, and just say I'm making $100,000 a year, I know I'm not, but just say I'm making $100,000 or even $120,000 a year. I cannot go in this market and buy a house for $750,000 and make a rent, or make my mortgage and have a car and pay my electricity. For this area, that is still a low income.
Correct, but also the future growth area is predominantly gonna be market rate with an inclusionary that's lower. So we're already building for people of that income. And also being a former school board, I could tell you that income for starting teachers is 50,000. Once you're in your 20 years of being a teacher, you're gonna be making $100,000 a year. You start out at 50,000 and you move up maybe 1 or 2,000.
Our salary schedule is public, so we can look this
Yeah.
up right
Yeah.
now. I'm on year
Mine is
4.
too,
I
and I don't
have
make
a
that.
girlfriend who's on year 10 and she's at 73.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but I would also just gently remind the council, this is our strategic plan for the next 2 to 3 years, right? We're not talking about the next 10. Future growth area is not gonna be built in the next 2 years. So what can we get done in the next 24 months to 36 months in the strategic plan that supports that, right? And Councilmember Rocha, there was quite a bit of discussion over our ARPA funding on affordable housing. That was very clearly laid out in how we frame that out. But I do think, and to Councilmember Barrera's point, workforce housing doesn't necessarily have to have the technical and exact term to that. What that means is we're listening about teacher housing. It means we're listening about farm worker housing. It means we're listening about student housing. I would say as long as this council agrees that that's what that term means in this strategy, that we move forward with it.
That's what we're teaching our employees.
I disagree. If we're using a technical term, let's use a term that applies. And if we're looking at the next 2 years, and we're not gonna build anything from the future growth area in the next 2 years, we need to build up our affordable housing stock to offset the displacement that's gonna come from the future growth area. That's thousands of homes that are at market rate. What do you think that's gonna do to the Alice? That's gonna displace residents. So we need to focus on the affordable component of it, of under $60,000 a year.
Agreed.
So I was like,
I don't think we're gonna.
Agreed, but where do you have the problem with putting affordable and then comma workforce?
My concern with the common workforce is that our focus right now needs to be on the 68,000 and below, and workforce does not include that. I mean, we could focus on that certainly, but if we're setting our goals for the next 2 years, we need to offset what's gonna come in from those developments.
Because you know, the thing that comes to my mind is we're always talking about, you know, that young entrepreneur or young professional that all of a sudden can't afford here, so they move out of town. I mean, you know, we're looking at covering all of our bases to make
It's an
sure.
equity thing.
Huh?
I mean, it's an equity thing.
Well, yeah.
Affordability doesn't just impact someone that's unsheltered or those that are below median. I would.
That is
yeah.
not what equity means to you. That's not what
I'm
equity
saying.
means.
Okay, let's not get ourselves
Fine, but
sidetracked.
yeah.
All of this
Yeah, there's a
stuff.
lot to get to, so I get the last word on this.
We also have to build it. We can want it all day long, we can put it on here, but we have to find a developer of the property, we have to encourage it, we have to apply pressure when we can to get it done. So there's a lot of forces, it's just not, we want affordable housing or we want workforce housing. We have to figure out a way to make it happen. It's a real challenge, I just want everyone to know that. Very difficult. It's all
And I would add
difficult.
that as a bullet. That's, I mean, what did you say earlier? We effectively created 100 units last year, Mas o menos, like, that's horrible. So I think a bullet that says, figure out a way to do it is as important as saying, oh, we're gonna do it, right? I mean, I know that sounds kind of crazy, but we obviously, and again, it's not us, it's largely, the greatest impact is gonna come from the development community.
Correct.
We could build all the public housing we'd like to, and we wouldn't be able to do it, like.
But I do agree with Councilman Roach, it needs to be emphasized affordable.
Right.
Just, I want everybody to remember, just because we want it doesn't mean
It's
So I haven't
preserved.
asked them, can we create, I mean, we're establishing strategies and priorities, and I understand why you want to include workforce. I mean, I will speak of my own personal experience. I've had to make the choice. Do I try to buy a home? Do I pay off my student loans from graduate school? I chose to pay off my student loans. This is a lived experience. It's not something someone had to tell me. I am living it right now. So is what we're saying in this conversation, I guess I'm asking for clarification, that we cannot target and work on affordable housing for those that are at the lowest end of the spectrum for income, and also those that have moderate at the same time? Are we saying that we just can't do that?
So real quick, is affordable includes moderate to low income?
Right. So what is are we asking for a timetable? Are we asking for priority? I don't want us to get lost in the conversation.
Right,
What
well,
is
so,
that end goal?
remember, we're trying to identify opportunities for some form of affordable, workforce-oriented housing. And that's how we got here.
We could just say identify opportunities for housing for all.
Well, that's what I was
Now,
gonna.
that's even worse. I would say identify opportunities for farm
Depending
worker,
on
moderate, and low income housing.
Can we use the word workforce, or is workforce effectively
I would
moderate?
prefer to, I think you have at least 3 council members that would like to have workforce in that language.
So let's do this. Let's take a deep breath, and we'll take a crack at bringing this back to you in a way that gives you a chance for fresh eyes.
Sure.
But remembering that this is, again, as was pointed out, the strategic plan to guide your policy discussions and budget development, what you could try to accomplish in the next 3 years or so. What's that? Yeah, you'll approve the strategic plan. So, yeah, so this is.
And I understand you want to move on, but one more comment.
By the
So I
way, the 6 o'clock thing?
I do understand where my fellow council member is coming from, as far as he's looking at it from legal eyes, because he's gonna be an attorney. So he's looking at it from, this is what it says. And I'm looking at it from, when my constituents read it, I want it to say I thought about them when I wrote it. And that's where the workforce comes in.
So you're looking at the small A affordable housing versus a legal definition to
Yes.
affordable housing.
As am I.
And
Thank you for clarifying.
I appreciate that. My concern is that it says identify opportunities. We don't need to identify opportunities for above market rate housing. That's gonna come in. That's gonna find us. People wanna build. We need to identify for other things.
Not if our inclusionary housing ordinance is so restrictive that it doesn't allow for market rate
But
housing.
we're not talking about that. We're talking about that particular.
I'm talking
The
about
current- the
above-
current
Okay,
ordinance in place.
stop. I wanna get to a solution here. So let's just take a pause on this, because I feel like we're gonna be circular. We're just gonna go round and round. So let us take a crack at it. And maybe we can come find, some way to meet in the middle and to have something that reflects the interest you just described. Because I think you're sort of describing the same thing, we're just gonna come up with specific words.
I have an idea. I think what we might be saying is identify affordable and moderate housing opportunities for Salinas' workforce. That includes, teachers, farm workers, a school, police, fire, So you could just say the targeted populations.
Including farm workers.
Great.
Including farm workers.
I really like that.
I can get
So, yeah.
Wow.
Good job.
Nice work.
Come have a seat.
Hey, there's a future council member over there.
All right. Can you just write that down?
Yeah.
Nancy, was the second bullet supposed to be preserve or pursue?
We heard in interviews, preserve.
Preserve.
We currently have, I think, affordable units that may be renovated, or reduce those affordable units, so
Okay.
preserving them, like.
I mean, you kind of have the pursue in there,
Yeah, I
strategy,
guess you're
but
right,
that was
okay.
very specific
Yeah, okay.
about,
Just
hold
wanted
on
to
to
make
what
sure
you
you
have.
said that or somebody said it, so.
Yeah, hold on to what you have. Yeah, it was hold on to what you
Megan
have,
Hunter said.
also known as preserve. Okay, are we good to move on?
Yes, please.
Infrastructure, which we now we're gonna call infrastructure and environmental sustainability, so noted. So let's look at these first, and then, for those additional ideas that you had, we can come into them. But let's start just with what we have here.
Sidewalk and curbs. You gotta call out curbs. I talked to a lady yesterday that has a curb problem. She doesn't have a sidewalk problem. She was very specific with me. I'm like, sidewalk? She's like, no, curb. I'm like, okay.
Council member, I appreciate the input, but I would say sidewalks are the 95% of the problem.
Ms. Hunter, we need you again here.
There's gutters and curbs.
Oh, he wants to.
Normally, when we go and fix a sidewalk, we also repair the curb there.
Right.
So when you say sidewalk,
What if
we
you just have a curb
actually,
problem?
you just have a curb problem?
Or a gutter problem?
Well, you
We
fix
do
it,
have a
you
curb
don't
and
need a
gutter
whole
problem,
program
yes.
for that.
we do, because the trees are actually uplifting the sidewalk and the curb and gutter. So when we actually go out there to do a sidewalk, we repair the sidewalk and curb and gutter at the same time.
Alright, well,
So what you're saying is if it's a curb issue, it's considered a sidewalk issue?
The curb and gutter is actually part of the street. So when you say street, that's including the curb and gutter.
So
But
it's the
when you
first
talk
one you
sidewalk,
mentioned
because it's
about.
concrete, we also include the curb and gutter. So streets and sidewalks includes the curb and gutter.
So improving the condition of curbs and gutters, think of it that way, for the number one.
Number one.
Hey, Mr. Kerrigan, maybe your staff should sit here and we sit in the back.
Thank you all for coming, by the way.
Here to answer your problem.
Okay, well, remember, this doesn't have to be a list of everything, because you still have the budget, you have other means of
Yes.
having discussions around these things. These are your strategic strategies.
so keeping with the new title, two things. One, the third bullet I have a bit of an issue with, only because at one time for 3 or 4 years we had a graffiti task force, and there was actually a NPS study into whether or not murals and actual walls where graffiti is allowed works or doesn't, and the conclusion was it definitely doesn't. So I don't know how to reword that or where the intent is. I mean, public art as an alternative to graffiti would be good, but yeah, the whole idea that oh, here's a wall, graffiti here as much as you want. That's just what I remember from the graffiti task force.
I don't know that's what that means.
I don't think that was what was
When we
intended.
talk about mural programs, and we've discussed this at the council, and Kerrigan, I've had conversations with you about, as we look to expand our arts programming with the ordinance, with our commission, we're looking to create and help foster this land stewardship, this neighborhood, the sense of ownership of the culture of the city, of the history of the city. And so one idea that I got really excited about was working with our arts commissioners and our community partners to develop a historical walking tour of a certain part of town, whether it be East Salinas, the Alisal, downtown, whatever it comes to be, and where you have next to said mural, you create events of those with those murals, whether it be something akin to Amor Salinas, and you have on our city's landing page or somewhere online, yeah, the QR code that tells you the story of,
Great. Okay.
hey, you know, you can go here, and go and stop here, and after you see this mural, it's telling the story of the town through art, and I think that that's a really exciting thing to see. And there's all sorts of local artists that are eager to jump on.
Okay, cool, thanks for
Well, and
clarifying.
if we tie in the reference to arts and culture, maybe that'll help it
Yeah.
clarify, feel that, yeah.
I would say improve city facilities. So as we talk about crumbling fire
Right,
stations and the need for a a community center in District 5, or possibly a fire station, or the HVAC doesn't work at City Hall, and ADA compliance and
Public Works
everything.
lives in a dog pound.
So two other things, striping, like that's come up, and I know streets condition, maybe that falls in, but also our urban canopy. It's at like hovering around 6%, which is like lowest in the region. I think our goal is like 24, if I remember. So, improving the urban
Well, that's within the
canopy.
environmental sustainability.
It is, and I think to that point, and maybe Brother Rocha here can edify a little bit as to electrification, you know, exploring and supporting electrification through the city, climate resiliency. We don't have a climate action plan, and we will in the general plan, right, when it comes out, so that,
Working on
okay, that's easy, low-hanging fruit then.
It's easy, nothing, right?
Yeah, well, we're working on it, so.
Yeah,
So maybe
okay.
even developing the climate action plan would be something that you could.
We know it's gonna happen, yeah.
Right, and so again, sometimes it's helpful to put those things here because it takes time and resources.
Yeah.
And you can celebrate when it's been achieved.
Okay.
I think that the general plan includes an environmental justice element, but it does, I don't know if that means a climate action plan.
It's both.
Yeah, I think it's included in state
both.
law that's requiring it. So it's climate action plan, urban canopy improvement.
Environmental justice element.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know how we tie that in.
Are we in agreement with the additions?
Yeah, Megan?
I'm sorry, not to be a nudge, but I really liked Councilwoman Gonzalez's comments. That is something that we're planning out for the Alisal Vibrancy Plan implementation, and we have it under economic development, and I noticed you had art under economic development, so maybe that's
We can move, we had debates about where that should land actually.
a recommended shift. I don't know if the council likes that idea, but
Yeah,
The
the artists I
suggestion
talked
being that
to
arts
very
will-
much feel that it's an economic benefit. I'm
Yeah.
sure there's an infrastructure
Yeah.
benefit, but that's what I had tend to hear.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly good.
You give your final rule.
Yeah, we'll just move them around, yeah. There was debate, let's just say,
Yeah.
when we wanted to make sure we had it on there,
Yeah,
that,
okay.
that's easy.
and I had one other one, I'm sorry. So our department handles code enforcement, and we definitely consider ourselves on the public safety side. We work hand in hand with
Yeah, I
fire
agree.
prevention and the police department, so I wouldn't
Move
think,
that to public safety?
yeah.
Dave, what are we leaving out? The airport?
What's that?
What are we leaving out? Like infrastructure's puny right now. I just feel like-
Mobility,
But these are big things, let's just
Okay.
say,
Yeah.
I mean, again, this is for a couple of years, so.
mobility.
Unless
I mean,
United has an
stormwater,
interest
like,
in creating
I'm
a
trying to
hub
think-
at our Salinas airport that we don't know about.
What are we under the gun with stormwater, like, you know?
We have a problem with stormwater.
Yeah.
Infrastructure, correct. Our sewer system is an enterprise fund, so that should be self-funded.
There you go.
And we are
So,
trying to work through that, so.
and, yeah,
There's lots of state things coming down that.
there is, but I'd love to list them
There's
here under
garbage things
infrastructure.
that we have to,
Lighting has been a huge one.
Lighting
street
or
lighting.
parking lots, you know,
That
wherever.
fit under city facilities?
Yeah, I guess you're right, yes. Okay. And water conservation.
Yeah, you have water companies that are supposed to deal with that.
That's not us.
I mean, we don't run our own water company, so it's up to Alco and Cal Waters to
Stay in your lane, Steve.
All right, hey, I've opened up a can of worms.
I'm brainstorming.
All
I was gonna say,
right, fine.
we can figure out who the best brainstormer in the room is.
I just don't want Dave to fall asleep back there.
I don't think he's worried.
He's got enough to do. He does.
Yeah. All right. So we'll do some, we have some updates here. We can kind of recapture those and share what those are. Good changes.
You got the trees?
I got urban canopy.
Got the trees, okay, cool.
All right. Public safety, broadly defined, remember. So we'll be making some changes here, I'm sure. Yeah.
There was one thing that we had a lot of discussion with during the budget process, and that was the public safety master plan. I don't see that on there, so we want to add that, to develop and adopt public safety master plan.
I think that's part of our general
General
plan.
plan, yeah, they clarified, it's in the general plan.
That's a big one. I don't know where we would put the general plan, but that seems to me.
Well, that might be under good governance.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that should go, that's a good, it's kind of long-term strategic thinking.
How about our
We'll call
fire
this something
facilities?
different, effective government,
Yeah, effective government.
On this one?
And
Yeah.
staffing.
I mean,
Yeah, city facilities, but even
yeah, I don't know. what-
adequate personnel. I see increased number of officers to respond to more calls for service, hired local, but I guess that includes fire and police, correct?
Mr. Kerrigan,
So public safety personnel,
Yeah.
officers and fire, so second to last.
Yeah.
Mr. Kerrigan, what do you mean by engaged neighborhoods? What does that mean to you?
Strengthen?
No, because we have a bunch of community meetings, and then a lot of times, is there, and when we're thinking about doing something else, we need community input.
Well, I'm thinking of like Karina and the neighborhood grants and them getting 10 neighbors together for this is how you can better network to keep your street safe, you know?
We heard, so remember these came from our interviews with all of you.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked.
So we didn't have the benefit of all the council meetings that you've had and might have. And I think what we heard here is that wanted to get neighbors in certain neighborhoods more engaged in different ways. So one, work with the community in general, have the access that hasn't been talked about before, access to meetings.
Well, as partners in safety,
Partners,
right?
so it came to us in a few different ways.
Yeah, because let me just finish my thought, because what has happened in the past with the police department and way before you came here. So we thought, well, the men and women that are working on the parks, your employees,
Right.
they'll be the eyes and ears of the police department.
Right.
So for example, across the park, there's a drug deal coming up or whatever it is. The person that's taking care of the parks, hey, I wanna call the police department. But then all of a sudden there's a disconnect, nothing happens. And I would think, being that we're on the same team, there's a response gonna happen because there's something happening.
They took those walkie-talkies out of the public works cars
Well,
years ago.
Yeah, well, and the reason I'm saying engaging neighborhoods, because we're telling neighbors, you guys can be our eyes and ears.
Totally.
But if our neighbors don't have confidence, don't know the officer in that neighborhood, you gotta develop that relationship first, and then the trust will come in.
So you're totally onto something. When we had Jenny Bryant, and this was 15 years ago or whatever, and we had, anyhow, the
Your
whole.
CSOs.
Right, for neighborhood organizing, eyes and ears, Rex McIntosh, and, I think that's what
Well, so
I
I
see in
think
that.
that one of the things to keep in mind is we're trying to identify kind of broad level strategies and ways to pursue these things,
And we're
knowing
getting in
that
the weeds.
the staff is gonna come back and say, here's what we think, how we can do this.
Okay, well, the second bullet, I would say strengthen and grow neighborhood organizing, something like that, like so that we're supporting, and that's neighborhood grants, that's showing up for a meeting if you've got 4 neighbors that are responding to a bunch of theft and want to organize and know one another and eyes and ears and, right?
But to get a response back.
That's right, totally, so.
Yeah, because we can sit down and organize, but if nobody responds.
Then it's not worth it.
And I think that means tapping into what's already there. There are residents that already serve as the neighborhood watch.
There you go.
And
So
they're
it's
eager to help
engaging
you.
with them
It's
to.
engaging with them,
Okay.
And responding with them.
have a meeting to call a meeting, right, but what does public safety mean to you, residents? And we come to these common definitions and we look for commonalities, because there are folks that are already out there that are looking to reinvent, reimagine, and that can be so abstract. And so when you look for ways to streamline it and to actually implement and operationalize these strategies, it needs to be working with our experts that are on the ground, that have already been doing this. And so doing that focused and targeted outreach. And I would say that goes to also fire and the public education that fire does. I don't see that on here either. So I really would like to see us expand on that. And I did see that Megan also had her hand raised again.
Sorry.
No,
I
in
would
the
like
best
to-
of ways, I mean that.
I think engaging neighborhoods and the community is a part of being effective government. To me, it's a governance thing, because we should all be doing that, whether it's, beautification efforts, or working with Kristen on parks, community parks, or having them put the feedback into the general plan. To me, it's just about good governance.
Well, and remember, we didn't have that bucket that we were working from, because also we had some conversation around that higher local, which also could apply more broadly. We heard it specific to safety positions, but, it has more universal approach, so we would probably want to move that one as well.
I was just gonna say that I would prefer, instead of saying allocate funding for smaller visible community improvements, broken window theory. I don't know what connotation broken window theory has, I know it's been used in some terms. Maybe we want to say instead allocate funding for crime prevention through environmental design efforts.
That sounds more
Yeah.
pleasing.
Can you say that again?
Crime prevention through environmental design.
Yeah. How about technology? I once knew a police chief that was talking about robots pulling over people and, all sorts of license plate readers and.
We got the shot spotter.
Well,
What's wrong with
shot spotter,
First of all, that technology probably can fall into the effective government,
okay,
right? Because
fair
it may be something that you're already gonna wanna prioritize in other areas, and so, kind of keep that more broad. Do you have a comment?
Fair enough.
Yeah, okay.
I would just emphasize, because we talked about it briefly, but the second to the last, increase the number of officers and fire personnel
Right.
to respond to more calls for service.
I also want to just throw in there, and I can't speak for Chief Leach's department, but I can speak to fire, is that we do need to increase the boots on the ground out on the streets, for sure. But also for fire, we are grossly understaffed for support. If my budget or my management analyst takes time off, there is nobody else, there's no backup. And that means I'm paying bills, literally, that means I'm answering the phone for the fire department, literally, and I think you all have better things for your chiefs to be doing than doing
Clerical work.
clerical work. And even as far as speaking from a
Not that that's all you do, but.
No, but I'm even speaking from like a management analyst position, I mean, she's a much higher functioning, and so when we're looking at the staffing, like really kind of looking at the positions, maybe we need to look at reorganizations with our public safety and to include the office staff, because she's also doing a lot of work that perhaps somebody who could be a part-time temporary or a college intern, or, you know what I'm saying? People are paying us
So
good money to
maybe
do
we
jobs.
add,
That's
maybe we
That's
add
the
and
manager
keep
we
it
talked about,
separate,
yes,
and
as
it's
opposed to
increase
flat.
the number of fire personnel, period.
Okay.
Well, or, I think that we're also just talking about capacity as general
Yeah, right.
government, and so it's, to evaluate
You get a
and.
lot of mission creep is what I'm saying, and
No, right,
Yeah.
exactly, but we wanna make sure that we're keeping it up at the policy level, which is to, keep your eye on capacity, right, and the demands. And then through the city manager, figuring out the best structure and model. But I think that the capacity, be it safety generally or more broadly, probably falls in that government section.
So we, and absolutely, we're talking about public safety, police and fire, but we have a lot of departments that I feel fall into public, Tony and I agree on that they fall into public safety. If a tree falls on you, that's public safety. If you trip over a sidewalk, that's public safety. So to me, Public Works has a lot to do with public safety. And the people that work in parks are dealing with homeless people, with drug addicts, with gang members, so they've got that element in their lives as well. So there's a lot of departments that need other staffing as well. So do we wanna limit this to that?
Well, can I make a suggestion? And that is, when we're talking about staffing and capacity, that falls in the discussion of the budget. When you're talking about what are you gonna fund, what are the positions, where do they reside, and kind of keep to some of the things, the what do you wanna accomplish? I think that raising capacity as a strategic area of interest and priority within effective government makes perfect sense. I think it can kind of touch on the things you've described. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I know, did we put it in the last strategic plan about parks? And I'm gonna ask you that. It wasn't in there, right? No,
Not in that way.
not in that way.
Well, and the thing is, I think everybody's hearing the conversation and the concern around capacity and staffing, which is important. That's, the benefit of these types of workshops is the product, but also the conversation and understanding what
Because
people
what
are.
we've heard, we've done some outreach to the community, and what I think we've heard pretty plainly is that our community wants us to concentrate on open spaces for them and things for them to do, and that's why we're talking about community centers and parks. And, so we want our parks department to be fully staffed.
Absolutely.
I'm done.
Yeah.
That's my high horse for the day.
No, that's good.
But I do think the council, as we spoke earlier here, acknowledged that we would include fire in the
Yes,
narrative
sure.
of public safety.
Yes.
Yep. Yes, agreed. And that whole bit of resiliency too. Okay. Well, again, we may have some iterations, so we make sure that we land where everybody feels comfortable and heard and incorporated. So, okay, I'm gonna move us to the next one, which we are broadening in scope, so keeping that in mind so that it's youth and seniors. And so here's what we had heard in the interviews. And keeping in mind, we were trying to extract, what is the above and beyond the day-to-day regular operations? What do you want to prioritize and invest resources in to make additional capacity? And so here's what we heard.
And one of the things, because I see school districts there, is this reads fantastic, but implementing it, it's always about personalities. The reason I think the solid waste authority issue became 14 years versus 8 months of work was because you got everybody at the table. What happens with school districts, and we're always saying we want to work with each other, but when it comes down to using a facility, whether it's theirs or ours, it's always a hassle. Instead of really looking into the partnerships, we get stuck in the liability. Who's going to pay for that? And we really don't open it up the way we should. And I've always wondered, what individual makes it? Hold on, Mr. Rocha. What individual makes it so difficult? Because there's got to be. I've seen some of your employees do some great work because they could put their personality aside and really get to the objective at hand, and it gets done. Versus, Kerrigan, I don't like you, so I don't want to meet with you. And we get stuck on there. And I've seen that. I've seen it with professional people. And then, the reason you were so successful with and I say solid waste authority because I was there for several years. But because not everybody came to the table. We did our little huddles here and there instead of everybody hearing the same thing. When it comes to school districts, I'm sure we have the right people in place. We need to build those relationships because we do have facilities, we have green space, but we don't allow people to come in because they dirty it up and they wear and tear, so who's gonna pay for that?
So I raised my hand just like a flagger. I won't interrupt you. I don't interrupt people. But I wanted to say you're absolutely right. It has been a personality issue for quite some time. And I think Carla would agree that we're making some significant headway with our meetings with the school district. We met with Dan Burns, with Dr. Andrade and Dr. Koenig, or Mr. Koenig, Superintendent Koenig. And so we're making a lot of headway, and I feel like we're finally having those conversations that we weren't able to have for years. And I think I really appreciate the mayor creating this committee, and the fact that we're attending it regularly is making a big difference.
It's about building relationships.
There it is.
But yeah, I'm wondering if we want to even just incorporate, building the, strengthen the relationship or something
would
like
say
that
I mean,
into the wording.
That's good,
Yeah,
and then
that's
to
good.
our city manager's credit, Steve, you've been meeting quite regularly with district leadership and keeping them in on the loop and making sure that they understand that we're meeting and extending those invitations. And I think that's going to be essential moving forward as we begin to, yes, to sort of massage what previous tension was there, but then get to the point of, okay, we've made amends, whatever happened in the past is in the past, now let's get to the asks of implementing joint use agreements and getting to see that follow through actually happen. And that takes time, but maintaining that set pacing so that it is, we do see a tangible result.
So maybe strengthen the relationship and continue to work with the school district.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I like
And
that.
I would ask that the last bullet point be maybe improve and develop
Yep, youth
Right.
and
Youth
senior
and senior
facility.
facilities.
There you go, yep.
Or community facilities so that it can be used for multiple.
I was gonna say, and I had a great conversation with Marissa from Ana Caballon's office. She was reporting on the success of the city of González getting funding for a youth center
That's awesome.
via their youth commission. So, and I know Rocha and I have talked about this, and to Kristen, it's come and it's gone, and, explore a youth commission or enhance programming for youth. Again, I don't feel like this might be more work, right, but, Yagi replaced the youth commission, and I understand there's models for both, but how do we empower it in a way that we can see that kind of result? So, I don't know, explore a youth commission, and that would just be.
And I think you could even add that, I'm really happy that you brought that up, Steve. You
Yeah.
could even add that to that first point, ensure diverse opportunities for youth. I'm thinking
Including.
seniors as well, our resident leadership program,
Oh,
working on the Para Nuestro Futuro, the partnerships with, I'm blanking right now, with Bright Beginnings, expanding CASP and Partners for Peace. I mean, those are windows of opportunity when we have youth that are looking for something to do in the summer or that are looking to do this. You are fostering leadership and you're making sure that there is that community engagement from when they're, kids until afters, and then we have seniors that maybe want to mentor them at that same community center and want to have those kinds of programs for them. I'd like to see that beefed up.
Well, I thought for sure Tony would bring a senior commission. I mean, you brought that
Well,
up.
well, yeah, but you know what, Mr. Kerrigan, there was I think when you have an employee, we all have different personalities. I honor the strengths of this council, and you know what, coming together, we make a body here, a lot of strength. But when you have an individual that's passionate, an employee that's passionate, I'm thinking about, you used to have an employee here, he went to Rancho Cielo, but he created a computer lab at Firehouse Recreation Center in the second floor. On his own, whoever his boss was at the time, just gave him the keys, run with it. And you know what, he saw that in South Sal, which is just down a couple of blocks from the firehouse, the kids go into the classroom at 10 a.m. on Wednesdays. Well, they were out there at 7:30. He says, man, they can come and do their homework, come and fellowship, come and just have a great time. He created a beautiful computer lab, or a lounge they called it, a lounge, computer lounge. Well, that fizzled, you know what, because he was gone, or I don't know whatever happened, but I saw his work. You know what, that was one employee, put it together, he was passionate, he created it. And when you have employees like that, valuable, let them run with that idea and create things for that. Just thought I'd say that. Thank you. And I like the youth commission.
What about the senior commission?
I love them.
Senior commission.
I support both.
Yeah.
You gotta staff those two, just put
Yeah.
that out.
Look at all the thumbs up.
This is
It's like,
happening. This doesn't happen by itself, just put that out.
Gotta hire more people.
Okay? Good. All right, well, so I'm paying attention to time so that we don't have anybody who has to depart before we're done.
Yeah, we're done early, look at this.
And we're not done. I mean, nice try. But I just wanted to make sure, and we've been taking notes along the way, so I feel like we have a pretty good idea around the effective government focus area. But I wanted to just kind of recap and make sure that we get that documented, because we don't have a slide for that. And then, from there, you can be thinking about this, we'll talk about that. Then I want to just take 5 minutes, 10 minutes for the group, to go around and to share kind of initial thinking, your top 3 priorities for the next 3 years. Okay, so all of you, and I know it's hard, and I know that someone will be like, but I just need 1 more, nope. It doesn't mean that other things go away, but it's helpful to kind of hear what's on your mind. What are the things that you really want to drive home so you can support each other in getting those? Does that make sense?
I would just make the request that we have a 3 to 5 minute bio break before we launch into the
Absolutely,
next one
that's
right
great.
now.
So, okay, can we do the effective
Totally.
government, and then we'll take a pause so you can think about your top 3,
Yep.
and we'll come back.
Perfect.
All right, fair. After lunch, we need to go over. Okay, so effective government is the strategic focus area that we identified as the additional. We've talked about including, so you have the general plan, from the general plan to equity training, development, talking about capacity and succession planning. We talked about, can't even remember writing.
Data-driven.
Raising capacity.
Data-driven, I have that was one word. Oh, higher local, that was the higher local, move that over one. And the data-driven, I had that on here from your earlier comments. Magda, you had other?
I think you just touched it.
Okay. And we have the facilities and some of those other pieces, I think, already captured in the infrastructure. And we can figure out where those make sense. Ultimately, I think we have the ideas already captured. Are there any other kind of major high-level thoughts you have, and Steve, you might have thoughts on this too, around effective government that you want to prioritize?
Did you, and I apologize, technology?
Technology, yes. I did not. Yeah.
And then adding the equity and culturally responsive part of effective government.
Right, and we'll write the goal statement. Yes, I got those notes too. But then also, we have that as part of the statement. And then we have as a strategy, the training and development on, what it means.
Yeah.
Employee training, retention, attraction, pay, well-being, like recognition. Don't forget any of these words, they're all important, but we are our employees, and, nothing against the permit center, but it could be a sweatshop right now. I mean, the staff that I met with, that I was, it's just COVID in front of computer screens, maxed out, I think a lot of employees are feeling that. And it might be spillover from what's going on at home and at the shopping mall, if they even go and, wear a mask, who knows, but, yeah.
Yeah, no, I
But
appreciate that.
employee wellness, retention, attraction, development. I'd also go further to say we need to do a better job to develop our bench, our commissioners. When a commission doesn't hit quorum, we should feel ashamed. There should be a major, do council members even hear, oh, by the way, your commissioner didn't make it again, or whatever. I mean, there needs to be.
No, and we should hear about it.
We should hear about it. I know we get attendance records on a regular basis, or we, once a year, once a quarter. Patty sent them out, which you can, but, the pipeline to serving on commissions and the training and investment in those commissions. Planning commissioners should go to a planning academy. Somebody should tell the planning commission that they can't wear hoodies at the dais, or they shouldn't. It's frowned upon. And then I would go further, nothing against that, but it happens. And then, the prioritization of the public and our customers' time, whether it's a council meeting or a commission agenda. If we know that item C is going to draw a bunch of the crowd, well, let's prioritize that or move it up. I know I'm going off pretty quickly here. Some of this may be missed, but go ahead.
On the discussion of commissions and attendance to commissions, one of the things about effective government that I think we need to prioritize is starting meetings at times that work for working people, especially if we're asking them to volunteer to be on boards and commissions. Because for the planning commission, things are great when my appointee was a retiree, because you can meet at 3 p.m. several times a month. But if you're a working mother, you're having to take time off work to go to a planning commission meeting at 3 p.m. So maybe something we consider for effective government is starting meetings, especially if the volunteer commissions after 5.
Well, maybe it's really setting some norms that involve commissions, so that might include, you know, when they meet and those sorts of things, and so you kind of think about that, and also
the structure in general.
Right, exactly.
How about communication with the public, a PIO? I love that we have a newsletter, but 3 years ago we didn't have a newsletter. And sometimes it seems to me that one department's doing a better job of getting the word out than another. And one department may not even know that another department sent out a press release, and how that's coordinated and unified, not to mention who speaks to the press. Is it the mayor? Is it Rocha? Is it Jim? Is it a department head? Is it, you know, how is that handled? I mean, we've gotten by, but heaven forbid there be a major natural disaster, right? I mean, let's say there's a 9 earthquake that hits Salinas. Like, what happens and who speaks, and, you know, are we ready?
Okay. Okay. When we talked earlier about even just council onboarding, so there's a lot of things that are kind of been, yeah, exactly, incorporated into the discussion today. Okay. Let us give a crack at it and see if we can.
Oh, the customer service desk. Think of the customer, you mentioned that. You go into City Hall, are you able to reach somebody with a smile, and is it easy to navigate services? I know you said no, but that's effective government. If my only interface once in 3 years with the city is negative because I can't find the restroom and they don't speak Tagalog, I don't know.
Well, remember, we have our values too.
We put it on our values somewhere, I was trying to find it on.
Yeah, exactly, the values will speak to those things.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's on our values somewhere.
Tagalog?
Okay. Bio break.
Yes.
All right, so
Speak Spanish.
it's 2:20. Let's just do the quick, one function, one bio break. Thank you for all of your input on all this. This has been really, really good. I think we've got a lot of good content. Again, we'll be bringing this back to you for your additional review and then ultimately adoption. But yes, this is what we want our plan to be for the next 3 years, along with the content from this morning. And so to wrap up, what I would like to suggest is that we just, first of all, I did leave oranges for everybody for a little symbolism. That's about working together. Orange means work together. So we'll do it around the table, and so I want you to share your top 3 priorities for the next, we'll call it next 2 years. Okay, so what do you really hope just gets across the finish line, or that you really make progress on? Maybe it's not across the finish line, but maybe there's good momentum. Top 3, and I will give you a moment so you can think about them. We're going to write them down, and really this is just to kind of share with each other so that you can say, okay, well I know that Anthony's really focused on this, we want to make sure we can support that. Or the mayor's really focused on this, we want to find a way to support that, so that's helpful. Okay? And whenever anybody's ready, then yes.
Sure. Number 1, engage investment and actual construction of housing in Salinas, especially in the future growth area, followed by tiny homes and ADUs.
Okay.
Magda's right.
Can I take a picture?
I can write it out for you.
Construction.
An actual construction of housing in Salinas, especially in the future growth area, followed by tiny homes and ADUs.
So your top 3 priorities all revolve
That's
around
it.
housing.
Number 1, housing. Number
So you have me
2,
rolled all those things together?
improved employee staffing, attraction, retention, and wellness, including excellent relations with our employee groups. You can summarize if you want. And then number 3, strong community safety with support for police and fire staffing, technology, and community engagement.
Okay, so I'm going to summarize that, just give you
Sure.
the details, into action on housing, supporting staff, and public safety, including a lot of it. So each of us has lots of very.
Public safety, staffing, technology, okay, fine. Future growth area, you can put that in parentheses next to the housing piece, because the fact that that's hung up is a major problem. Yep, thanks.
Okay, well, let's let her catch up and then I'll.
I'm not sure I caught up.
That's okay. That one we might have to.
Take a picture, yeah.
So that we don't lose it. Okay.
Okay. I'll try to do better this time.
You're doing fantastic.
The shorthand version's fine too.
Cool. So mine is equity. I want to prioritize an equity plan for the city, and just to really take that seriously and look at it. And so you could just put equity, but I'm just giving some context to it. But for us to really take it seriously in every single facet of whatever comes before council. The second one is affordable housing. Per the definition of what affordable housing is, 80% under AMI. So affordable housing production for the second one. And the third one would be investment in our recreation centers, in our community centers, and in playground improvements.
Okay, great. So the facilities and assets. Okay. Give it a second. Magda has a hard job here.
Yes, I hate that job. When I have to do that.
Okay, great.
My number one would be getting a community center, fire station, cohab built, planned at least. It probably won't get built, but getting it planned.
Breaking ground.
Breaking ground, there we go, breaking ground.
There you go, that's a good headline for your.
It is a good. Also getting my parks updated. All the city parks have issues, they all need to be updated. And then mental health, dealing with mental health issues for our employees after COVID.
Okay, so that's employee wellness probably defined, okay? So we have a couple there on that employee side. Okay.
Okay. Healthy and thriving police and fire departments. Focus on growing revenue for the city through economic development.
All right, good.
And regaining our residents' sense of pride in living in Salinas. I feel like we're on the edge, you know what I mean? Like, we're doing good things, the LSL Vibrancy Plan, the Downtown Vibrancy Plan, and more Salinas, like, but there's just been so much crap talked for so many decades, like literally so many decades, that I want people to have that sense of pride
Right.
again.
Right, to be able to say with joy.
Clean
here's what
city,
I love.
Salinas.
yeah, I love Salinas, you know,
Narrative.
change the narrative, yeah.
Good, excellent.
Very similar to Councilmember Roach's, but implement equitable lens and or strategy to all policymaking decisions and initiatives. And to expand on that, making sure that it's not something that now we are excited about and remains trivial, but is actually permanent and sustainable, whether that be through personnel, through training, through expanding and having an actual plan that we put into the governance of our city, whether it be, you know, the equivalent of a fiscal impact report or environmental impact report, also a brief summation of, this is the equity lens approach. So when we get there, we understand that that has been vetted in that way as well. And that is something that I want to be permanent, so that as this legislative body changes, we know that that is still done. Yeah, this is foundational, it's groundwork. Working to demystify what residents and us as a city mean when we talk about community-centered policing and reimagining public safety. I think we can get lost in the conversation of what that means. So when I mean working to demystify it, I mean further community outreach and meetings with our advocacy groups and with our fire department and with our police department, and looking at interdepartmental collaboration and making sure that if people are upset about this approach or about enforcement over prevention, that they understand and that there is education on, well, this is why we take this approach. Oh, well, what about, we talk about the CAHOOTS model, or mental health supports and services. Oh, well, actually, the city's already doing that, but you're right, we could do a little bit more. This is what we're thinking about in the next 3 years, so that people see that they are part of that reimagining and that engagement. Yeah, that they feel heard in that way. And then creating robust learning and leadership opportunities for our residents, whether it be through programming such as the Resident Leadership Academy, but specifically really focusing on youth and making sure that they feel as though there is a model and a roadmap for them to start off playing for, playing at the soccer complex and then being in this program and that program and already understanding what a permit center works like and already knowing through being a member of Amor Salinas that they have at every stage of their lives an opportunity to engage in local government.
So is it the education of, or making sure there's access to?
Ideally both. Access to and expansion of those educational opportunities.
We had Youth in Government Day back in the day.
Yeah.
Totally dating myself, but I did it.
Yeah.
That was great. Okay, that was three, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. My top one is improve neighborhoods, and what I mean by that, enforcing our city ordinances. I think government helps with the blight when we don't enforce ordinances, and I can understand we need to start with education. But we have inoperable vehicles for months. And again, whatever that means, I like Chief Felicia's way of doing it. He'll go knock at the door, we got this problem. You talk like that. But to allow cars to stay junked for months, man, children are going back and forth from school home and they see this. And the city is creating that because it's a daunting problem. We don't have staff. We always got a justifiable reason why we can't do it right. Improving neighborhood street sweeping. Cars will be moved if we have an effective street sweeping. That's just an automatic. But we haven't done that. Neighborhoods are critical, and the reason I say that because that's the child's home, that's where they live. Pride in their neighborhood. And if we don't enforce our ordinances, every time an ordinance comes before the city council, I say, here we go, another one. And we don't follow it. We don't follow through because we don't have the staff. Improving neighborhoods. The second one is a strong one for me. I want to support Chief Felicia, I want to support Chief Vaughn, and I want to support all the department directors that are short-staffed, where they can hire professional people that are going to make investment in our city. Imagine if the permit center, and I'm sure they're doing a great job, permit center can make millions of dollars for the city if they have the adequate staff. I could understand that. But budgets are fluid. 1 year or 2 years we could say, guess what, we're gonna hire people. Oh my God, next year maybe we're gonna work on a sidewalk or something. But to say we can't do this because we have to do this, just to hire more police officers is not gonna cut it. You gotta hire the right people, and I think we have the right chief in place. I'm sure Chief Vaughn, the reason firefighters are loved, because they come to those 911 services and they're gonna save somebody's life, and it's a critical position. But they're expensive positions, and we need them. But to keep saying every year we're short-staffed, we don't have enough money, or we gotta do this, well, we have to figure out a solution with the amount of money that we have. We'll never have enough. But how effectively can we do something, but not let neighborhoods go to waste either? And the third one, sincerely, I mean this. Let's serve the public with the decency, the respect that they deserve. They're the ones that write our paychecks. A homeowner, we talk homelessness, which is important, but when do we talk about the person that's struggling to pay the mortgage? They're like, could you please come and fix my sidewalk in front? I want my property to look nice. I did a 50-50 on my house. I don't get paid a whole lot of money, but I live comfortable. I live on a good budget, but I don't make a whole lot of money. So my tree, every 2 years I was calling Roto-Rooter. I had a beautiful tree in front of my house, but the roots were destroying me. It was expensive. So somebody offered me the 50-50. Man, I didn't want to pay 50-50, but pay $4,000. I did it because I had to. I don't think people should go through that. But I did it because I needed to do that. So my question is, when we serve the public, I want people to come to City Hall and that they feel, man, they give me some good quality service. Instead of saying, no, we don't do that here, you gotta go to the next one, we gotta do better somehow. Serving the public, there's a sign in your building that says, we are people serving people. That's how we do. But when the sign is there, I'm like this, I'm going to City Hall, but ¿dónde está? I like to see Patty's beautiful face before they were the first people we would see.
Oh, yeah.
But, and Mr. Kerrigan, and I'm gonna finish with this, you have awesome staff, man, at City Hall. You do. You got some professional people. Jessica is awesome. When you call City Hall, whew.
Hi, this is Jessica speaking.
Oh my God. And you know what? I'm glad when I call and nobody answers, I hear Ms. Rome's voice. You left her on there. That's
Very good.
the woman is great.
She lives on.
Oh my God. You know what? And I want to tell you something. Miss Hunter, at the beginning when she came to town, oh my God, you know, I think I had a little debate with her. Man, don't let her go to the county, they're gonna try to steal her from us. So, but you know what, housing, I've seen this woman in action. At first I was, man, she's costing us millions of dollars here. But when I see her finished work, now I understand. So you got some good stuff. Thank you.
I work with the homeless, I've been one
Work with the homeless, yes.
Okay. Comments?
No comments, I just wanted to hear what everyone had to say today. I really tried to stay quiet so I could really hear, listen, and see, interact with each other, and I appreciate everyone chiming in and showing up today. Certainly, you can see how the sausage is made. This is kind of a precursor to our budget process, which I mentioned earlier. We're already started internally, and you'll see more and more into December, January, and February, but for Nancy and Magda, I just want to say thank you. I know that you got more to do. I learned a lot today. Certainly we'll talk a lot when we get back to City Hall next week, more about this, and then we'll follow up with you on all the details on this and then get the plan printed and get it out. But great day for Salinas today.
Nice, perfect. Well, as he just mentioned, we'll take all of this with us and we will put together and work with Steve to get that back to you, so you can look forward to having this not quite so messy, you know, in a way that is a little more legible from all of our pieces. And so we're working on that. And I just want to kind of put you, any takeaways you have from today that you'd like to share?
I want to thank all the department heads for being there and the
Yeah,
public. Thank you, public, for being here. MBEP, Senator Ana Caballero's office, we got the SCCIA, Chamber, taxpayers, Gloria Moore, Realtor, you know, and yeah, just really good.
I would say today, for me, I think it was really great to just hear everyone, six at least, every one of us individually. Like, to hear from you about sort of your hopes, your dreams, your plans, you know, rather than from the dais when it's one particular issue. You know, as issues come forward, we hadn't done that with ourselves. Like, this is our workshop, our team bonding, our strategic plan and everything, but it was really helpful for me to just hear from, you know, Councilmember Rocha and Councilmember Barrera and Councilmember McShane on what they would like to see done in the next couple of years. That was great, so thank you.
Good.
I had fun. I really did. You know what? You two ladies are a dynamic duo. You know what? It was fun. It was awesome. But I want to make a little request. It sounds like the staff needs to sit up here and the council sit over here. We got some. You know what? And I'm humbled. We have some professional people here that work hard. And I'm humbled that I can be part of that, seriously, because I couldn't qualify for those jobs over there. So, but you know what, I'm honored, I really am. I'm honored to serve the public. Every time somebody complains out there, they never say, well, somebody from the city doing something, they always say, Barrera, what are you gonna do about this? So when a resident tells me, I have to be respectful, but rely on the staff to make it happen, because I can't do it, so thank you.
Team sport, remember?
Team sport.
If you leave away with one thing.
Yes.
Well, I've been to a lot of strategic plans and your process was fabulous.
Yeah.
This is the best one I've been to.
Oh.
So-
You get an extra cookie.
Orange. There's orange. You want to share? Okay. All right, so I'm handing out just a short, very short evaluation form, just so, you know, we always like to focus on continuous improvement and learning ourselves. So we appreciate comments that you'd like to share. And then that is a wrap. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
While they're filling these out, please, there's cookies and snacks in the back. Please take them on your way home. And thank you for participating today. I'll see all you guys on Monday, but thank you very much for showing up. It means a lot.
Thank you. If any of you guys want to fill out evaluation forms, you're welcome to as well.